For many years, people believed there was life outside our solar system. Unfortunately for us all, they were right. Because as this morning comes, large mechanical monsters float their way through the vacuum of space and head towards a little blue and green marble floating in the void that we all know well. As the alarm goes off, the sleeping silhouette sees that the time is 0351. This body moves around, reaches and grabs the cell phone to turn off the alarm, and he lets his eyes adjust as his sleeping face winches from the light coming from the phone. He reads the message and then all of a sudden jumps out of bed, switching on the light that's closest to him, and then running from room to room, switching on lights, grabbing his clothes, strapping on boots, and running towards the door. He begins frantically beating on the doors down the hallway, screaming for everyone to wake up, we gotta go now. Get your shit on, let's go. He makes his way to the stairs. As his phone begins to ring, he looks down and can see his platoon sergeant calling, "I'm already on, Sergeant, I'm getting him," is the only thing he says before he flips the phone shut. Then a voice seems to come over the speakers that rage across the entire post. "Alert, alert, all personnel report to their assigned companies immediately. This is not a drill. I say again, this is not a drill." The speaker repeats the message over and over as the figure runs down the street and into a building that has caged lockers on both sides. Fumbling with his keys slightly, he reaches up and opens his locker and begins to strap on an obviously custom rig that he had set up. The young man, mid to late 20s, throws his helmet on his short dark hair and has a coldness in his eyes with this sheer proficiency as he's throwing things on. Slightly built to the look, he finished putting on his equipment as he can see other people pouring into the room, beginning to open their lockers and do the same. He just screams, "Hurry up," as the stragglers run in and he runs out full speed down to the next building. By the time he drops his gear off in the company area, he gets to the arms room. The armorer is frantically trying to get the door open. Once he does, he begins to hand out weapons as fast as he can, not caring about weapons cards or protocol now. It's just get the weapons out and get them ready right now. The platoon leader is just a few steps behind him. The soldier that has his gear and weapon addresses him. "Hey, Sergeant, you have any idea what this is about?" He just looks coldly and says, "No." Leaving his bags behind, the young sergeant runs to another sergeant and asks the same questions and gets the same answer he gave the young one. Pulling a group together, he gets information and he takes a short pause. Taking a deep breath, he looks up. For a moment, it looks like the stars are moving. Before he can think about it, the platoon sergeant comes up. "Sergeant Sin," obviously a nickname, "get your men on the track line. Time now." He doesn't even have time to echo the order as he turns around and sees they're already moving. Without hesitating, the entire squad picked up their gear, weapons, and are running to the motor pool at full speed. They are all breathing extremely hard when they reach the track line. Most of the vehicles are already getting started. He can hear the turbines from the tanks begin to spin and come to life. The back of the Bradley fighting vehicles are already open and they begin to stow their gear as a small convoy of cargo Humvees rolls up and screeches to a halt. They begin unloading ammo from the back as fast as they possibly can. Within less than 2 minutes, the Humvees are offloaded and gone, and the vehicles on track line are already being loaded. By the time the Humvees come back, the vehicles are finishing loading the main weapons on the Bradley's tanks as everyone assists the tankers in loading the heavy shells into their magazines. The next load of Humvees shows up with a whole bunch of small arms ammo, everything from 5.56, 7.62, mortar rounds, 203 rounds, it didn't matter. They were bringing it all and basically throwing it off the side and then just running back for more. The soldiers were visually weighed down with magazines and ammo as they pulled out the rockets, claymore mines, mortars, grenades, and off the Humvees went to load and begin to load themselves up again. By now, the sun was just beginning to show itself. The commanding officer yells to the entire battalion. Everyone double times over to him, thinking they were going to be told they did a great job in this drill. Once they're all near him, he began to speak. Alright, listen up. This is going to sound very strange. We are currently being invaded by alien forces. Everyone looks confused, but he continues. They are currently dropping through our atmosphere and should make planetfall within an hour. Their projected targets? Pretty much every major city around the world. This division's mission is to stop them cold as they try to take Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, and San Antonio. As for this battalion's objective, there's an uneasy rumbling as everyone begins to realize he is just not joking. This battalion's mission will be Dallas. They will be on the ground by the time we get there, so expect heavy resistance. Now mount up! No one hesitated as they all moved with an insane motivation. The column of vehicles was ready to move and began to move within the next 5 minutes. The only people still on the track line at that point were the ones directing where vehicles were going to go, so you obviously didn't run into each other. And then the last vehicles paused as they jumped on. Over the radio, it was complete silence. In the back of the Bradley, there was not silence. All the young soldiers looked to the one man, the one we had watched, to tell him what was going on. But what do you tell men you may be leading to their deaths? Hey, Sergeant, do you know anything about this? One soldier asked. Another one asked, yeah, I mean, fucking aliens? Sounds like the BC's been hitting the crack too hard. Another one's, hey, it's not like you're the one saying it. First soldier responds, it's true. You got it true. I mean, I saw the general's Humvee go flying past me like I wasn't even there. Another soldier said, well, you're easy to forget. First soldier said, funny, asshole. Couldn't this just be a drill? I mean, come on. Another soldier chimed in, I've done a tour before. This feels real to me. Another one way in the back, sure does. Turning to the NCO, what do you think, boss? The young sergeant sits silently for a few moments, feeling that cringe in his gut, the one that tells him he better be sharp. He looks at them and says, all I know is this. A lot of people are going to die today. Reaching the charging handle, he charges his weapon and double-checks the safety and closes the dust cover. After a few seconds, the rest begin to do the same, with the exception of the saw gunner, as you don't do that. No words were spoken, just a few more piercing glances to each other. An hour in the trip, none of them had caught any sleep. With the hatch open, one of the lead track commanders spots something over the horizon. Pulling up some of his binos, he gets a first look at one of the invaders. It was a strange machine off in the distance. It appeared to walk. It moved with a deliberate grace directly at them, and it was not alone. 7 others of different shapes and sizes were on its right and left. Not only that, but there was movement around them, something that seemed to bounce up and down. However, there's no time to worry about that. Dropping into the turret and slamming the hatch, he began to yell over his comms, a broadcast that would be heard over every speaker in the convoy. Contact left! Multiple unidentified units approaching. The battalion commander's voice came in a few moments later. Confirm, multiple enemy units. 5 kilometers out and closing, fast. All units, flank left in 3, 2, 1. With that, the entire convoy turned 90 degrees to their left. And then the word, engage at will. The entire convoy looked up to see these strange beings and locked onto them. It was an odd moment of peace before the entire air caught fire. Tow missiles, main gun rounds, 25 millimeters, 105s, 81 millimeter mortars fired, along with all sorts of rockets and missiles from both sides came flying and intersected. But what scared the shit out of everyone else is there was strange energy weapons being used. Odd balls of lasers shot from all different directions. They couldn't make out what the hell was going on. All they knew is whoever they were, they wanted this convoy dead, and they wanted them dead quick. As the Bradley that the soldiers were in began to take evasive action, the driver was not being subtle and was smashing those in the back, side to side. The infantry in the back were desperate to get out. The sergeant grabbed the comms in the back and just yelled in, "Drop ramp now!" as he reached up and waved to his men, and they started beating on the side of the turret, trying to tell the people to drop ramp. The commander of the Bradley said, "We can't, we're still moving." Without skipping a beat, the sergeant yelled, "Drop ramp or I'm going out the troop door." After a few seconds, the ramp didn't open, so they just popped the troop door and began to fall out on the ground. Before they all got out of the Bradley, they were hit by a volley of explosives. These explosives rocketed every single section. It was not a direct hit, but it was close enough to make it shudder and shake wildly. One soldier fell back inside the Bradley as it's pushed back a few feet as it comes on top. Black smokes began to pour out of the troop door as the rest try to climb out. Coughing and gagging, the rest of it make it out with one exception. As the smoke begins to settle enough to see, the sergeant stuck his head inside. He didn't even have to check to realize it was too late. Though most of those missiles had missed as they had fired in a volley, one or two had hit the driver's hatch, killing him and the passenger directly behind him. Pulling his head out, he looked over to the rest of them. Shaking his head slightly, he began to look around to the vehicle. He then grabbed his bag and yelled, "Let's move!" As the turret of the Bradley continued to run, the barrel hot. The soldiers grabbed their assault packs and began to follow under the fire of the do-do-do of the Bradley fire and the constant boom of the 105s being fired from the Abrams. By this time, the battle had begun to spread out. The rest of the column had caught up and were attempting to take out the walking vehicles. Many of his forces were destroyed or disabled. The walking vehicles had not gone unchallenged, however. Over half were on the ground smoking, and one seemed to burst in a tremendous explosion. However, they were not the only threat. Other vehicles threw back death at the tanks and the other armor. That's when the sergeant finally saw what had been jumping around. The humanoid-looking machines jumping on the armor and seemingly tearing it apart with their bare hands. Then they would either rip the driver or gunner out of the seat or just fire into the hole. Some even used flamethrowers. As he watched, several of those inside the tank would pop open their hatch and come out completely engulfed in flame. Across the entire battlefield, enemy and allied infantry traded blows as the heavy armor fired across them and over their heads. Grabbing what they could, the squad, already beginning to be gauged by the enemy, began to move through the wooded area close by. Even the young soldiers were able to find their groove together as they began to take back ground from the enemy infantry, though it didn't take long before those enemy humanoid machines began to turn their attention on the squad. One ran up and picked one of the soldiers by the arm and held him up. A young soldier next to him began to fire his M249 saw wildly into the armored monster. It became obvious that 5.56mm rounds were completely useless against this thing. The free robotic arm simply raised up, and 3 red beams of light pierced through the man's chest, clean through the body armor. The rest of them began to pull back to get some distance from this behemoth. As that monster seemed to follow them back to their lines, he received an 84mm surprise for his trouble. The shoulder-fired rocket tore open the armored hull and tore apart the man inside. Seeing this, they used the few remaining rockets that they could scrounge up to do the same to the other mechanical monsters. But soon, they ran out, since they were fire-and-forget weapons. Then they only had a few more tricks. As hastily as they could, they put up any claymore mines they could find and enticed the infantry units close. Then they gave them a present wrapped in a brick of C4, but this only brought a bigger response as the enemy saw the explosion. And holding back the enemy at that point seemed nearly impossible. As they began to fall back, the squad continued to fall one by one. It looked for a moment that some of them may escape. That is, until one of the walking units made its entrance. Clearly damaged, but still packed a hell of a punch. Unleashing a volley of missiles, several of the soldiers were torn apart. One body from a young grunt was thrown into the sergeant with so much force that his helmet actually came off as it was threw the sergeant into the side of a disabled tank with enough force to knock him completely cold. Leaving him behind, the enemy believed he was dead, and the battle around him would cease less than 20 minutes later. A few hours later, the sergeant opened his eyes. His body cried out in pain, but he forced himself to move. He tried to get a drink out of his camelback, his hydration bladder on his back, but he realized the tube that had been over his shoulder had been shot clean off. Grabbing the tube and sucking what he could out of what was left, he looked around. Pushing the body off of him, all he could see was the dead. There was no sign of the enemy, and now he got a good look at the enemy as he walked up. They looked human, but they looked like they'd been shot up with steroids on crack wrapped in PCP. Each one he saw was firm, muscular, tall, and he saw something he almost couldn't believe. Several of these enemies were female. Not that that's unheard of, but the amount was surprising. The claymores had made quick work out of several of them, and is enough to make him almost regret it. He began to look around for any friendly vehicles or survivors at least. By the time he reached the first vehicle, the pain in his body was enough for him to take off his body armor. Walking from vehicle to vehicle and person to person, he had collected a small bag full of dog tags, but had found no survivors. Some of the tags he had to pull off still smoldering corpses, even a few he found on the ground as the bodies had been torn apart with direct hits. As the sun set on that first day, he finds himself in a disabled FLA, field litter ambulance, pulling off his shirt as he begins to see the full extent of his injuries. His entire torso, from front to back, is bruised. Where his plates were now black and purple. Pulling out the plates from his armor, he can see they're broken and will no longer help him at all. Tossing Tim next to his busted bladder pack, he begins to check his wounds. What seems like a few cracked ribs and a sore back, along with a bunch of cuts and bruises, will only get first aid this day. Everything else will have to wait until he can reach an actual doctor. He begins to fall asleep, the radio in his ear, waiting for something, anything, where to hook up with the rest of the army. At 0153, the radio sends a message. Garbled transmission. To any survivors, this is Eagle 6. New orders are to head west to California. I say again, head west. This message repeated until the sergeant actually grabbed the comms and said, break, break, break. Eagle 6, this is Sergeant Sin of 4th Infantry Division. Over. There's a pause for a moment. And then another voice comes over. I read you, Sergeant. Put your 6 on, over. Eagle 6, you're talking to him, over. Pausing again before responding, the radio says, go ahead, Sergeant. The sergeant responds, what about the eastern part of the country, over. The radio, without skipping a beat. We're pulling the battle line to the Rocky Mountains. We will engage from there, over. Confused, he keys the radio again. Eagle 6, that does not answer the question, over. There's a slightly longer pause until a slightly annoyed voice comes back over. This is an order from your commander-in-chief. Pull back now. The sergeant. Eagle 6, I need confirmation. Are we abandoning the eastern half of the United States? Over. Another longer pause. The radio responds. Only for now, Sergeant. Assemble your troops and follow your orders. The sergeant is now disgusted with the idea of falling back after he'd been wading through bodies all day. He thinks for a moment before responding. I will protect the people of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The radio snaps back. You will obey the orders of the officers appointed over you. The sergeant then responds, I will always place the mission first, and I will never accept defeat. I will never quit, and I will never leave a fallen comrade. The radio responds, do not argue with your superior, Sergeant. Now retreat behind the Continental Divide. The sergeant is just absolutely disgusted at this point and simply says, I will not use my grade or position to attain pleasure, profit, or personal safety. Over. The radio responds, you will follow your orders, Sergeant. You will abandon your position and head west at best speed. Those left behind are to be considered lost. Do you understand your orders, Sergeant? Over. The sergeant. I will never leave a fallen comrade to fall into the hands of the enemy, and under no circumstances will I ever embarrass my country. Readily will I display the intestinal fortitude required to fight on the objective and complete the mission, though I be the lone survivor. He didn't even bother with over at that point. The radio responded, Are you finished, Sergeant? Now confirm that you're heading west. That's an order. Over. The sergeant didn't even respond. He actually tossed the mic down and sits back. With only a chem light to illuminate the inside of the vehicle, he shook his head and began to think. But soon, he fell asleep again. As he wakes the next morning, he climbs out to find the sun has not even begun to rise. Ripping open a loose MRE, he eats and watches the sun begin to rise. Once he finishes, he begins to load up on a salvage vehicle. Thankfully, the driver had driven it off the road and abandoned it. After getting the charred remains of the gunner out of the cab, he begins to load it up. Food, water, ammo, medical supplies are his primary concerns. Hooking up a trailer, he loads that up as well. After replacing the .50 caliber on top and siphoning some extra fuel, he's ready to move. Driving for only a short distance, he can see the Dallas skyline as pillars of smoke are rising from the buildings. As he begins to enter the city, the level of destruction became evident. No one seemed to be spared as bodies littered the streets. There was no military presence except a single aircraft that had been shot down, unfortunately with the pilot still inside. After retrieving the pilot's tags, the sergeant noticed something on the horizon, something almost egg-shaped, and as big as a building, but not a building. It was smoking from a few small areas and had obviously been shot up, but it looked intact. Driving close, he could see that was, in fact, a ship. Around its base were several of those human-sized enemies. Slamming on the brakes, the sergeant climbed into the gunner's hatch as the driver's windows were shot out by projectiles and lasers. Holding down the butterfly, the sergeant began to tear through the enemy troops. The .50 caliber bullets had enough punch to go straight through those suits, causing the enemy to fall, even from slight hits. After reloading, the sergeant came to see that his aim was good enough. The two enemies moved, but were obviously injured. Climbing out of the turret, he grabs an M14 along with a vest full of ammo and rushes into the ship. Heading from room to room, he finds it almost completely deserted. Opening one door, he finds prisoners along with their interrogators. One reaches for his sidearm and ends up with a 7.62 millimeter in the chest. Seeing this, others raise their hands and so surrender, then start saying something the sergeant can't understand. One reaches into his shirt and the sergeant aims his weapon at his head. The prisoner on the side raises his hand and says, "Wait, there's no need to kill them." Keeping his weapon locked on the enemy's forehead. "Can you give me a reason why? And a reason why these guys are speaking in what sounds like Latin?" The prisoner says, "Because it is Latin. And these two are surrendering to you." Confused, he said, "You speak it?" Another prisoner says, "Yes, all of us here do. That's why they brought us here." The sergeant pauses for a second. "Then tell them to put their weapons down now." One of the prisoners speaks to the remaining interrogators, and the interrogators put their weapons on the ground. "All right, now take the weapons and bring them along, but keep them in front of us." The first prisoner asks, "Where are we going?" Sergeant says, "To the bridge. We need to take control of this ship." One of the prisoners speaks as the two of them lead out. The sergeant seems impressed at the size and build of the two they just captured. They reach the bridge without incident. Then the sergeant reaches the doorway and takes control of the bridge crew by clearing the room. With the help of the interpreters, he gets them all to broadcast a message to the crew as to report to the bridge. Within minutes, the entire remaining crew is captured. The sergeant looks, "All right, do we have any medics in this group?" The prisoner responds over to the ones he had captured, and they respond, "Only one." Taking a deep breath, he says, "Fine. Tell them that the sentries down at the bottom of the ship need medical attention. Take the medic and another to help you with the aid station. But if they even think about trying something," he lifts up a grenade, "I'll make sure none of them get out of this room." Once they leave, the sergeant turns to the other prisoner. All right, I want to know everything. Where they come from, why they're here, everything. The prisoner dictates to those who had come down to the planet, and they start talking back. He states, they are called Clan Wolf. Soldiers genetically engineered for combat for over 400 years. Whoa. They have been bred and trained to take over worlds. It all started with the enemies of Kerensky after a government called the Star League took power. Kerensky took his armies to the farthest reaches of known space, and that is when they prepared for retaking of the home planet Terra. However, the invasion did not go as expected, and they stopped short of reaching their goal. After which they have been fighting for planets for survival, neither side having enough power to outright destroy the other. Nor would they want to. The clans have been trying to continue their campaign. The sergeant interrupts clans, as in more than one. The prisoner gets a response. Yes, there are 15 to 20 of them around the universe. It seems as though the last conflict decimated their fighting ability to each of their governments, or this includes the clans. So they came up with a new strategy. Even though they don't like each other, they would bid, yes, they would bid for the selection of the planet and perform a trial of possession. I guess it means winner take all. This would limit the amount of clan losses and maximize their efficiency. The sergeant asked, then why did they have to kill everyone in this city? The prisoner gets a response. It appears that not everyone was killed. There was a high fatality rate, but the remaining population is being held in a holding area at the north end of the city and are awaiting orders because the invasion here didn't quite go as planned. The sergeant asks, what do you mean? When he says that, and it was changed over to the clanners, the clanner asks the question and stands up. The sergeant immediately draws his weapon on her, and the prisoner says, wait, you don't have to do that. The sergeant says, you got a good reason? The prisoner says, because before, when you rescued us, they said you were their bondsmen. The sergeant looks at him. What the fuck does that mean? The prisoner gets a long explanation from the translator, and the translator simply says, according to the laws they live by, once a person has been beaten and captured, the winner can choose to accept them as bondsmen, as their warriors. In other words, if you accept them, they serve you. The sergeant thinks for a few seconds. How do I know they won't just turn on me? The prisoner gets a message from them. It's a matter of honor for them. The sergeant thinks intently. All right, tell them I accept them all as my bondsmen. They now serve as my soldiers. The prisoner tells them, and these clanners seem to suddenly relax a little bit, but in a way that was confusing. Now, back on the subject, the sergeant says, why did their plan not work? The clanner goes to the monitor, punches a recorded message, and obviously takes them from space. The clanner begins to talk, and the prisoner interprets for them. This is from one of their ships in orbit. About 10 hours ago, they were supposed to be bringing supplies to the surface. On its descent, it encountered these missiles. The sergeant recognized them immediately. These ships in orbit were going to let them pass between the ships, and then, since they could easily dodge them, and then on the screen, an explosion is seen. A quick flash of light, and the camera is torn apart from the hulls, and has began to detonate. Even one of the largest ships took nearly a direct hit, and seemingly almost broke in half. The interpreter says, oh my God, were those? Sergeant says, just up nukes. Keep going. The prisoner shaken a little bit. Seeing as those ships that were hit lost control and men began to lose their orbit, from the few remaining vessels pulled away from the planet without the large ones to dock with, they began to run to the surface. Once touching the atmosphere, they came under increasingly heavy fire from human aircraft. The visuals show human aircraft just buzzing past these dropships, dumping all sorts of ordnance into them, a few of them losing their ability to slowly land and instead plummeting towards the planet. It seems as though our planes are better able to fight than theirs. This one made an emergency landing here where things had been secured. The other ship is sitting next to a civilian holding area. The image on the screen changes to the other ship on the screen. There are none of those large bipedal machines, only about half a dozen of those armored troops, and another dozen or so of regular infantry. It seems that the missile attack disabled the ships and they were destroyed when they got caught up in the planet's gravity well. And unfortunately for them, that was their only way of jumping back to their galaxy. So they're stuck on this planet. The sergeant raised his hand. That's enough. Those machines they use, I need to know about them. Pointing at the closest one. Soon a different image appears. The prisoner translates. This is what they call a Battletech. The sergeant's eyes fill with hate at the sight of this thing. So that is what you call one of them? What else? The prisoner continues to translate. It is the clan's primary weapon system. It has more firepower than probably a company of tanks with armor to spare. The sergeant thinks back as he continues, he saw many tanks hit these machines and they simply staggered instead of exploding. Being bipedal, it can traverse terrain better than any vehicle. The sergeant just asked, do they have anything else? The prisoner asks, they respond, and the prisoner's eyes open as he says, tanks, assorted vehicles. They don't like artillery pieces. This is the list. And then a list is shown up on the board. Unfortunately, it's in Latin. He looks over at the interpreter and says, have you forgotten I can't read this? Oh, sorry. Well, it looks like they also have some aircraft, although according to this report, they won't be flying for a while. The sergeant says, I need to know how many people are capable of working these machines. The prisoner asks, and after a response, he says, according to this, all of them. The sergeant says, great. Tell them I want all their battle mechs and vehicles ready for immediate mission. And the clanners, hearing this, scurried to work. The sergeant said, I need a complete readout of the holding area and any other forces within 150 kilometers. The prisoner, being a translator, it appears the only group within 400 kilometers is the one at the holding area. Here's the layout. The sergeant looks at, this is how things are going to work. He then laid out a battle plan and the unit moved out. They moved into position without being confronted as the IFF, Identify Friend and Foe tag, was still reading Clanner. They completely encircled the enemy machines and personnel. Once all units were in position, they relayed the message to the interpreter, who happened to be named Don. Through the sergeant's command, attention all clan wolf forces. You are currently surrounded by mechs and armor that you probably think is your own. Surrender now and I will make you all bondsmen. If not, then I will have no choice but to have you cut down with ruthless efficiency. A voice over the radio in Latin had to be translated. This is Star Captain Lucinda. You have captured us, and by our code of honor, we have now become your bondsmen. The sergeant responded, your first order is to return to the ship and guard against any incoming forces. However, any civilians you have taken into custody, you're going to protect them. He pointed at the two mechs. Those two are to stay and pull sentry guard. Have them face out. The rest of you assist me in taking care of the civilians. Don relays the order, and the sergeant moves over to the holding area, where the majority seems to be women and children. Only a few combat-age males remain. They're obviously gang members and obviously scared out of their minds. He walks among them with Don and a radio behind him. He finds a place where he can address everyone from, and then speaks to them. You are all probably wondering what the hell is going on. Well, I'm going to spell it out for you. Without firing a shot, we just liberated this city. You're all free to go where you desire. However, there are things I think you should know. First, these people are not human, if you haven't put that together already, but rather an alien species. Second, there will most likely not be a second wave. Their ships in space have either retreated or have landed on this planet. We now have control of both the ship that landed in the city and the one behind you. The remaining military forces of this country have been given an order to abandon the eastern half of the U.S. and hide like a bitch behind the Rocky Mountains. This was given by the politicians, I'm sure. There will be no reinforcements coming from our side. This tells me that they have given up all rights regarding to the sections they have abandoned. Texas is now free from the U.S. He lets that settle a little bit as he continues. There are still plenty of enemy forces on this continent, and I will be taking these forces and continuing to fight. For that reason, I am only going to ask this once. Who amongst you wants to join me in taking back our planet? The question cuts through the air like a knife, but there's no answer for a few seconds, until a small voice comes from the crowd. A young girl screams out, "I'll join you." The sergeant is a little taken back by the fact that it was just a child, only a child, to respond at that point. The gang members are some of the last ones to rise up. Still, some elected to remain quiet. The sergeant continued, "Those of you that are willing, step forward. Everyone else, I ask you to give support in a non-military fashion." One of the gang members yelled out, "Like what?" The sergeant said, "Like farming, ranching, mining. We still need civilians to assist us." Of course, there was no disapproval. "Since that is over, please step forward and register with us. Remember to tell us whether you're going to be serving as a civilian or a citizen under my command." That last spot seemed to put some of the people on edge a little, but didn't stop them from going through the registration. By the time the sergeant is finished, it is after sundown, and he is billeting everyone in a hotel that hadn't been blown apart. Using a power line from a dropship, they were able to get water and power working, and that night he talks to the command staff. "We have several children in this group. They're going to need training starting tomorrow. According to your files, this should not be a problem." He assigns an interpreter and 2 claners to begin the training with the children. "I'm not going to change your radar watch, but I do need the intensity turned up a little bit. I was able to get in virtually undetected, minus those 2 at the front. Others can do the same. Watch will be put up using at least 2 mechs and 4 of those elemental suits. This will be on constant rotation that will change out every 3.5 hours. The claners were continuing to shuffle papers as he spoke. "In addition, the small dropship will be moved to the airport along with more than half of the fighters available. Even though they'll put both dropships at the airport, is the only way to maximize security. As for the adults, they are the ones most likely in need of training. They will need to be rushed through, but do not create substandard soldiers. We all know that could be a death sentence. According to the data we have, the closest group of clan forces is in San Antonio, and it's about a 4-hour ground movement. And in the morning, I'm going to take a group with me, and we'll get eyes on their station. If all goes well, we will be able to give a complete recon and analysis of their defenses when we return. Until then, Star Colonel Thastus is in command. 1 interpreter will stay with you so that you can direct your soldiers. Don," the first interpreter, "will be coming with me along with 4 of our best scouts. That is all. Get on your assignments, and I'll see you all in a week." Everyone leaves, and the sergeant stays to analyze the few maps and shuffle around the forces he has. At the moment, it looks like there is an even split in the human-to-clan ratio. He wonders if that's going to keep things calm. Around 0630, a pickup truck is loaded with enough MREs, water, and fuel for them to make the trip. 6 of them load up, and the clanners in the back watch as the dropship disappear into the horizon. 4 hours later, they dismount around the city limits. There are 2 of those large dropship and another one of those small ones, As they scurry around the city, the sergeant notices that the emblem on the side of the ships the vehicles is different. No, it's not different. It does match those in Dallas. For 5 days, they sat and watched. For 5 days, they took down notes on everything that was going on. And for 5 days, they figured out how to take the clanners down quickly and efficiently. The holding area had been lightly guarded and could be easily taken down. Infiltration teams would be needed for the dropships, and a strike force would be needed for the rest. On arrival of the team back to Dallas, the sergeant immediately assembled the leadership to find out how far the new soldiers had come. One of the clanners, being translated to him, said, "The children listen well and push themselves hard, but I believe some of them are pushing themselves beyond their limits. In some cases, the children have passed out in the middle of training." The sergeant kind of smiles and said, "They're eager with vengeance. They'll make the best of us one day. Assign a medic to keep watch over the children during the day, but allow them to keep this intensity. It'll serve them well, especially as adults. Now, speaking of adults," he turns to the two in charge of them. Another clanner talks up and says, "We have been having some disciplinary problems with a few of them, but the rest are working out well. They have already grasped the basics and are almost ready for practical application." The sergeant says, "I will leave you two to handle any disorderly ones as you see fit. The rest of you have to get them prepared for the first taste of combat. We will take San Antonio soon. How are the civilians working out?" Another clanner comes up. "Surprisingly well. There have been several new arrivals since you've been gone, and they've been working diligently to get us the supplies we require." "New arrivals?" "Yes. 4 more have come to join us. However, they only wish to serve as civilian status. As long as they're registered to work and they work hard, I leave it in your hands. Now on to our assault San Antonio." After laying out the plan, everyone starts to prepare. Much to the clanner's dismay, the battle mechs will be joining the battle at the last line. The sergeant leads the infiltration teams aimed at the dropship. With only a small contingent guarding Dallas, they're off. The sergeant gets everyone in position at around 0230, and they sprint for the ships. They have 15 minutes to get to the bridge and take control of the ship, or things are going to get really nasty really quick. The clanners with him move so fast and effortlessly, for a second the sergeant thinks he'll need to be carried to the bridge. Although once inside, they take over the bridge of each of the ships and immediately begin an immediate lockdown of all systems. Within the ships, doors are sealed, and with no one in the engine room, they have successfully captured everyone on board, even though they don't know it yet. Now it's time for the holding area. One of the ships is parked right outside the wire and can get shots off in the guard positions, just in case things go bad. One by one, the positions are taken down, and soon there's only one more target left. The 2 mechs on patrol are on their way back with everyone in position. They get ready to spring the trap. As the enemy mechs turn down the street, they suddenly stop as they read their radar and see mechs heading their way. Frantically, they send a message. "Command, this is Fang 2-3. We are reading 2 lances of mechs heading directly to our position." The response was, "Fang 2-3. We are sending reinforcements to your position. Head northeast corner of the city. Reinforcements will meet you." With that, the 2 trot along and don't even notice they're about to walk over a bridge. As they do, explosives detonate and the bridge gives way underfoot. A few moments later, the 2 mechs are stuck waist deep and begin calling for assistance, but they get a different message. And it's from Sergeant Sin, as he greets them in broken Latin but is translated. "This ship is now under the control of General Sin. If you wish to live, surrender yourselves and become bondsmen under my command. Or you can take your chances." The clanners in the mech looks up and see that the other mechs have closed in and are surrounding them. After a few seconds, they surrender fully, and the battle is over. A few days later, after retrieving the stuck mechs and registering the new soldiers, it is time to move the group to Dallas. A small unit is left behind with the civilians to remain an outpost. Now, Sin has enough ships and weapons to take on an entire division. This is brought up in the next meeting. Clanner Delphine. Sir, we now have enough firepower to take on any city on this continent. General Sin. Are you proposing that we bring our arms to bear against the entire continent? Delphine. We can use sneak attacks, but the rest of the clan forces are disheartened by these attacks. We are a proud race, and look where it has gotten you, Sin says. Stranded on a remote planet on the edge of unknown space. Your pride has become a luxury you can no longer afford, Colonel. Clanner Garan comes in. Then what do you propose, sir? Sin. We need to get the new soldiers trained and ready as soon as possible. On top of that, there are only a few more months before winter, and the civilian workers are going to need help getting everything ready. Garan. Ready for what, sir? Sin. Unlike most planets you have been to, on this planet we have a change of seasons. It's summer now, and everything grows fine. Food is plentiful. Once it becomes winter, the air will be cold, and life will become harsh for everyone. Interpreter Don. He's right. The farther north or south you go, the more dramatic the change. This will deplete the other clan forces to varying degrees. Delphine. But the cold air will make it easier for us to use mechs. Sin. That won't matter if their soldiers are half starved and the equipment is not serviceable. Garan. So we're going to just sit here and wait? Sin. No. We're going to prepare. For the next few weeks, there is nonstop activity in Texas. Supplies are shuttled back and forth. Soldiers are trained. Children are being brought up in mainly Spartan ways. Civilians bringing life back to some semblance of normalcy, though it's far from normal for humans to see combat patrols and battle mechs every day. General Sin is constantly checking in on the progress of his soldiers and working with them as much as possible. In some cases, he helps dig ditches, or for runoff, or running cable for electricians. There's nothing he is not willing to do with his people, no matter how difficult or how simple the task. Everyone sees this and are inspired to push themselves even harder. In some cases, the clanners can't even tell which one of the worker and which one their leader is. Clanner Garan addresses him and says, Sir, why do you insist on working with the non-combatants? It does not seem right. Sin asks, why not? Garan says, it seems a bit degrading for someone of your stature and position to relegate yourself in such a way. Clanner Delphine, this is correct. The leader must be a figure for their people, a symbol of greatness of their post. Sin, what am I, some dumbass politician? I'm not that kind of a leader. Any leader that thinks themselves above the tasks of their subordinates is no longer a leader. They're just a dictator. Garan and Delphine look at each other for a moment, then take off their BDU tops and start working with Sin, as they seem to understand his words. When the day is over, Sin, Garan, and Delphine are able to look at what they've accomplished. This act of working with subordinates actually brings morale up. Delphine, I am beginning to see the worth of this work, though it still seems beneath our rank. Sin, perhaps, but you must keep a sense of humility. Delphine, we are humbled in battle. Sin, from what I can tell, only as bondsmen. Delphine, we are humbled by our losses. Sin, I still cannot understand that, though you still think of yourself as superior to these men and women. What makes my profession any more important than theirs? Of course, no answer. Sin reaches out and puts his hands on Delphine's shoulder. Look, you may be a clanner, but when you look over all the things you have done during the day, you will feel the same amount of pride, and you'll see that we're not so different. Delphine, I'm not sure I understand. You will. Once they're done, Delphine looked over the work they had completed. She gazes in a way that shows a light of understanding and a little bit of pride. As she turns away, she stands face to face with Garan. He has the same type of look on his face as he buttons his shirt. When not working with everyone, Sin is working on the next battle plan. The next closest clan outpost is Oklahoma City. It's a relatively small outpost with only one Daedalus-class dropship, a rather small one, and a single lance of mechs along with armor as protection, being used as a hub to relay information from the East Coast from the battle line of what remains of the U.S. Taking it out very well forced the clans to hold off any future attacks until relay stations can be reinforced. This would pull more of the clan forces away from the larger targets. The clan forces that were already under Sin's command were more than a little eager to get that party started. The outpost they were going after belonged to Clan Jade Falcon. In reading about clan history, these two clans really hate each other. In fact, they hate each other the most. So much that bloody wars had come around between the two. With 3 stars of mechs and 2 companies of armor, they set out. It will take 2 days to reach the outpost. That night, Sin looked at the stars again and saw the remnants of another ship burn up through the atmosphere. It made him sad to think how many lives have been lost and how many will still go to the other side soon. About mid-morning the next day, they had the outpost in sight. With air support on standby, it is now time to talk to the outpost. Now that Sin had learned some Latin, he could talk to the outpost directly. Sin, in broken Latin. This is General Sin calling Jade Falcon Outpost. You are outnumbered and outgunned, and I have no doubt in my mind that you will fight to the death. But I would rather have you live on as my bondsman. What say you? There was no answer over the radio for almost a full minute, but he could see the outpost was getting ready for a fight. He continued, Jade Falcon Outpost, I am issuing a trial of possession. Do you accept? Crackling across the radio, this is Star Captain Ian Kalsar, commander of this outpost. Name your bid. Sin responded, single combat, you and your mech against me and my mech. Kalsar, chuckling, do you insult me with this bid? You are freeborn. You will not prove to be any contest. Sin, do you wish to change the bid, Star Captain? Kalsar, neg, I will see you on the field, Freebirth. Sin, well bargained and done. All units hold position. This is my fight. Pushing the throttle forward on his direwolf, he is lumbering forward. It doesn't take long before Kalsar's vulture comes into view. Sin prepares a little surprise for Kalsar. As the vulture gets in range, the new targeting system that they pulled out of one of the Earth fighters locks almost instantaneously. This allows Sin the vital first hit. Kalsar's vulture takes the hit from the Gauss rifle and staggers from the hit but keeps advancing. He turns his legs and lets loose a few autocannon shots. Only one grazes Sin's mech. Sin holds his fire as the pulse lasers burn his armor. Just as Kalsar lets loose with his barrage of missiles, Sin uses what's known as Alpha Strike. That is, he fires all his weapons at once, all his direct fire weapons and missiles. Most of the missiles detonate prematurely, causing the vulture to stagger again, but the 2 Gauss rifle rounds hit the vulture's left side, forcing it to lose balance, stumble, and fall to the ground. Now with this vulnerable underbelly exposed, Sin awaits for his weapons to recharge and reload. The vulture is kicking, trying to right itself as Sin moves in to get a good shot at Kalsar's mech. With the heat still high, he knows that the next shot will shut down his mech as a safety precaution. So instead, he opens his radio. Star Captain Kalsar, your mech is disabled and I am in perfect firing position to kill you. Concede defeat and you will live under my command. Kalsar waits a few seconds as he begins to try and get his mech to stand back up. However, as he moves, he realized that Sin was not lying. He was in perfect strike position. Over the radio, Kalsar responds, Do I have your word that my subordinates will be treated with honor? Sin responds, Honor and respect, Star Captain. You will not be the first clan warriors to serve under my command. There was silence again. Kalsar put out a broad band. The trial is over. The battle is lost. Over a broadband spectrum, Sin said, Then I take you and your subordinate as my bondsmen. Jade Falcons, lower your weapons and hold all radio communications for any other forces. I want a full list of current supplies, equipment, and personnel when I get there. Colonel Grand, take control of Alpha and Bravo Lances and set up security. Colonel Delphine, you are to follow me to the outpost and assist in getting things ready to go. Call in one of our dropships and get all equipment and personnel out of here. When the Jade Falcons come in looking for their outpost, I don't want to be here. Everything goes like clockwork. With the landing of the second dropship, the entire outpost is removed from the map. Within 4 hours, the two dropships are heading back to Dallas and the mechs are making their long walk back. As thought, when the Falcons came looking for the outpost, it just wasn't there. It takes several days to totally process the personnel and equipment, along with the information, Falcons' movements, and resources. Clanner Delphine, it seems that the outpost was one of 3, but was a major factor in the attacks on the southern end of the Continental Divide. With the sudden loss of one of the outposts, the Falcons have pulled their forces back to protect the others. In essence, the loss of a single relay station was enough to halt the attacks of Jade Falcon units. Sin, well done, Colonel. It seems our assault created the desired effect. Delphine, then we should continue the advance. I still do not know why we do not hold the ground we took from the Falcons. Sin, deception can be just as good as a weapon as a missile. Strategically place either one and you can put an entire population into disarray. Delphine, I still do not understand why we could not just continue pushing across and taking out the entire clan. Sin, a little annoyed, states, regardless of your personal feelings, we do not have the capability to face them yet, not without taking massive losses, unsustainable losses. Delphine, how can you be so calm about losing ground? Sin, we have lost nothing. We got in and out without them knowing who attacked them or why. Delphine, how do you know that? Sin, have they attacked us yet? The Jade Falcon clan are one of the most bloodthirsty and reckless of all the clans. If they knew, they would have already come at us with everything at their disposal. For right now, we must be ready. Delphine asks, for what, sir? Sin responds, the next step. It was not long before Sin would have to move his units elsewhere. With the dropships, he could make an insertion anywhere, but half his soldiers were green humans. It would take too many of them to move aggressively into occupied territory. It was a hard decision, but they had to stay put for the time being. Soon it would be winter, and without resupply, the clanners are in for a rough one. The people enjoyed a good harvest and had more than enough food to keep them going throughout the winter months. The humans continued to cross-train, as well as help with the harvest. Sin had set himself up on a rigid training schedule so that he could work with both the human and clanner soldiers better. By the time Christmas comes, the troops are functioning so well together that soon they will be able to move against another target. Information is ammunition in any military strategy. To work under the radar, literally, the recon teams have to use horses. This makes information slow, but keeps casualties extremely low and detection almost at 0. Pictures are taken from the entire perimeter of the base, from Little Rock, Birmingham, Jackson, Springfield, Atlanta, and all the old military posts in between. It will be almost continuous march to Atlanta. The large airport there is vital to keeping this increased Air Force flying. Sin says, I will lead the main attack group and we will head east. Our first objective will be to liberate a re-education center, he says with a bit of disdain, the Steel Viper clan is using in the city of Jackson. Garand states, the Steel Vipers are one of the smallest clans, but they were able to bid successfully for this region of the world. It will be easier than taking on a strong clan like the Wolf. Sin replies, don't get ahead of yourself. These are clan warriors we're going up against. They are not to be trifled with. Delphine comes in. Our next objective will be... Sin looks at her. You will be not going with us. Your first objective will be to take this area. He points down to the map. The city of Little Rock. Don't be concerned about the name. We're going to need you to set up an outpost in that area. Major highways crisscross this area, one of which heads straight here. This is going to be an early warning and basically a shield for any incoming units from the north. After you settle the refugees, you will continue until you reach this city. He points again. Nashville. This is where we will engage a company of armor and about 1 lance of mechs. He continues, while you're taking care of that, Colonel Garan and I will move on to Birmingham. There we will split and he will take a group south to Montgomery. At this point, we will advance and hit the city from 2 sides at once. Be sure to draw them away from the city when you engage them. The perimeter defenses are something I do not want to deal with when I'm fighting someone else. Is there any questions? Delphine, will there be air cover? Sin responds, Major Davis will be coordinating that with you. He will be staying behind to make sure our support and logistics are taken care of. Delphine asks, are there any dropships in any of these cities? Sin responds, yes, intelligence has reported there are 6 dropships total. There are 2 overlords, 3 Rothguards, and 1 that's reported to be non-functional. Sabotage teams will be in position to pirate them and to knock out any targets of opportunity. Garan asks, are we bidding for this? Sin responds, no, they'll be given a chance to surrender, but if they don't, then do as you must. Delphine then asks, what if they insist on a trial of possession? Sin says, bid everything you've got. No more questions followed, and for the next 3 days, everything is in a state of chaos. Vehicles and soldiers are prepared, equipment is given a 1 more check, and communications are constantly checked and rechecked. It is not long before everyone reports ready. Sin climbs the ladder up into his direwolf with the cold chill of the air biting him. Mech warriors can't wear too much clothing unless they want to pass out from the heat as they sit right on top of the reactor. He settles into the control couch and puts on his neural helmet. He begins startups and feels the helmet begin to interact with his equilibrium, this keeping the mech standing. Then he feels the coolant circulating through his vest. Within a minute, his mech is ready to go. Sin calls up, Tower, this is Able 6, over. This is Tower, go ahead, Able 6. Prepared to move out, Tower, are we clear? Roger, Able 6, your path is clear, good hunting. Thanks, Tower. Able 6 out. All units fall in on me. Acknowledgement lights blink on as Sin is headed out. It is easy to tell which one Sin is in. He is not the only direwolf, but he had the only army star painted on it. He painted on himself onto the torso of his mech. Where the star is located is one of the hardest parts of the mech, so there's no need to worry too much about it being a target. It is a long march to Jackson. Running his mech hard is no problem. The cool air makes it easy to push the reactor just a little bit harder. Before they even reach Jackson, they receive a message from the tower. This is Sierra 6 calling Able 6, over. This is Able 6, go ahead. Relay from Group 2, they have successfully completed their first objective. Over. Oh, that's good news, Sierra 6. Relay that I'm pleased and I'll be looking forward to the next report, over. Confirmed, Able 6. I will relay it. Sierra 6 out. They pass the Mississippi River and have Jackson in sight within 2 more hours. The city is deserted, but Sin separates a small group near the interchange to interact as an observation post. The march doesn't even slow down until they reach Birmingham, 2 days later. This time, they're engaged by Viper fighter craft before they even reach the city limits. A few quick sorties, and soon the fighters just stop coming. With Birmingham in sight, Sin begins to pull on the reins of his group. He calls, all right, everyone, this is it. Birmingham will give us the outpost we need to control traffic throughout the region. Fight with honor, but fight to win. As the battle line is finished forming, they can see the city defenses mobilizing. Just as the line begins to move, friendly fighters come in low behind the Allied lines. They barely miss the top of the mechs and scream by and unleash a barrage of missile and cluster bombs. The ground around the base of the city shakes, and a few buildings topple over from the explosion. This gives Sin's attackers the opening they need, and they let loose with their first barrage. Within a minute, the Viper warriors are in retreat into the city. Then the dropship, holding position inside the city, begins to pick targets off from inside. Sin gets on his comms and puts out in broadband, "You can no longer fight, and you have no place to retreat. Surrender, and I will spare your lives. You have my word of honor." The mechs in his group stop short of the city. Of course, no mech pilot would ever enter a city unless they have absolutely no other option. Everyone else takes up position around the city, and soon they get the response. The voice over the radio says, "This is Planet Captain Versetti. Under the terms of surrender, you will not treat my bondsman poorly." Sin responds, "Why would I mistreat bondsmen?" Versetti, "Do you agree with these terms?" Sin, "Well bargained and done." He changes to the company frequency. "All units stand down. They're surrendering." Garand comes in. "This is against clan code. There is no way they would just surrender." Sin responds, "You heard the conversation yourself. The last officer left is a planet captain. Everyone else has probably been killed. It doesn't make sense for your soldiers to fight a hopeless battle when you can save them, right? Yes? No?" Garand, "I still do not trust him." Slightly smirking, Sin responds, "Trust must be earned, Colonel. You of all people should understand that. Besides, I would rather take the opportunity for more information." Garand responds, "Understood, sir." Sin changes out. "All mech units are to stay outside the city with the exception of myself and Colonel Garand. We will be proceeding and salvaging immediately. I want the mobile field base set up within an hour. Dropship crews, continue to keep active sensor running. I don't want any nasty surprises." A voice comes over the radio. "Sir, this is Dropship Sling Serpent. There's a large body to our east. Looks like we're going to attack, but they changed their minds." Sin responds, "What do you mean?" Over. The voice then responds again. They halted and turned back east, sir. They're in full retreat, over." Sin, "Roger. Keep an eye on that radar." Garand comes in. "Are we not going to engage them, sir?" "They already have a head start, Colonel. It would take us more than an hour to get our forces around the city just to pursue them. By then..." Garand, "I understand, sir." Then Garand throttles up to enter the city. Sin calls out, "Keep it slow. These streets are not designed for mechs." For the next day, the forces worked on getting the personnel taken care of and equipment repaired. Most of the Viper's equipment and personnel had already been damaged and or injured. It will take a long time before everyone is ready to go. During this time, Sin receives word that Delphine that take the city and it doubled the expected enemy. Sin looks over the report with a list of 3 dropship, 4 lances of mechs, 2 companies of armor, and 2 companies of infantry. Sin looks at Delphine. "I have just received your report, and are these numbers correct?" Delphine, "Yes, sir. It seems as though Clan Viper was using the city as a cache site to quickly resupply its front units." Sin, "If it was that important, then prepare for counterattack. I doubt the rest of the Viper is going to let this stand that we took such an important location." Delphine, "I have been thinking the same thing, sir. However, there has not been a single report from the radar. It may be possible that the loss of both locations have forced them to hold their assaults." Sin, "It's more likely that they're marshaling their forces. Keep security tight and begin to transport some of the equipment back to Dallas." Delphine, "Yes, sir." Before she leaves, "Sin, just one more thing." Delphine turns, "What is it, sir?" Sin, "Take your time sending the equipment back. We don't need to overwork our pilots and drivers. That will make us lose equipment we can't decide to lose." Delphine, "Understood." Sin ends the transmission with, "Able 6 out." It takes almost a week to get the city back into fighting shape. There are a few problems with the new recruits. Sin has given everyone strict orders not to be too harsh with them. However, they must do what they must. They are bondsmen, after all. Even though exhausted, Sin climbs into his mech and leads his battle group into Montgomery. There, they head northeast to Atlanta. The plan is simple in that all they have to do is trick the units to come outside of the city, then the second group can hit the city directly. With the infiltration teams already in place at this time to hit them. Once they get within radar range, the scouts radio back about mechs and armor and aircraft leaving the city. They reach the phase line on time and can see the forces advancing towards them. That's when a second group comes under radar range. Sin calls out, "Attention, Steel Viper forces. This is General Sim, and I am in command of the two groups that you are en route to your base of operations. I call upon you to surrender now before your forces are torn apart." A voice comes over. "This is Galaxy Commander Mina Javanis. Who are you to demand such a thing?" Sin, "I am just a man that would rather you surrender and serve under me and have both sides tear each other apart until the war spoils are just piles of metal." Javanis responds, "We do not follow your rules of engagement, Freebirth. We are a proud people and would never surrender to the likes of you." Sin responds, "Pride is a good thing in small doses, but too much will spill blood for no reason." Jovanis, "Then why do you not challenge me to a trial of possession, Freebirth?" Sin responds, "Because I would rather not have to lose a soldier like you." There is silence on the line for a moment. "It is my intention to save as many lives as I can. If all you care about is your pride, and you will throw away the lives of your soldiers for absolutely nothing, I would not do that. As a leader, I would think you would not do that either." Jovanis, "So you are rejecting my challenge?" Sin takes a deep breath. "I see your pride has taken the best of you. I accept your challenge." Jovanis, "State your terms." Sin responds, "Single combat. If you win, my forces will pull back, and if you win, I get command over yours." Jovanis, "That is very one-sided bid." Sin, "Are you afraid of losing your command?" Jovanis responds, "I will not lose to a Freebirth." Sin, "Then the bid is complete." Jovanis, "Yes, and I will enjoy watching your forces retreat from my territory." Sin, "Well bargained and done. Step forward and be recognized." They both accelerate towards each other, Sin in his Direwolf and Jovan in her Mad Cat Mark II. Both are assault mechs, but the Mark II is designed specifically for long-range fight, while Sin's Direwolf is a set of medium and long range. This means that using the Mark II's dual Gauss rifles, Jovanis can cripple Sin's Direwolf and then finish it off with missiles. Sin will have to play this very smart. Sin turns and accelerates to top speed and uses trees and small hills as cover. Jovanis lets loose first, but only grazes Sin's shoulder with her Gauss rifle as it rips through the trees as if they're not even there. Then she lets loose a barrage of missiles that blast into the small hill. Only one missile makes a hit and only does minor damage. Then Sin let loose his own barrage. The Mad Cat is out in the open, and most of its missiles hit their target. The Mad Cat staggers a little, but quickly regains its balance. Then Jovanis looks up to the Direwolf is nowhere to be seen. She targets the area that the Direwolf is heading to, and then she sees it. Ending up right where it was before, the Direwolf fires the lasers into Jovanis' leg. The particle lasers burn large scorch marks across Jovanis' armors, but don't cause any major damage. Jovanis steadies herself to take aim, getting the Direwolf in her sights. This shot hits Sin in the right shoulder, causing half of the weapons in his right arm to fail. Jovanis backs up, trying to keep her distance, and then realizes something important. That laser shot had set the forest on fire beneath her. The heat gauge began to rise inside her cockpit, and Jovanis began to move her mech to escape the fire. Her torso is turned as she begins to push her throttle forward. That is Sin's opening. He charges Jovanis, firing his missiles first that kept going, trying to get within optimal range of all his weapons. The missiles hit Jovanis broadside, knocking one of the Gauss rifles out of action. As Jovanis turns to face Sin, he lets loose with an alpha strike. This strike is aimed directly at the missile pods at the top of the Mad Cat. With one shot, they explode, making the Mad Cat tumble to the ground. The Mad Cat is on the ground burning as Sin gets within 100 meters. Death in one shot. He turns on his comms. "You have been defeated, Galaxy Commander. I would prefer not to kill you." He aims at the cockpit with the left arm. "Judgment," he claims. A voice comes over the radio. "This is Galaxy Captain Hartina. The trial is over. The battle is lost." Silence for a few seconds. "Your orders, sir." Sin responds, "Get the medical team and dig Jovanis out of there. Contact your base and tell them to cease all hostilities and to surrender into my incoming forces. We're coming in." After retrieving Jovanis and leaving a group behind to salvage the Mad Cat, Sin made a trip into Atlanta. Garan is already in there getting things started. The airport turned out to have a much larger assortment of aircraft than they thought. Most of the large commercial planes had been destroyed and were littering the sides of the runways. Several of the terminals have aerospace fighters at them, along with the remaining Steel Viper dropships. There are over 3 Overlords and 3 of the smaller ones, and one of the 4 the aircraft-looking style, which turned out to be a Leopard. There's also an assortment of bombers, surprisingly. The dozen mech glances, along with an assortment of armored infantry, makes him smile. It takes almost a month to move equipment and personnel around, even with as many people as they have freed. Most only help in non-military support roles. This makes 65% of his fighting force clanners. With reports of Norfolk and Charleston harbors still have seaworthy vessels, it is decided that that will be the next target. Sin talks to everybody. "Once we take Charleston and Norfolk Harbor, we will greatly increase our supply abilities. With access to the oceans, our access to year-round food supply will be within our grasp." Garand points to a location on the map. "What about this place? Fort Bragg." Sin responds, "I have sent a recon team into the area, and they have told me that the full-scale bombardment has leveled most of the barracks. The entire base has been abandoned since the first attack. Unfortunately, it's the same for most military facilities in this area." He moves his hand, highlighting the southeast section of the map, crossing southern Georgia and Florida. Garand says, "There is still a chance to find survivors and equipment we can use." Sin, "Make your recon unit, and I want complete survey of these points. Document what is to be salvageable and assist any survivors if needed." Garand says, "Yes, sir. But I will need at least 2 of your interpreters for this mission." Sin, "Approved. Make your arrangements and be ready to go by 0900 Wednesday." Garand, "Yes, sir." Sin turns. "Now, Delphine, in regards to the refugees we keep taking in." Delphine, "There is no problem, sir." Sin, "What about the personnel problems in the armed forces?" Delphine, "Still primarily clans, sir, but that is to be expected. The human population is still struggling to learn our language. That has slowed down the humans from entering." Sin, "It is not that difficult to learn. Besides, if any of the other clans come calling, at least we can know what they're saying." Delphine, "In any case, the majority of humans have decided to remain in support roles." Sin responds, "That'll be fine for now. What about those in service?" Delphine, "Progressing rather well. It seems that our methods are quite effective when teaching them." Sin, "That's good to know." He looks through some more papers. "Especially since our next operation will be beginning soon." He pulls up the eastern seaboard of the United States. "It is still imperative that we take these 2 areas. If the harbors are still intact, and it will make it far easier for our fishermen. Delphine. What kind of forces are we taking? Sin. Until the recon gets back, I can't say. Just make sure everyone's ready to go. Delphine. Yes, sir. A week later, the recon team comes back with a report. Sin looks at them. Go ahead, Sergeant. Recon team leader. Sir, I have exceptional news. Not only are both harbors still intact, but it seems like most of the vessels are still in dock. Sin. Are you sure? As he starts looking through the pictures. Recon commander. Yes, sir. He shows more images as he pulls them up on screen. As you can see, the docks are nearly full. It looks like in the confusion of the pullout, only a few ships were sunk. In any case, there's nothing blocking the exit. Around 95% of the ships are seaworthy. Sin. This is excellent news. Is there anything else? Recon commander. Yes, sir. It seems like we are not the only ones interested in the harbor. Several civilians are using the harbors to launch their boats from. Sin, slightly confused. So they're civilian? Are there no military forces remaining? Recon commander. Not that we could see. The only military use ship was half sunk outside the harbor. It doesn't even look like they've stripped it for parts yet. Sin. Is there anything in particular I should be aware of before we launch operations? Recon commander. No, sir. It should be a cakewalk. After the commander leaves, Delphine looks at him. You look concerned about something. Sin. I just worry when somebody says the mission will be too easy. Preparations are made as Sin climbs into his direwolf and heads out again. It takes almost a day to reach the outskirts of Charleston Harbor. The people inside the harbor are scared to death that mechs and armor will begin to rain death upon them, so they shake in fear. Sin stops short of the harbor and gets on his PA speaker. Attention, everybody in the harbor. In spite of what you may think, we are not the aliens who attacked you. We are not here to harm you either. We're here to incorporate you into the new government. I'll be waiting in front of my people for your reply. Sin repeats his message and then climbs down from the cockpit and walked out about 100 meters in front of his mech. He is far enough away to put himself at risk, but not so far away that he doesn't have cover if things go a little bad. He is dressed sparsely and is well developed. The heat from his cockpit of the mech has made the sweat so much that it seems like he almost glistens and shines in the sun. He stands there for over a half an hour until a dog runs up to him. It sniffs his leg, and Sin kneels down and holds out his hand. The dog is friendly to him, and then a child comes running up to the dog. The little boy hugs onto the dog and speaks, "Please don't hurt my dog, mister." The boy tears up, and Sin can see the tears begin to fall down his face. "Please, mister, don't hurt him," he continues. Sin withdraws his hand away from the dog. "I wouldn't hurt him unless he hurt me. He's a good dog. You should take him back to your mom and dad." The boy starts crying even more. "What's wrong?" Sin asks. The child says, "Mommy and Daddy aren't coming home." "Did they leave?" he asks, not realizing what was going on. The child's reply, "Mommy and Daddy aren't here. They went to heaven to stay with Grandma and Grandpa." A woman walks out to the child as he begins to pull the child back. The woman states, "What are you doing here?" Sin replies, "Are you the one in charge?" "Have you come to finish us off?" she says. Sin kind of looks a little perturbed at her. "If I was going to do that, we wouldn't be here talking to you, would I? I've come to ask you to join us." "Join you?" she asks. "You can't be serious." Sin looks her dead in the eyes. "I am dead serious. This is my serious face. We are the remnants of the military, the warriors of this planet. We have no desire to fight and already beaten plenty of your people. Instead, we want you to join us in taking back our planet." The woman says, "Look around you. Do you see any soldiers here?" Sin replies, "No,
I see survivors here. If you want to stay that way, then I suggest you listen closely. The aliens that attacked have no claim to this land, but they will fight to take it. When they come through, they will not be interested in beaten civilians, just the land you are on. The woman, then we will hide. Sin goes, hide where? If we don't stop them, they will take the entire planet. If that happens, then they will kill everything that doesn't submit to their rule. And I do mean everyone. The woman then holds the child closer. Have I made my point yet? He states. The woman says, I have to think about it. A voice rings out. There isn't anything to think about. He's right. We can't just run and hide. A man emerges from the shadows. There can't be a victory unless we fight. And there's no such thing as just surviving. Not anymore. The man walks up to Sin and holds out his hand. Lieutenant Taylor, commander of this base. Sin looks around a little bit, then looks at the lieutenant, shakes his hand and says, General Sin, commander of the forces behind me, and everything between here and New Mexico. Do you and your people wish to join us? Straightening up, the man says, yes, sir. Sin says, good. Now what does this place need and how much weight can it hold? Confused, the lieutenant says, why do you need to know that? Sin replies, because I don't need to get one of those machines stuck. It's a real bitch to get him out, as he points back to his direwolf. The lieutenant says, well, keep them out until we can get some engineers in here. Sin grabs his radio and puts it to his face. Engineers? What else? Lieutenant says, we have some sick and injured. Sin nods his head and then keys his radio. Able 6 to Sierra 6, over. A voice, Sierra 6. Sin says, Sierra 6, I'm going to need medics and engineers up to my position. Also relay to Delta 6. We're going to need the mechs on perimeter watch, over. The voice, Roger, Delta 6. Did you copy last transmission, over? Delphine's voice comes over the radio. Roger, Sierra 6, I'm moving out now. As the mechs begin to move out of the way of the trucks with the support units, they all come through. Everything seems so well rehearsed, it flowed without any problems. The support vehicles begin to roll up to them and stop right next to Sin and the others. Lieutenant says, impressive. Do you do magic too? Sin looks at him, not amused. I've seen them pull off some pretty amazing things. Now, if you would please lead us to an assembly area so we can set up. The lieutenant replies, yes, sir. Things begin to happen with a quickness. The MASH, Mobile Army Surgical Hospital, is set up and is able to save a few lives. The engineers find that all but one section is safe for the assault mechs to walk on. The harbor is intact, and soon there will be hundreds of working boats that help the rather large population. Over 1,000 people had come to the harbor to seek refuge, and now getting what they wished for. Sin worked for days on registration, logistics, and even recruiting. That is, until the 6th day, where he straight up collapsed. Delphine herself brought him to the aid station on her shoulder. After a few hours, he wakes up again and has to fight off the medic so he can return to work. Thanks to this, the people work even harder as they are inspired by his actions. It seems as though he brought motivation without saying a word. And soon, the harbor is completed and ships are coming back with great loads and catches. With all this going on, a route is opened up to get food distributed throughout the entire region. With shipping lanes open and rail lines beginning to get rebuilt, it is easy to move things around. Parts become more accessible, and with cities under control, they are beginning to get things like refrigerators built and moved around. Colonel Garan speaks. Sir, we have finished my sweep of the area, and I'm ready to give my report. The area once known as Florida has been completely decimated. From what we can gather, the invaded forces used elementals with flamers to burn almost every city on the peninsula. Everything south of Daytona Beach is a complete loss. Whatever has not been burned is flooded. It looks like it probably was a vengeance attack. We clanners are known for such things. Most everything between there and Montgomery has been left untouched. This means there are probably more survivors and refugees we just haven't found yet. We found the remnants of a military airfield in Pensacola, and it's completely unusable. However, we did have some resistance in Mobile. A small unit of elementals were left behind to make a fine addition to our forces. Beyond that, no other resources to report, sir. Sin responds, "Thank you, Colonel. We will begin to move into the area once we have taken Norfolk Harbor. Once we have it, we can set up a line across here to guard the next attacks from the north. With monitoring stations in Fort Bragg, Knoxville, and Nashville, the clanners in the north won't be able to come down in large force without us knowing." Garan, "Sir, are you sure it is wise to simply hold the line of defense? Wouldn't it be wiser to continue on?" Sin, "Normally I would agree with you, but our forces are spread way too thin right now. Until the next batch of recruits comes out, we are all ready for our amphibious landing and can't risk anything." Delphine chimes in, "I believe Garan is right, sir. The forces to the north received very heavy resistance during the initial attack. It is a very high doubt that they would be able to stop us." Sin looks at them both with deadpan eyes. "Is one victory worth it? I've looked over the reports. If we deploy now, there's a very good chance that any strike could spell disaster to our people. If we push now, we will have an 80% combat loss before it's all over. That is far beyond acceptable." Garan, "But victory can be ours." A bit annoyed now, Sin replies, "Really? Is that what the clans thought when they first invaded? We need to play this as smart as possible. Our recon teams have already located the enemy base here, here, and here. It is most likely there they still have more that we haven't found yet." Garan, "Even so, we can force them to retreat. Without their bases, they will be easy prey. We can hunt them down easily." Sin responds, "Taking the bases cannot be done with our existing personnel. I know we have plenty of equipment to make it work, but we do not have enough personnel. You're taking weeks of fighting and months of consolidation before we can even think about going on after the stragglers." He takes a pause just to relax himself. "I appreciate your input and I respect your wisdom, both of you. But I cannot jeopardize everything for the chance of a quick victory. There are still clan forces on other continents. Should they learn what we are doing and have such depleted forces, we would be easy prey." Delphine, lowering her head a little bit, "I understand, sir. We will continue preparation." For the next 2 months, training continued. The next system seemed to be working out very well. There was still crime, but it was kept to a minimal. Soon it was time for the next phase to begin. Sin addressed all the commanders on his plan. Delphine and Garan would not take notes since they already helped develop said plan. He states, "The plan is to launch a large force directly at the enemy's largest base here in Richmond, Indiana. That will provoke a response from the bases here in Columbus and New York. On their way to support their other units, they will be prey for our air support. We have a wing of Spectre gunships will do most of the heavy damage, while the fighters will keep the enemy air support busy. From there, the mobile artillery will move into position and pummel the remaining forces. Once the fire base is pacified with the initial barrage and the external strike, they will move on to the next base. Columbus is mainly a hub between New York and Richmond. Infiltration teams will be key to taking the base resources once intact. Once they have done, they can focus on New York City. If they cannot get the clanners to come out of the city, then an amphibious assault will take place at night. With the docks secured, they will move to pirate the last overlord dropship on the continent. With its large weapons, we can force the commander to surrender without having to kill every last clanner. It is better to take the resources and the personnel intact." Commander of the amphibious force, "Sir, why don't we secure the overlord and punch through the mechs and armor?" Sin, The fact that the land under the city has been tunneled and refitted so many times, it will not support anything, probably not even a heavy mech. Garan, you know as well as I do, we do not send mechs through a city, especially an unstable one underfoot. Once the overlord is taken, the morale of everyone will disappear with the last defensive option. Sin adds, with a little luck, we should be able to interrogate their forces the same way most of you got here. There is no more discussion after that. The plan is simple, almost to a fault. Even though they can only try it once, everyone is very optimistic. It's springtime when they begin to move for the assault. All the vehicles have been upgraded with clan technology, so the fight will go much smoother. The morning approached, and the sound of turbines cut in the air. Men and materials begin to move as they begin the long journey north. As the last assault forces moves out, the second is lined up and ready to move and to go. Aircraft are checked and rechecked. At the end of the first day, the second assault group is in position. The second stops to rest to check the equipment before the next movement on the phase line. Early the next morning, alarms are sounding throughout the enemy bases. Personnel scramble to their stations and all sorts of machinery begins to come alive. On the horizon, the first battle group can see their target. Mechs begin to move out of their base and turrets begin to acquire their target. Sin stops his group and tries to establish radio contact. This is General Sin, commander of the forces in front of you. I claim this base, these lands, and your forces in the name of Earth. A voice comes over the radio. You are unworthy of making such a claim, Freebirth. You will end up as target practice for my soldiers as you prepare to face real warriors in battle. Sin, I expect more from a Jade Falcon warrior. Perhaps I expected too much. Voice, damn you, Freebirth, you shall be the first to die. Or perhaps you will be my bondsman. I, Kennick Hollishan, shall make you my personal pet. Sin responds, try it. With that, there is no more talk. The battle groups move towards each other, and the still-moving air suddenly fills with death. The first barrage is always the worst. In many cases, the outcome of a battle is decided with this point. Hagishin lets loose with a ray of missiles as he can taste victory for only a second. He suddenly becomes aware that his turrets are not firing. He is too busy to give too much thought at the moment, but the infiltration teams have done their jobs. The turrets and dropships are now under Sin's command. The dropships close all hatches and finish powering up. Then they begin taking shots at some of the enemy inside the base. They fire on the runway, stopping most of the aircraft as they can no longer take off. Then the turrets begin to target the Falcon forces. It only takes a moment for the Falcon forces to realize their situation. A few seconds later, Falcon ejection pods can be seen launching through the sky. Sin takes point in his direwolf. Since his mech can take the most damage, he draws the fire to him. His mech shakes so bad that he can barely get a lock on his target. Using only mid and short-range weapon, he begins to use a light version of his Alpha Strike. Not using missiles keeps his mech much, much cooler, although each shot does still produce a lot of heat. In the second engagement area, fighters dance across the sky as the Spectres begin to take down the mechs. With 20-plus gunships firing down on them, the mechs of the battle group are easy targets. Making only one pass minimizes the casualties, but one mech that can hit it directly will cause the Spectre to fall to the earth in pieces. Others have battle scars as they limp away after the Spectre's assault. As the group stops to pull personnel out of their equipment and see what they have fought with, the mobile artillery turns the area into a valley of death. Sin is unable to walk his mech in the front doors of the base because of this. The personnel are already taken care of, and emergency crews are hard at work. His forces pulled the plan off so well, it seems like a dream. His mech is covered in pop marks and laser burns, but he still has a lot of ammo in it, and he is able to get a refit done in less than an hour. He did not lose a single mech, but of course there were still casualties. They all worked through the night and far into the next day. With the base turrets and communications untouched, they were able to make it completely capable of holding off any sort of small attack. After a little sleep, the battle group leaves its contingent and begins to move out again, this time for the second base. It will be a very long walk, and soon, and eventually, they find the base. It is deserted, and in one hell of a hurry. In the distance, he can see smoke. Sin leads a group over to recon the area and finds the remains of the Falcons battle group. The small group is online as they look over the destruction. Nothing and nobody was spared. Sin crouches his mech as a sign of respect. A voice over the radio. "Sir, what are you doing?" Sin responds in a low tone. "These may have been enemies, but they were still warriors. They deserve better than to die like this. The only thing I can give them now is respect. They moved to the battle faster than I thought. They would have made it before the battle was over had I not given the order to do this." "Sir, you did what had to be done." Sin responds, "I know. Doesn't mean I have to like it. And still, they deserve better than this." Sin gets up, turns his mech around, and begins to head back. He looks behind him to see the rest of the group either crouching their mechs or kneeling. He didn't say another word. He just waited for them to finish and made the walk back. Sin holds everyone in the base and checks to see what's left. He doesn't leave until the next morning. Though the entire march, he didn't say a word. The thought of the abandoned base and the killing field is still fresh in his mind. It is not long to the next base, but by nightfall they can see the lights from the base. When he goes up to check in with the scouts, he can see a large amount of activity. The scout tells him, "Sir, our infiltration teams are inside, but I doubt they can move until the attack begins. Those 4 dropships are going to be a big problem. It's a good possibility that we can't capture all of them, just 3 of them. However," Sin cuts in, "well, we'll just leave it to them. With the new codes and layouts, it shouldn't be much of a problem for them." Scout, "Sir, I'm just concerned about the remaining dropship." Sin responds, "I understand your concerns, but it's in their hands now. Just worry about your job." With that, Sin takes one last look and leaves the perimeter. He spends most of the night preparing like everyone else. The scorch marks on his armor are still fresh, and the paint still chipping off. He looks over his soldiers. Many of them are asleep, while others make final checks. The artillery will be in place before dawn. This time, it is only paladins and howitzers. It was a complete waste what he did to the other battle group. He will not do that again if he can help it. As dawn approaches, men and machines begin to come to life. They move into position and Sin makes the call over the radio. "This is General Sin of the Earth forces opposing you. You are outnumbered and outgunned. Surrender and become my bondsman or fight, and I cannot promise you your lives." A response came back. "This is Star Captain Corrigan of the Jade Falcons. We do not surrender to Freebirth scum like you. We will fight, and we will die glorious in the battlefield." Sin responds, "Glorious or not, death is death. We are all equals when it comes to that. I, however, want to save the lives of both my soldiers and yours." Corrigan responds, "We will not be your slaves, Freebirth." Sin says, "No one's asking you to be one. If you wish to send your soldiers to die like the others, I can't stop you. But I can challenge you to a trial of position." Corrigan, without skipping a beat, "Your terms. You and I will face each other in our mechs. If you win, my forces will withdraw and not return. If I win, your forces will become under my command. Also, your base will fall under the Earth rule. Corrigan pauses for a moment, most likely looking at the forces he's about to face. Well bargained and done. The front gates are pushed open and a summoner walks out. It has obvious battle damage. The large arm that usually holds the pulse particle cannon has been mangled. The torso is covered in pop marks. Several portions of the armor look like they've been patched together with standard steel. Looking close on the missile rack, he only carries a half load. Sin keys the radio. Your mech is in bad shape, Star Commander. Do you wish to proceed? Corrigan, do not mock me, Freebirth. I can beat you with even a lesser mech. Sin responds, then let's get the party started. Shall we dance? With that, Sin locked on a complement of missiles and let them fly. Corrigan used his lasers to try and shoot down most of them. This was not the lucky shot of an amateur. This guy was an ace. Firing his double PPC, Sin hits Corrigan mech in the shoulder. Corrigan's heat shoots up, but is not enough to keep him from returning fire. Corrigan lets loose with his own salvo of missiles, but finds Sin matching his tactics with a laser barrage. Unfortunately, the lasers don't get all of them, and one laser is put out of action. Sin moves sideways and lines up another shot. Corrigan stays just outside of laser range until his heat subsides. Unfortunately, the PPC can reach much, much farther. Sin fires it once again, only wings Corrigan on the front of the leg. Corrigan quickly turns to get off a shot, and that's when Sin just simply says, wrong way, Corrigan. Sin lets his next round of missiles fly. They were straight and true, and Corrigan fires all his lasers to knock them out of the sky, but the second the missiles hit the full laser barrage, bullseyes Corrigan's mech. The resulting explosion and force of lasers almost takes Corrigan apart and makes him fall backwards. It takes a few seconds for him to get his bearings again. When he turns to look at Sin, he finds Sin's direwolf standing 150 meters away with weapons locked. Admit defeat, Corrigan. I would prefer not to kill a brilliant mech warrior like you. After a few seconds of thinking, and the targeting alarm still blaring in his head, Corrigan responds, the battle is over. The trial is lost. Another voice comes from the base. Understood, Star Captain. All Jade Falcon forces stand down. Sin keys his radio. This is General Sin to all Jade Falcon forces. I take you all as my bondsmen. You now serve the Earth under my direct command. Corrigan and Sin are able to walk into the city together. Corrigan is surprised when he finds out his base has been infiltrated for days. He almost laughed at how well a direct assault would have gone for the Earth forces. For the next few days, it's the same reconsolidation and reorganization as usual. Sin is almost overjoyed to find out there are not other clan forces north of him. Buffalo is now open to him. Sin wastes no time in moving many of the dropships to the Buffalo airport. This, along with bringing the hydroelectric plants online and hooking them straight to the airport, made things much, much easier. It takes weeks to overhaul the airport and have it set up as a base of operations. Soon, it is large enough to accompany the Overlord dropships. With both the Buffalo and Atlanta working at full capacity, materials are able to be moved around very easily. Using clan technology, they are able to make vehicles run for days without having to stop. Charleston has joined as the main coastal facility with others to protect the shorelines and bring in food. Civilians had little trouble helping out the soldiers that needed things like food and shelter. The soldiers didn't mind much having to work with the civilians to get structures built and machinery running, as we knew it would come back to help them out. It is at this time Sin takes off by himself. He doesn't hide the fact that he is leaving, but he doesn't tell anyone where he is going. After a few hours, several recon flights are sent out to locate the general. It is not until early the next morning that one of the vehicles is finally spotted. When the pilot calls back, Buffalo Control, this is Firefly 8, over. Control, go ahead, Firefly 8. Pilot, we found the general's vehicle, the tower. Is he around? co-pilot is looking around through some of the optics and moves the camera around and comes across the general. He's digging a hole in the ground. As the co-pilot pans the camera backwards, he can see that it wasn't a hole. It's a grave. Several are already finished, but there are still a couple of bodies wrapped in sheets waiting to be buried. Looking at this, the pilot and co-pilot share a look, even though they can't look directly at each other. And the pilot sends the following message. Control, I don't think we should bother him right now. Tower responds, can you give me a reason not to send an escort? Co-pilot jumps in. Uploading now. The pilot looks at a small monitor and sees the recording the tower is receiving. They pause for a second. The voice from command says, confirm, Firefly. Come back for debriefing. There's no other words spoken as the plane, or from the plane or the tower for the while. When Sin returned, nobody bothered to ask him anything for days. By the time he returned, everyone knew what was going on, and they didn't push the subject. Sin was back to work soon, looking over reports from his commanders. Things seemed to be going fine when Sin called a meeting. This would have an audience of all the regional commanders. They are Sin, Garand, Delphine, Don, and Corrigan. Along with a bunch of elders, they came together in Buffalo. Sin starts off, I'm sure you're all wondering why I called you all here. It is to talk about Texas. More directly, Texas independence. Everyone looks shocked at this, except for Don, who is the Texas regional commander. For those that do not know this, but Texas used to be its own country. They became a state in order to bring Texas and the U.S. Army together to fight Mexico. Without their support, Texas would have most likely fallen, although due to this, Texans have believed themselves separate from the rest of the country. If we continue to hold them, then there will be a division in our new government. I cannot allow this. For this reason, those that wish to return or leave Texas should do so at the earliest opportunity. The line will be very clear. In 1 month, Texas will be its own nation again. Don asks, well, what about our military support? Sin replies, you will have 2 drop ships, 4 lances of mechs, and 4 companies of armor to protect you. As for personnel, you're going to have to find that yourself. Delphine screams, this is insane. We won that area in combat. It belongs to us. Sin calmly looks at her. You don't understand the history of the world like I do. Any division now will just sow the seeds of rebellion in the future. We cannot allow that at such a critical point. The peace we have now is a very fragile one. We cannot allow it to break easily. Garand asks, so why don't we force them? Annoyed, Sin turns, we are not in the business of making slaves. This country did that before. As long as I'm alive, that will never happen again. Don responds, I must prepare everyone. And he gets up to leave. Perhaps we can find a way without your help. Sin responds, one can only hope. Don walks out, and others debate the issue for a long time. It doesn't take long before things move on. In fact, they are ahead of schedule when Sin comes to inspect the progress. The ceremony takes place on the 1st of the month in Dallas, the new capital. Sin makes his speech to the audience. Texas was once its own nation. It is again. With time, I hope you can make it into a nation you can be proud of. I know Texans have always had their pride for the state. Now you can have pride in your country. As the old saying goes, God bless Texas. Pausing for a second, he also adds, you can still rely on us, don't forget. If you need us, you just have to call. Sin walks away under thunderous applause. He allows the festivities to commence as his VTOL is taking off, along with a reminder of his troops. Back in Buffalo, Sin is on video conference with Delphine, Garand, and Corrigan. Sin says, "You're telling me that the forces in Europe haven't moved since the last season?" Corrigan responds, "Yes, sir. According to the latest intelligence, the clan forces have become held up by lack of supplies. Our latest communications most have non-functioning ships and mechs. With the inability to move the heavy equipment, they have resorted to salvaging. However, they are also forced to scavenge for food and medical supplies." Sin gets a small smile on his face. "Sounds like they may be open for negotiations then." Colonel Corrigan, being a former commander of clan forces, looks up at General Sin and says, "What do you mean, sir, open to negotiations?" Sin replies, "I mean that if the leaders are any kind of leaders, they will withdraw from Europe to save the lives of their people." Garand responds, "What about the area? You can't be serious about just leaving it to be taken by the indigenous personnel." Sin responds, "From these reports, that will take some time, a lot of time. In fact, I doubt there are any humans within 1,000 kilometers of any clan forces. Even if they see the ships leaving, they'll be more than willing to stay away." They look at an overview of Europe. If the intelligence is correct, then the dropship that crashed in the Mediterranean Sea has wiped out all life in Sicily, southern Italy, good portion of Spain, and everything on North African coast. From this model, the shock waves were felt all the way up to Britain. Delphine interjects, "Jump ships were never meant to enter an atmosphere, sir. This is why we always kept them at lunar orbit or after the initial drop." Sin responds, "In any case, we need to establish contact with them the first thing in the morning. For right now, I want everybody to go get some sleep. I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be a very long day." Sin spends most of the night figuring out how to get the European forces to join him. But that was not the only problem. The remains of the U.S. was still to the west. Even with the expansion into the Great Plains and the release of the Buffalo back into the plains, things are still going a bit wrong. Even so, still, Sin is able to find sleep until about 2 in the morning. The next morning started early with an attempt to communicate with the clan forces in Europe, although all they got back was static. It isn't until they begin to relay from the ship in the middle of the Atlantic that they get a response. The voice over the comms, "This is Galaxy Commander Christian Wolmer of the Clan Steel Viper. What business do you have with us?" Sin responds, "This is General Sin of the Earth Forces. I wish to talk to you about an armistice." Wolmer, "An armistice? With a free berth? Are you joking?" Sin, "I assure you that this is for real. Instead of going through the trouble of facing the wrath of my forces, I offer you something else." "What could you possibly offer me, Freebirth?" Wolmer responds. Sin, "Sanctuary for you and your people." Wolmer pauses for a second and almost laughs. "We do not need sanctuary. We have already taken part of this planet, and will not long before our other forces come to take the rest." Sin responds, "Hate to disappoint you, Galaxy Commander, but the remains of your forces have been bogged down by this planet. Those that were on this continent have been received as my bondsmen and now serve under me. We also know that your forces are in desperate need of supplies." Wolmer, "You wish to barter instead of face me in the field of battle?" Galaxy Commander, please think about it. Your dropships can barely power up. Your mechs are so battle damaged you have only a few that function. Your soldiers are in desperate need of food and medical care. I ask you to reconsider, not for your sake, not for your title, but for theirs and the health and welfare of your men. I will await your answer." Sin puts down the mic, and Delphine is right there to ask him, "What else are you going to give them in return besides supplies?" Sin responds, "They will have a piece of this planet to call their own until the war is over." Delphine, "What piece of land?" Sin pulls up a map and points, "Portugal. From there, they can stay out of the way of their returning population, still be able to receive aid from us when needed." Delphine asks, "What if they choose not to move?" Sin solemnly says, "The commander sounds reasonable. I don't think she will have any problems with being near an abundant food supply, especially since we can set up an airport to accommodate her dropships." Delphine, kind of smug, "It seems as you have all this figured out." Sin, "Let's hope her pride doesn't refuse us." It takes more than 3 hours for Sin to get a response. Wilmer's voice comes over the radio. "I have considered your offer and talked it over with my command staff. We have decided that we will not accept your offer. We will not allow you to have control over our clan." "Galaxy Commander, please reconsider." "Goodbye, Freebirth," she snaps at him. Galaxy Commander, Wilmer, come in." Delphine puts her hand on his shoulder. "I guess she didn't want to protect her soldiers after all." Placing the hand mic down. "It was the same way here. Before the war, politicians would send men and women to go off and fight battles. They would pretend to cry, and in the same breath, use our sacrifice to enhance their careers. They never once understood what it takes to serve the people, just themselves." Sin turns and begins to walk out and yells out, "Prepare the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 7th divisions." Delphine, "For what, sir?" "We're going to go say hi to the Galaxy Commander." Within 2 days, everything is prepped and personnel accounted for. The dropships would be hot dropping mechs and troops before making their approach. This will greatly increase the survivability of their dropships, along with the cargo inside, of course. The movement goes like clockwork. The dropship flips off and fly in perfect formation. It only takes about 2.5 hours to cross the Atlantic. It will take less than that to reach the drop zone. As Sin climbs into his mech, he begins to shake a little bit. He will be the only one dropping in an assault mech. It's usually too dangerous to drop such a heavy mech, but Sin insisted on leading them on the ground. When he gets the thumbs up from the crew members, the doors underneath him begin to open. The dropship can't fully stop forward movement like the Rothgars, but it's slow enough that he can clear the bay without getting caught up in it. Voice over the radio. 30 seconds. 30 seconds to drop. And it looks like you're going to have company real soon." Keying his hand mic. "Affirmative. Just make sure you're ready when we call." "Affirmative, sir. Good hunting." Everything on the ground can be seen formation as the doors open. They know what's coming. As the clamps release, the direwolf drops suddenly. The G-forces come up so intently, it's enough to make him think he can taste his own ass. Then the landing jets kick in and everything slows down. Sin was always thinking the whole way, if there's a malfunction, and with the landing jets, I better reach for this ejection handle quick. A mech will hit hard enough to crush itself at that speed and turn the pilot into nothing but chunky salsa. On the way down, he can see the forces begin to move against him. He magnifies the image and notices that almost half of the mechs are limping. Others look like they can barely move. The mech in the lead is missing one arm and only has half of the other. Some areas have had their armor blown away with no protection at all to cover the soft internal devices. As Sin touches down, the jets release, landing with a loud thud, and he makes the call. "This is Able 6 to all units. The enemy is in very poor shape and cannot put up a solid fight. If at all possible, disable them without destroying them. I want man and machine taken in one piece." A bunch of acknowledge lights come over the radio as the first enemy makes its appearance. The Hellbringer is usually a formidable opponent, but this time it's having trouble keeping its balance. Battle scarring is all over it, and it only fired 2 medium-range lasers at him. With a single PPC shot to the upper right pelvic of the Hellbringer stumbles and falls. The exposed area is easily melted by the heat of the PPC. The mech can no longer twist to use its right hip. Being dead in the water, the infantry rush to take the pilot prisoner after it falls. The pilot coming out looks thin, extremely thin for a clanner, and has to be carried out of its cockpit. Sin gets on his radio again. Easy 6, this is Able 6. What's the status of the prisoners? Voice comes on. Able 6, this is Easy 6. These pilots are half dead. Everyone we get has to be brought to the dropship for treatments, and the medics are running out of IVs fast. Sin, confirm, coordinate with Romeo and get more medical personnel up here. This is not going to take long. Another shot and another mech goes down, and it's almost unfair that the Viper troops are falling so fast. There is usually far greater resistance when taking an objective, but today there is just not enough fight left in them. In approximately 5 minutes, Sin is standing next to one of the dropship. It looks worse than the mechs. All the dropships look like they've been gutted for parts and armor, and it's easy to tell that the one working dropship was not going to be a problem. Half the turrets have been blown off and the rest have been stripped clean. Over his PA system, he calls out, "This is General Sin of the Earth Forces. Surrender now and you will be allowed to live. If you do, we will guarantee your safety and you will be taken as bondsmen." It takes less than a minute more for the fighting to stop. However, it will take far longer to take care of the new soldiers. When Sin jumps down from his mech, he finds that everyone is half starved. Sin gets on his handheld radio. Romeo 6, this is Able 6. Response, this is Romeo 6. Romeo 6, make sure you have resupply waiting for you when you get across the ocean. These people are far worse shape than we thought. Roger, anything particular? Sin sees half-stars clanners pulling out their wounded brethren, some of the bandages that look like they haven't been changed in weeks. He responds to Romeo, "Whatever you can think of, we need a lot of it. Able 6 out." Sin climbs back up into a mech to grab his survival gear and drops it from the cockpit. "Heads up!" The clanners recognize it immediately and are fighting with their pride not to rush at it. Sin climbs back down and pulls the food and water out. He gives it to the emaciated clanners, who immediately give it to their wounded. Sin pulls out the medical supplies and gets it to the medics. Afterwards, he grabs a radio. "This is Able 6 to all elements. If you have not already, surrender your food, water, and medical supplies immediately." A response, "This is Baker 6. Are you sure about this?" Baker 6, Able 6. "They needed a lot more than we do. Now pull out your packs, and resupply is already en route." As the supply trucks begin to rumble down the streets, the clanners almost seem happy that they lost for once. Food, clean water, medical supplies, and of course parts. Everything they need is brought to them. It doesn't take long before they begin to start looking alive again. Sin stays awake for the next 4 days, coordinating food and supplies. He even helps bring a MASH, a mobile army surgical hospital that saves hundreds of lives. Garand is on the run from the coast when he notices how tired Sin is. "You should get some rest, sir. You look exhausted." Sin responds, "I'm fine. How's the next shipment coming?" Garand says, "They're offloading now, sir." Sin, "Great. Let me see." He compares the list for a moment. "This looks good. We'll not be needing a shipment for a couple of days, at least. I'll make sure you get the next request as soon as possible," as he hands the tablet back. Garand, "One more question, sir. Where are all the native personnel? There should be far more than this." Sin raises in, "Yes, there should. However, the former Galaxy Commander thought they couldn't control the general population, then they would not bother keeping them around." Garand, "I see, sir." He looks at Sin, and he sees the hatred in his eyes. "So what did you do to the Galaxy Commander?" Sin responds, "If you're thinking I hung the bitch, you're wrong. She's a private now. Maybe over time she'll learn what it means to serve her soldiers and the population." Garand, "If she does not?" Sin, "Then she will learn the hard way not to harm soldiers for her own benefit." As Garand salutes, he begins to walk away, and Sin stops him. "Colonel, one more thing. When you return with the next shipment, you will be taking control of this sector." "Sir?" "You heard me. You're the best suited for this job. You'll be in charge of setting up the new base. You're the the one with the past experience on setting bases up correctly, of course. I also need someone here that I can actually trust with my life. Garan stood slightly taller, as this was the greatest compliment anyone can give to a Kleiner. Yes, sir, he said. Sin says, I will forward you any data when it becomes available. A quick exchange of salutes and Garan is off. He has a slight grin on his face as he walks back to his transport, a grin you couldn't wipe off if you tried. Sin helps unload the supplies and keeps going throughout the night. It isn't until the next morning that Sin is brought into the medical tent after collapsing into a coma. His drive has almost put him completely under. With word of this spreading like fire on gasoline, everyone begins to push themselves even harder. When Sin walks out of the tent after sleeping for almost a day, he finds that it's almost completed dropship standing tall and proud. The round Rothgar is patched up with several functioning mechs at its base. People scurry around like they're under fire. Wiping the sleep from his eyes, Sin simply goes back to work. When Garan returns, he finds the dropships ready to go. Moving everything will be easy now. Now he just has to find a place to set up. Soon he finds a spot near the ocean, which helps a lot. His battalions work feverishly to create the runways and dropships landing pads. Even though they will be living in tents for the next few weeks, no one seems to mind. In 2 months, the base is nearly complete, and soon they will be able to move on to the next phase. Sin and Delphine work together on a plan on how to bring peace to the North American continent. With preparations complete, it's time to open up a communications line. Sin gets on the mic. I believe it is time to open talks with the American forces on the other side of the divide. Delphine, are you sure they'll even listen to you? You do not speak highly of the leadership of that nation. Sin, well, I hope that they have changed due to the, current situation. Delphine, I've been studying your country's history. Sin snaps, it's not exactly my country anymore. Delphine, I mean no disrespect. I only meant to point out that it seems that the former government prided itself on being defiant. Sin replies, slightly grinning, this is probably the only reason I'm still alive. Delphine responds, I still do not believe that they will be receptive. There is so much that's focused on birthright on your own planet. Sin responds, those that brought this country have no more claim to it. There was a time when if more than one person said they wanted to separate from this country, those that believe they own it would send soldiers to pacify the population. Delphine, sounds more like fear as she thought back to her own history of Kerensky. Sin, yes it does. It was a large pile of arrogance. Delphine asks, why do you not take them by force? Sin responds, I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. She asks, are you still loyal to them? Sin asks, the politicians? She responds, no, the country. Sin, my contract ended a long time ago. Besides, what kind of leader do they think people would follow after they abandon the soldiers under their command? Delphine says, I remember reading about a general named MacArthur. Sin responds, do not remind me of that schmuck. I'm just happy we found the archives and we can finally show the truth about that asshole. Delphine, by clan law, he would have been hung for abandoning his post like that. Sin says, just do not try to convince the politicians of that. As far as they're concerned, he received orders to withdraw before he left, which is a total lie. Delphine, I still do not understand why he took the only shore defense and ran off into the night. Sin says, I'm still trying to figure that out. Why the hell was his wife and kid doing over there? Or why they even evacuated with all their cronies and left everyone else to die? Delphine, I guess we'll never know. Sin, no, but we can hypothesize. All I want to know is we have the facts. Delphine, do you think the government leaders still think that? Sin, I hope not, or I'm in deep shit.
3 days, they try to signal the scouts on the Rocky Mountains. For 3 days, they send transmissions out asking for a reply. For 3 days, they wait patiently for someone to respond. Finally, as the sun begins to set on the third day, they get a response. The voice of the radio says, Griffin Base, this is Papa Charlie Yankee. We read you loud and clear. Clanner operator, Papa Charlie Yankee, this is Griffin Base. Are we speaking with your OIC, over? The voice responds, Roger, Griffin Base, this is the OIC. Operator, sir, we need you to stay on this frequency until we get our OIC connected. The voice replies, good copy, Griffin Base. Do you know how long that's going to take? Over. Operator, momentarily. The operator is getting motions that Sin is on the line. General Sin chimes in. This is General Sin calling Papa Charlie Yankee, over. Yes, sir, we read you, over. Papa Charlie Yankee, I see you got in touch with your seniors. Can you tell them that we have survivors east of the Continental Divide, over? The voice, confirmed. We will be sending a rescue party as soon as possible. Over. Sin, confused. That will not be necessary. We are quite stable over here. Papa Charlie Yankee, did you copy last, over? Roger, but I'm not sure we heard you correct, sir. Are you sure you do not require extraction, over? That is affirmative. We are quite safe here. I do ask that you rely to your seniors that I request an audience with them, over. Confirm, Griffin Base. We will get in touch with you as soon as possible with a response, over. Excellent. We will be waiting for your response on this frequency. Over. Roger, Griffin Base. Papa Charlie Yankee out. Sin hands over the mic to his secretary. Now the hard part starts, he says. Less than 24 hours later, a response comes through with instructions on where to land a transport. A Black Hawk is fueled and ready to go. In less than an hour, Sin is on and with a case in his hand. It only takes a few hours before they are crossing the Continental Divide. Sin can even see a few guys moving around on the ground, which kind of makes him smile. It only takes an hour after that to reach their objective. They land on a helipad with a perfect three-point landing. As the engines turn off, Sin gets out and hangs his head low as he is to clear the blades. A warrant officer runs up to him. Chief Warrant Officer says, Welcome to Trevor Air Base, sir. Sin responds, I think we can skip the pleasantries, Chief. I'm sure there are people that want to see me. The Chief replies, Yes, sir, follow me. He leads Sin to a Humvee parked just off the airfield, while the crew begin checking the aircraft for any maintenance issues. The Humvee makes a short trip and ends up in front of a large building. Sin is shown inside and waits to be called in. After 10 long minutes, a young woman steps outside and motions to Sin. They are ready for you now. Slightly annoyed at the delay as he knows it's a power move, Sin walks in and is shown to a podium in the middle of the room. 5 people sit behind a very long desk in front of him. Each of the people is dressed in either a different uniform or a press suit. Sin looks undressed in his BDUs with nothing on him except his name and rank. Looking close, he can see that the one in the middle is sitting behind a presidential seal, which makes Sin's eyes narrow. A man on the far side says, We will now begin. Sin simply leans down and pulls out papers in the case, steps forward and puts it on the table. These are the names of survivors. I'm assuming you have something similar for me? Everyone looks puzzled. He looks back and forth and says, Is that a no? The president, a new one, pops up and says, Sergeant, we are here for you to give us a complete debriefing along with the strength of your unit. Sin cocks his head slightly. Really? The president, Don't test me or I will have you arrested right now. Another general pipes in. You will answer our questions, Sergeant, and you will surrender your forces to the higher authority. Sin snaps back. First of all, I'm not a sergeant. I'm a general. Second, perhaps you would like to explain your authority to these people. He pulls out a large stack of papers and slams it down in front of the president. These are the people you left to die when you abandoned us on the other side of the divide. A female in a pressed suit says,
You were never promoted to general, and keep your military bearing. This is your final warning. Sin turns to her. Since we are in your country, I will keep myself contained, but I will not take back my words. She replies, you will follow proper military doctrine here. You are here as a servant of the USA after all. Sin chuckles a little. No, that's not why I'm here. I came here to bring about a peace treaty between the U.S. government and the newly formed Confederation. The president pipes up. Are you telling us that the Confederation has risen again? Sin retorts, don't judge things from the name. The Confederate States of America is dead. The Confederation, as we call it, has been brought about by your lack of action. The second general states, are you saying that a new government is forming? Sin replies, no. I'm saying that the government has formed and it's stable. To keep it that way, I would like to have this treaty signed by both nations, bringing an end to hostilities on this continent. There's an uneasy silence and low chatter between the generals and the president. The president turns back and says, as things stand, we cannot acknowledge that such a government exists. Therefore, you are to relinquish command of all your forces and territories to us immediately. Is that clear, Staff Sergeant? That last word cut through the air like a knife. It cut deep into Sin as rage began to take over, as he knows being called by his former proper rank is a nice way of telling somebody to shut the fuck up and do what they say. Sin answered, you gave up all your rights to call me that when you sent good men and women to die, when you ran with your tail between your legs. Have you ever once picked up a weapon and fought alongside your soldiers? Have you ever worn a uniform without brass on it? Have you even seen the front line? Everyone in the room is put back at the outburst. It takes a few seconds for Sin to calm down as he takes a breath. Since you seem to have no interest in signing a treaty or forming an alliance, we seem to have nothing more to discuss. Sin picks up his bag and turns to leave. The president yells, do not walk away from us. Sin doesn't even turn as he keeps walking, saying, like you ran away from me? The first general screams, guards! 2 men step in front of Sin. The general says, you cannot leave, not until we dismiss you. Sin responds calmly, you dismissed me over the radio, or have you forgotten? The man's eyes focus on the back of Sin as he turns his head to speak. I will never leave a fallen comrade to fall in the hands of the enemy. He pauses, waiting for that to sink in. The general is confused. Ready, I display the intestinal fortitude required to fight on to the objective and complete the mission, though I be the lone survivor. As he turns around, he sees the man's face go pale. Do you remember these words? Because I remember your voice. I spoke those words to you the night you told me you were abandoning the eastern 2/3 of the United States, the whole side of this continent. You showed no intention of saving anyone. You told me to leave everyone behind and run like a bitch. I was the lone survivor of my battalion. Everyone else died in ways that are even hard to imagine. I was beyond lucky, but now I have this too. He pulls out a sack from the bottom of the case and he lobs it over the table and to the other side as it rips open, spilling dog tags across the table. You left them all to die. The president goes, it's true that people die in war, but you can't blame us for the war. Sin, then tell me this. If DC is leveled to the ground, why isn't your name in there too? Of course, the president doesn't answer, nor does he try. He just sinks in his chair. The woman pipes up. Someone has to lead troops. Screaming, Sin says, from the front! Taking a breath, he shakes his head. It looks like we are going nowhere fast. I'm going to walk out this door and get in my transport. When I leave, no other Confederate vehicles or personnel will enter your country, and I expect the same from you. The first general, you may go, but remember something. Manifest destiny. The man smiled a little bit in a cocky smirk. Sin replied, are you trying to scare me with propaganda? If you still believe that crap, like eminent domain, then you already written your own obituary.
Sin turns to walk past the guards and finds his transport starting its engines as he walks out. As he gets closer, soldiers begin to encircle him. They have weapons drawn and aimed at Sin. He looks at the second general walking out to see him. He says, "I'm afraid we can't let you go. This is our country, and you are now a traitor to it." Sin having to yell over the sound of the engine. "You have two choices here. One, you can hold me and bring war to your front door. Or two, you can let me leave and you can live in peace without any interference from us. How do you want to play it?" The first general walking up. "I still take orders, and you will listen to yours." Sin replies, "Has he earned the right to give them? Besides, you don't want my soldiers pissed off. I've seen what they do when they're pissed off." The first general yells out, "We are not playing by your rules here." Sin simply says, "Have it your way." He pulls a small headset communicator from his collar and speaks a few words in Latin. "Descente Arturus." A few moments later, alarms begin to sound, and a man pulls out a radio from his pocket. The man listens as his eyes get wide, and he looks up to see 5 dots, like stars in the afternoon light. Sin yells to him, "Those are my soldiers. If they come down here and are engaged, they will easily destroy you all. If they find me and my crew dead, they will slaughter everyone on this side of the divide, out of revenge alone. I still have time to call them off. It's still your call, General." The man is sweating as he looks up and then back to Sin. From the trajectory, he can see that they are coming down right on top of him. The first general gets on his radio, and he can hear, "Yes, sir. I can get him to call them off." "No, sir. No, sir. It's in exchange for his freedom." "Sir." "Yes, sir." He turns to Sin. "All right. You call them off and you can leave." Sin puts the headset to his ear, and he just yells, just one more thing. Can you have your men lower their weapons? You're making my pilots really nervous." Sin turns, and as he walks to the transport, he talks into the radio. As he climbs into the helicopter, the guards lower their weapons, and as the helicopter takes off, the dropships power up and escape into the stratosphere. Sin is in deep thought as they fly back to the east. One of the pilot calls to him, "So, I take it the talks didn't go as planned, sir?" Sin replies, "As well as can be expected. It seems like no matter what happens, the politician still thinks they're better than everybody else." Pilot responds, "I guess if it was the same way the British back in the revolutionary times." Sin replies, "Too true, too true." It takes a few hours to land. The dropship pads are still hot from their landing, those that flew over the U.S. were when Sin got back. He is inside a building before the engines are even turned off and the blades stop moving. Word of the meeting spreads like wildfire, covered in gasoline and a strong wind. Sin even releases an audio copy of the meeting for good measure. For weeks, things begin to look normal. The North American continent is calm, while Europe and into Russia are quiet. Even their expansion in Africa finds no resistance. A plan is made to reclaim South American continent. The dropships lift off and land without any incident. A survey is made with only light vehicles and armored infantry. Everything is just too quiet. That's when they find them. The natives have returned to their roots and are living off the land. A translator who speaks the local language, Spanish or Guatemalan, that works for them, finds out that they do not want to be disturbed. They just want to be left alone. The translator addresses Sin. "Sir, no matter what group we talk to, they all want to be left alone out here. They feel they would become slaves to us if they join. Only one group wanted to help, and that's to stop a local warlord." Sin asks, "Then what did you do?" The translator said, "Well, our soldiers got to practice their guerrilla warfare techniques. So, there's no more problem." Sin slightly rolling his eyes. "All right, withdraw from the area. Give them a radio so they can call us if they need any military issues that need to be dealt with." Small pockets are found across the continent, and they are all logged in. With very little to no help from the people of South America, found a way to survive without the trouble they had before. After the survey is complete, everyone climbs back into the dropships and just leaves back to their bases. Barring any instance, they will never have to return. Africa finds nothing but death. Clanners made an extensive sweep of the continent. After the ships were blasted out of the orbit, the clanners went on a rampage, a blood rage, as it were. Any humans that had once lived there were now rotting corpses. In some areas, entire cities were razed to the ground. There was only one exception. The people that lived off the land still remained. This is in one small region of the entire continent. Nothing of value was found anywhere within there except, well, oil. They set up a small base in operations near Nigeria with the engineers working overtime to be able to fix the damaged pipelines in an attempt to keep it from killing the local ecosystem off completely. For if it continues to do so, the whole area will be worthless. With that settled, the focus is to put on moving across Russia. It isn't long before a scout stops survivors, but when they try to get a better look, the transport is fired upon. After pulling back, Sin is notified and he leads a group on the ground to the settlement. The settlement is just within China's old borders. The area is in that part of the world that's perfect for mechs. On the way, they found that remains of millions when they tried to resist the clan's forces. Clan Ghost Bear was in charge of this area during the initial assault. Several of them are already soldiers of the Confederation, but most are still unaccounted for, and it was pretty obvious why. As they moved east, they found that Russian forces did not go easy. However, the Chinese did not hold up as well as they would have hoped. As they reached the settlement, they found no one around. With no one around, they took a good long look. The fire was still smoking, and the place is a mess. It's obvious that they were left in one hell of a hurry. The group continues for days, finding nothing. It isn't until almost a week later that they find themselves looking at the mountains of China. They find what is left of the Great Wall. However, they still don't find any people. They continue east until they finally see lights at night. 60 kilometers east of what remains of one of their ghost cities, there's a town. They leave their vehicles and simply walk in, as to not scare the locals. When they enter the town, people begin to get quiet and cut them a wide path. Sin keeps looking around for some type of authority. At the end of the day, he finally sees them. Dressed in old-style robes and carrying a long sword and a short sword, the samurai stand defiant in Sin's presence. Surprisingly, when his interpreter tries to speak Chinese to them, they look at him strange. They talk back, but it's not in Chinese. Sam, the interpreter, turns and says, "That tongue is no longer allowed." After hearing the samurai retort, Sin surprises everyone in speaking in Japanese. "Please forgive our intrusion, but we seek an audience with your leader." The interpreter puts his hands up to stop another one from drawing his sword and says, "Excuse this one, but it is not allowed to request an audience. An audience must be requested of you." Sin narrows his eyes. "If you tell them we're here, then I believe they'll want to see us." The interpreter thinks for a moment, and if he doesn't, "Then we'll leave," Sin says. The samurai walks, and Sin motions for the others to follow. One of the clanners with him turns and asks, "When did you learn the dragon's tongue?" Sin responds, "There are many interesting things on this planet, things I'm just discovering myself. Just make sure you don't insult these guys." Another clanner says, "We've worked with the dragon before. We know what to do." They walk for almost an hour through the thin trails and hut villages. Finally, they find a city that looks like it's been taken out of a history book. As they walk through, other samurai walk behind Sin's group, which makes them slightly nervous. Those in front seem to have the path cleared for them, but not out of respect. The people seem absolutely frightened of these men. They walk past the buildings that's more like shacks. Then they find shops making food. They even see a bordello, which honestly makes Sin clench his rifle. as his stomach just churns at the idea. Soon they end up in front of several large gates. The samurai stop and a small door opens at eye level. A few words are exchanged and then the small door closes and the gates begin to be opened. The first set of samurai walk in but spin around and tell Sin to wait. The gates are shut and the group is left outside. They look around but don't go far. It's several minutes before the gates end up opening again. You're allowed to enter, but only you, and you must leave your weapons here. Sin looks at him and says, I will leave my rifle, but I will not leave my sidearm. The samurai says, no weapons past me. Sin responds, do your samurai surrender your companion's sword when you enter a house? The samurai clenches the swords in his left hand, hesitantly allows Sin to walk through the palace with his sidearm, but his rifle is still left outside. Everything is shining in the sun as he walks through. There's a large open garden with running water through it. Several women are working in an open area. He passes by one and gives a nod, but when she looks up at him, she is cursed by the samurai next to him for daring to look up. Sin is led to a large house in the middle of the area. It is perched on 3 meters of stone, and at the top stands a man. When the two reach the top, the samurai gives, of course, a ceremonial bow, where Sin gives only a small one. Seeing this, the samurai reaches for his sword. With a sudden jolt, Sin pulls his sidearm and has it up against the samurai's forehead. Quietly, he states, do not attempt to draw a weapon on me. The man at the top says, he's right. This is not your house, this is mine, and he is a guest in it. The samurai relaxes and takes his hand off the sword, and then Sin puts his weapon away. He is shown inside where he almost forgets to take his boots off. They sit on opposite sides of the table as a woman pours tea. The man says, you have come to speak to me, and I'm very interested in what you have to say. Sin says, then I'll get right to it. He pulls out a map. This is where we are now. I can see on the way that you have a couple villages all the way through this area, pointing to another one. These areas here are fields that have not been touched since the initial invasion. North, obviously, Mongolia and Siberia, and of course the Formiate Russia. Now, that's where many of my soldiers are now. The man says, why would you be telling me this? Sin replies, due to the invasion, the lines that divided us must be redrawn. The man, then you should know that we already have claim over this area. Stretching out his hand well past where Sin had started putting his markers down. Sin replies, I have been to those areas personally, and you have no claim. The man became very agitated. You dare tell me what is not mine? Sin calmly replies, I'm trying to spare your people any more bloodshed. The man calms down as he looks over Sin's gear, all prim, proper, and obviously modern. Sin continues with, our first contact was right here. We will pull back 20 kilometers to this area. If we draw a line in conjunction with this river, then the line will be very clear. You may take whatever land is east of it. However, we ask that the northern region remain in our hands. Confused, the man asks, for what purpose? Sin responds, we wish to make it a training ground. We also leave you double your current land. The man stands up and walks to the door. He looks out over the city. I wish I could tell you that everything will be as you just said, but I don't have the authority. Confused, Sin says, then who does? I'll just go talk to them. The man says, that is quite impossible. Why? Sin asks. The man takes a deep breath. When the invasion first happened, we fought back with everything we had, but our equipment was far from plentiful enough. Our cities were leveled to the ground. I'm sure you saw Shanghai and Beijing, all the others. All of our advanced machines were obliterated. In the chaos that followed, the government tried to restore order, but it didn't work. They sent millions to die before they even considered the consequences. In the aftermath, when everything looked like it was falling apart, the Yakuza decided to step in. They took over from the mafia that was here before, and since then, Chinese has been beaten worse than Japan, but began to take control. Within 1 year, they were able to take control of the entire area. To do so, they brought the old system of government back to work. As he raised his hand and moved it around to emphasize what he saw around him. Sin asks, "So that would mean..." The man replies, "Yes, the highest Yakuza boss became the emperor, and we, the underbosses, have been given areas to control. I am very honored that you came to me first, let it be by chance or by choice. We have brought the old ways back, which means that we will have no contact with anyone else." He turns around and looks at Sin directly. "It is a drastic measure, but a necessary one." Sin asks, "So by talking to me, are you breaking the rules?" The man replies, "No, because I'm telling you that once you leave this place, you will not be allowed to return." "I see," Sin said, and then got up. "Well then, I will leave this map with you so you can let your new emperor know that we will be around." The man replies, "He may take this as an act of war." Sin lowers his head a little. "I know, but it's a risk I have to take for my own people." As he goes to leave, another young girl tries to open the door in front of him. He allows it, but seeing this, again, makes his internals flinch. He turns around and says one last thing. "If he wishes to speak to me, then all he has to do is send a messenger to my soldiers, and I will receive it." Sin leaves through the gate without incident, and they start the long walk back. He can hear the samurai speaking. They keep insisting how Sin was disrespectful, but as they get to the courage to attack the group, the gate opens and the man steps out. The man goes to one of the other samurai and states, "Deliver this message as swiftly as possible." The samurai looks to see who it is for, and then, seeing the seal, he's off like a shot, and Sin just walked down the street with the rest of his men. People moved out of the way. Courtesy made his group move as well. With stomachs rumbling, they walked all the way back, and it's long past nightfall when they return. The soldiers begin telling people about what they've seen, while Sin begins to make arrangements. With the lines beginning to form, Sin sets up the base of operations in Siberia and in the rest of Old Russia. These settlements will be rather small in comparison to the others. However, Sin makes sure that they will have enough to defend themselves if need be. Now the lines have been drawn across the world. With most of Antarctica limited to training fields and a wildlife refuge, and the remainder is the Arctic, with a quick message sent to the U.S. government and the Japanese government stating that the Arctic will be considered a neutral zone. With forces spread very thin, Sin is glad to see peace and the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel. About 70% of the Earth's land is now under Confederate law. Even though some of the old problems still existed, they are very, very minimal. This is stated in the report from all the members. After hearing the reports, Sin stands in front of them. "Thank you all for your report. Is there any other issues that need to be discussed before we move on to new business?" No one answers. "Then we will move on to new business, and it is actually the reason why I called you all here. I wish to talk to the clans directly, and I need your help to do so." There is stirring among the council. "You need not worry. I am not interested in fighting a war with them again. I think we can all agree once is enough. I know it is only a matter of time before they come back to this planet looking for survivors. Judging from the reports I have, your forces will not run out of supplies in 3 more weeks without our support." Garan chimes in. "Then we should put everyone on high alert." Sin replies, "I just said that we will avoid confrontation if all possible." Delphine, "Then what do you want us to do?" Sin replies, "We will negotiate with them." Commander Becker, in charge of the Siberian training grounds, chimes in. "We clanners are not ones to make deals easily." Sin replies, "Yes, but we have something to offer them they've been looking for." Becker asks, "And what is that, sir?" "Sanctuary," Sin replies. Nora, the commander of the African continent, replies, Sir, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Sin says, it's rather simple. The clans wanted this planet as a forward base from which to launch attacks against the Capellans and the Free Worlds League, even the Steiners. Even the mention of those names made the council cringe. We will allow this in exchange for protection and the planet's freedom. Everyone pondered this for well over a minute. Garand finally pipes up. It sounds like it might work, but the clans may see this as a sign of weakness. Delphine added, yes, however, judging the losses from the past decade, they may not have much of a choice. Corrigan, who is now commander in Russia, there's always a choice. However, do not forget that many clan leaders put their own pride first. Kessler, commander of Mexico, if I may interject, if we simply tell them the truth, then it will be in their best interest to listen. Delphine is correct in regard to the losses taken over the last decade. Is that not why the clans work together on this planet? The words seem to make everyone hush. There's silence in the room as everyone begins to understand. Sin responds, then it's settled, unless anyone has anything else. I will need everyone here to find the codes that will reach the different clans, have them delivered to my office by noon tomorrow, and we can start broadcasting. Is there anything else that I should know, anything that needs to be brought up to the council? There is silence. Seeing none, meeting adjourned. Everyone gets up and leaves as Sin is still looking over papers and data pads when everyone is walking away. Delphine turns around and stops short of the door. She turns and looks at Sin still working. She seems to grin a little when she walks over to him. Sir, he looks up. May I speak with you? Sin looks at her. You need not ask permission. Please, sit. She does and looks at him. He gets up a moment. Can I offer you a drink? She responds, I would like one. Thank you. Sin walked over to the small refrigerator and opened it. He pulls out a pitcher of water and pours 2 glasses. He set them down on the table and sets back down. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Delphine, slightly shy, says, well, sir, it's about the new policy regarding the removal of the internal contraceptives. Sin asks, what is your issue with it? Delphine says, well, you know that we clanners are forbidden to have children. Also, we're not exactly celibates. Sin goes, I still don't see where you're going. Delphine, you see, sir, if a clan woman becomes pregnant, then the fetus is immediately terminated. I think I see where you're going, Sin says. He leans forward a bit. Do not worry so much about this. If all goes well, then the clansmen on this planet will be free to return, or stay if they choose. Delphine says, even so, would you really instate such a law? I would have to convince the council, but yes, he says. Delphine says, you did not mention this during the meeting. Sin, I did not want to give anyone too much hope. If the negotiations did not go well, then the only way to survive is to have a populace. Delphine thinks for a moment. Is that why you gave the clanners 6 months to get their implants removed? Sin quickly replies, yes, otherwise it'd be a tremendous shock to too many. Delphine replies, sometimes your logic amazes me. Sin just sits back in his chair and takes another drink. Delphine takes a small sip and sets her glass down. One more thing before I go. Sin turns his eyes straight to her. You are designing this government, and are you not worried about what will happen when you're gone? Confused, Sin, should I be? Do you know, am I sick? Delphine, you are not worried about producing an heir? Sim is slightly amused by this comment. I have designed everything after lessons learned, and the words of people much, much wiser than me. He takes a deep breath. No, I'm not worried. I have designed this government to remain long after I'm gone. Delphine, what about your bloodline? Sin seems a little concerned at this question, especially coming from a clanner. Why are you asking such questions? He asks her. She responds and seems to be a little put back. I just wanted to know. Sin, any particular reason? Delphine is silent for several moments. "You need not hide any longer," he said. "I have read your thoughts through your eyes, like windows to the soul after all." Delphine moved forward a little. Sin reached out and took her hand. They both stand, and Sin pulls her close. He rubs her back and kisses her neck, and that's when he feels it. A tear touches his cheek, but it's not his. He tries not to clench the thought, then he pulls back. Sin begins to walk away. Delphine yells out, "What is wrong?" Without turning, Sin says, "I'm not so much a demon to take a woman who does not want to be had." And he walks out the doorway. As he does so, Delphine realizes that she had begun to cry. Realize this, she runs to the door, but when she looks down the hall, Sin is already gone. Sin treads so lightly that she cannot hear his footsteps. When she goes to get her coat, another tear falls. She wipes it away and gains her composure before walking to the transport. 2 days later, things are ready for the first transmission into space. A satellite is in orbit ready to transmit, along with the 2 dropships that are going to power the transmission. They send it and wait. And they wait for seems what like an eternity before they get a response. And boy, do they. All of the remaining clans reach out and speak to Earth, but they get one message while getting the responses from the clans that is not from a clan and is almost impossible to trace. The voice simply comes with a cryptic message. To the leader of Sol 3, also known as Earth, you are not to protect clanners in your space. We warn you, this will bring apart your destruction. Sin listened to it, then in front of everybody, he simply turned and erased it. And this action made everyone laugh and raised a lot of morale. It was not long before the clan jump ships began to arrive. And a voice sent out to all of them, "Attention, all clan ships. You are to keep your jump ships beyond our lunar orbit for your own safety. When coming to the planet, you will be allowed a single dropship. The current situation is volatile, so for your own safety, please follow instructions that we give you." The clan dropships, without giving any problems, are brought down one at a time and set on the pads less than 200 meters away from each other. Instructions force them to keep their weapons powered off at all times. When they reach the ground, they see battle mechs patrolling nearby. They are out of weapons range, but it's obvious that they are on a location just in case. The clan emissaries are taken to the same meeting room that Sin holds his meetings for the council. Each of the chairs has the clan symbol carved into it. Once everyone is assembled, Sin walks in and sits down without having anyone else stand up as he walks in. This confuses the clansmen a little because it is against their ways. The general pipes up. "Since everyone is here, we'll begin. I do believe that you all know each other. However, I must introduce myself. I am General Sin of the new Confederate Forces of planet Earth and its colonies. I have called you all here for a purpose, a single purpose. As you all know, this planet has fought off the invasion from all your forces. You also know that I will offer you sanctuary of this planet in exchange for our freedom. Since you have all arrived, I take it as a sign of good faith. Does anyone have anything they wish to comment on before we begin?" Of course, nothing but silence, yet they did look at each other. He continues, "I have papers for you to look over if we were to make this plan a reality." He had his orderlies pass out the papers for everyone to read over. The clanners begin to read very carefully, and there is no sounds except the papers moving. It isn't until almost 2 minutes later that one of the clansmen broke the silence. The Khan of Clan Seafox. "Why are we forbidden from entering zones mentioned on page 3? Sin responds, "As you know, there's more than one government on this planet, and for the sake of peace, we can only allow ships to land in our territories." The Wolf Khan pipes in, "So you plan to present safe places for us when you don't own the planet? The planet itself isn't safe?" Sin responds, "We are in a working peace on this planet. However, the other nations do not trust clan members on their lands at all. It makes the people worried that there is another assault like the one we faced before, possibly coming.
The Khan of Steel Viper chimes in. And what makes you think we will not just take this planet by force? Sin responds, because you're not stupid. Everyone here knows how strong someone fights when they're backed into a corner. We will fight to the last, and on our last breath we will turn this planet into an uninhabitable wasteland. His words cut out rather strong at the end. The clanners know he's being serious. He continues, besides, you all wish to have this planet as a staging ground, correct? I'm giving you the opportunity for this without losing any more of your warriors. The last part seems to stick with them as they continue reading. The Jade Falcon Khan eventually chimes in. I see there's a limit on how much material we're able to bring to the surface at one time. Sin responds, is a precautionary measure only. The Wolf Khan's eyes widen. What is this? You are willing to return all warriors to the clans? All the others begin to flip to the area he's looking at. Sin responds, I'm giving them the choice. If the treaty is made, then the bondsmen under my command will be given the choice to stay or to return to the clan they are originally from. Continuing, the Jade Falcon Khan responds, you're willing to do this? Trade people for the planet? A little annoyed, Sin responds, do not misread the statement. The warriors will have the choice. It will be their decision whether to return or not. This seems to please the clan leaders greatly as they continue reading. Near the end, they come across something they don't like. The Sea Fox Khan asks, are you truly serious about laying claim to the entire galaxy? Sin says, yes, it's our galaxy after all. The Steel Viper Khan, you have no people on these planets nor their satellites, so you have no claim. Sin responds, you do not even know which planets or moons are in this galaxy. Do not think you can lay claim to a single one. Jade Falcon Khan, if we are the first to lay foot on it, then we are the ones that have the right to it. Sin responds, if that's the case, then you lose. I've already sent ships to every possible planet and moon in the galaxy. If you would like to see the archive video, I can produce it for you. However, we Earthborn humans have already laid claim to this entire galaxy, from its star all the way to its last planet. Sin looks at each of the clanners and gets no more trouble about the planets and their satellites. The clan leaders finish reading and look at each other. As they do so, Sin realizes that everyone is done and says, I trust this arrangement is to everyone's liking. Each of you has 2 copies of that treaty with my signature on them. When you're ready, please sign them and give a copy to one of my guards behind you. The Steel Viper Khan, and if we refuse? Sin responds, then you're free to go, but remember this one thing. If you leave without agreeing, then you will no longer be welcome in the solar system. Even if you stop just to recharge your engines on your jump ship, we will open fire on you. Am I making myself clear? The Wolf Khan, I see now. You're a warrior like us. But unlike us, you do not strive for conquest. The Wolf Khan seems to smile at him, along with the Jade Falcon leader. Both the girls seem to begin eyeing Sin up and down. They each look at the papers and sign. This puts Sin a little more at ease. Each one is double-checked and placed in their own container. Sin addresses them afterwards. I thank you all. This day will be marked as a historic day for all of us. A few moments later, one of the orderlies runs in the room and whispers in Sin's ear. Trying not to jump at the news, he addresses them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid some urgent business has come up and I must leave. Please take your time and enjoy yourselves. My people will be happy to show you around. With that, Sin hurries out of the room without seeming like he's being rushed. When he reaches the hall, he bolts into a full-on run, yelling, "Get General Garand on the horn as soon as possible." He goes to the war room and screams, "I need a full layout of what's going on." One of the soldiers responds, "Sir, the English islands are making a push across the English Channel. It looks like they're using the same tactics as World War II. The main forces are laying in the Normandy Peninsula, and they're moving to secure the ports up and down the coast. There have been sorties, but no major counterattack as of yet. General Grant and his forces are moving into position as we speak. They should make contact with the main ground forces in only a few short hours. 3, maybe 4 at the most. Sin, I guess I shouldn't have left them alone. Try to open communications with the English forces. Another soldier responds, we have been trying, but we haven't gotten any response back, sir. Sin responds, then I guess I have no choice. Prepare a transport for me. Something real fast. The sir looks, yes, sir, but may I ask what for? Sin responds, if they will not listen to a radio, maybe they'll listen to someone in front of them. He turns to the communications soldier. Make sure you notify me immediately if there's any response. And get a hold of General Grant and tell him that I'm going to talk to the English. Tell him not to fire until fired upon. Is that clear? Yes, sir, is all he gets. Sin takes off as the radio man begins to relay the message. The fighter jet is waiting for him when he gets to the airfield. And the pilot helps Sin get on board and begins to taxi as Sin buckles in. The pilot calls back after verifying that Sin can hear him. So how many G's can you handle, sir? Respondent, I don't know. This will be my first time in a jet. The pilot, without turning around, widens his eyes in a true oh shit moment. In that case, I should tell you that the yak sacks are under the seat, sir. Thanks for the warning, he says. Just then, Sin is slammed back in the seat as the jet throttles up and takes off. They fly as fast as they can across the Atlantic. Looking at the radar screen, it's easy to tell that things are about to get real messy. Blips from aircraft and mechs fills the screen as they are scrambled to reinforce the lines. Sin doesn't say a word as the G-forces push him back into his seat. It's only about an hour before they can see the pillars of smoke in the distance. Within communication lines, Sin can clearly hear his soldiers calling for reinforcements and trying to hold the line against the English advance. Then he hears the voice of another aircraft. Unidentified aircraft, you are in violation of our airspace. Identify yourself immediately, or we will fire on you. After getting the thumbs up from the pilot, Sin gets on the radio. This is General Sin of the Earth Confederation Forces. You have been invading our territory on the European continent. I'm here to try to stop the violence before anyone else gets murdered. There's a very long pause. You're American. I was, he responds. Voice responds, I am instructed to escort you to Georgetown Air Base. I'm coming up on your port side. Sin looks, and sure enough, 2 fighters slowly approach and lead him low and slow to the air base inside English territory. When they land, they are greeted by a company's worth of soldiers, all pointing their weapons in his direction. They taxi slowly into an area they are motioned to, and without a word, the pilot begins to open the canopy, and Sin pulls off his helmet and jumps down. Screaming out, he says, Who's in charge here? A man steps forward. I am Major Issam, commander of the 8th Aerial Attack Group. Sin holding out his hand. General Sin is commanding forces. They shake hands. And the commander says, Please follow me. He leads Sin through a bunch of hallways and stops at the office door. A major knocks on the door. Sir, this is Major Sin. A fat man stands up, putting out his cigarette. Greetings. I'm General Howe. I believe you have an urgent matter to discuss. Indeed we do, Sin replies. Howe sits down and taps buttons on his phone. In a moment, they are in a conference call. He says into the phone, I have him here now. Another voice comes across. All right, then what does he wish to discuss? Sin chimes in, I wish to discuss the end of hostilities on my people. Voice says, Your people? Are you one of those Klan bastards? No, born and raised in the USA, Sin replies. Voice, we're simply attacking an alien infestation that has been plaguing our planet. Sin says, then you've been vastly misinformed. The response, really? Then perhaps you can set things straight while we have time. Sin says, you have no idea how right you are. Over a year ago, the old European area of Asia was taken back from the Klan forces that had attacked us. The voice responds, my intelligence told me that Klan forces are alive and well in Europe. Sin replies, you're only half right. Klan people are still alive in the area, but they're no longer under Klan rule. They serve under the Confederation now. The general says, "Are you sure about this?" Sin says, "I led the attack that pacified them." The voice across the phone says, "If that's the case, then you'll have no problem calling your people off." Sin replies, "There's a big problem. You invaded Confederation territory. This is looked at as an act of war against us." The voice on the phone says, "The clans attacked us." Sin replies, "And it's obvious that they lost or we would not be talking right now. It was my decision to leave these islands alone. We know that you're able to withstand the first attack because of the respect you earned. We decided to bypass you." The voice across the phone, "You speak of respect, yet you demand an audience with us unannounced?" Sin replies, "Time is of the essence. If we do not stop the battle, then the Europe's main forces will engage your front line. There is no doubt in my mind that my forces will come out victorious. However, this victory will permanently disrupt any possibility of peace in the region." The general says, "What you have said makes sense, but it's not true that you here counterattack will stop short of ensure your survival." Sin, "More than half of my soldiers are former clan warriors. They will not stop, even if it means pulling my body from the remains of this building if you decide to get froggy and jump." The general replies, "Then it appears that we are the wrong ones here. Sir, please allow me to give the order to withdraw." The voice across the phone says, "That will only dishearten the troops. We have to hold position and reinforce their lines." Sin responds, "That's not good enough. That land was hard won. I may be able to give you time to withdraw, but it's only a matter of time before the European forces assault. When that happens, it won't matter how many bodies you place on the line." The voice, "Your arrogance is not welcome here." Sin replies, "I'm just trying to save lives. There's been enough bloodshed already." The voice again says, "You do not intimidate me. My troops can hold against anything you have." Sin says, "Please reconsider. For the sake of you," an explosion rocks the building, and then several other explosions happen. The alarms sound. The grounds are of incoming missiles and shots strafing the grounds. The general yells at the door, "What the hell is going on?" A soldier screams down the hall, "They just came in from under the radar and started shooting." "They who?" the general asks. Sin calmly says, "If I had to guess, that's the 6th aerial attack wing from the European sector." The voice over the phone says, "General, what is going on there?" The general responds, "Sir, we're being bombed." The voice says, "You're being what?" An explosion hits close enough that the pictures on the walls come crashing down. The general pulls his sidearm and puts it to Sin's chest. "Call them off." Sin replies, "As soon as you give the withdrawal order, I will have them break off." The general, pushing the pistol closer to Sin, "Then maybe I should just kill you and take my chances." Just then, they hear a strafing run as it puts shells through the same building they're in. This is what's going to happen all over England, Ireland, and Scotland if you don't give your people the order. The general looks up and sees the phone has been shot. "You first," he says. Sin simply asks, "Do I have your word?" "Yes," the general screams. Sin reaches for a small headset in his pocket that is connected to the radio. Sin speaks in it, "Get me in touch with the wing commander." A few seconds go by. "Wing commander, this is Able 6 Actual. I am on the ground in your current location." A few more seconds go by as he listens. "Confirm, Wing commander. Withdraw your forces immediately. When you reach Gulf 6, tell them to scramble recovery units immediately. Able 6 out." With that, there's no more explosions, just the sound of aircraft throttling up and leaving. Sin looks at the general and states, "Now it's your turn." General Howe gets on the radio and orders an immediate withdrawal of all his soldiers and supplies from Europe. Sin simply shakes his hand and says, "You saved a lot of soldiers today." The general responds, "I hope you're right, because I'll probably be stripped of my rank and be totally dishonored for what I've just done." Sin gives him a small grin. "Well, if you're ever interested, you can always join the Confederation. The pay isn't very good, but the people are the best." With another slight grin, the general says, "I'll think about it." Sin then begins to get up. I have to go. There's going to be a lot of trigger-happy people out there, and I have to keep the safety on. Sin makes his way to the transport. Thankfully, it hadn't been strafed. That has been slightly damaged in the crossfire, though. It takes off into the distance, and it takes some explaining to keep Garan's forces from rushing at the retreating forces. In comparison, the English forces' casualties are far higher than Garan's, but that does not stop the people from taking every loss personally. It is a quick process with all the forces working to rebuild the coastal region. Several more observation stations are set up in case something like this happens again. Garan is very pleased at the professionalism of his soldiers and support, as it takes less than a week for things to be completely restored and calmed down. While Garan is off working recovery, Sin returns and begins to work closely with the clan people. Only a small group come to the planet first. It's found that they will mostly exchange goods for money so that they can enjoy the planet itself. Usually, it is parts for equipment, and in exchange, they buy trinkets from the planet they have conquered, and exchange just as easily. Clan Seafok is a merchant clan and find their way around currency far easier than others do. The most sought-after product are humans' targeting systems and clan medical technology, though neither side is willing to part with it easily. However, there's still the black market. The Confederation counters this by making the sale of military equipment possible, but difficult and rather expensive. The clans are not pleased with it, but they understand the concept of supply and demand. After 2 weeks, there is no more major instances across the planet, and Sin makes an announcement to all clan citizens that they will be allowed to return to the clans if they wish. He says, "There's been talk going around about the influx of clan vessels in the area. It is true that I called them here. It is also true that they have signed a peace treaty with us. Many of you are wondering what that means for you, and I'm here to tell you. As of this moment, all former clan warriors are free to go back to their clan of choosing, or stay as citizens of this government on the earth. Each one of you has until the end of next week to decide for yourselves to stay or go. Clan ships will be coming in regularly, bringing goods to sell and trade. This will help boost our economy. I am hoping that with the first new treaty, we can all finally enjoy the peace we have been fighting for the past 6 years to attain. As now, the clan wars are over." There's a burst of cheering across everyone listening as Sin walks away with Garan and Delphine with him. Don meets them at the vehicle. Don just smiles and Sin gives him a nod with the slightest bit of a smile and says, "We made it." To Sin's amazement, only about 20% take his offer and leave. Usually, it is only the hardcore warriors that leave. Most of the support units remain whole as they find their efforts to truly bear fruit. With clan forces coming in and going out of the galaxy constantly, there is little threat of invasion, and Sin calls for the continued colonization of the planets and moons and satellites within the galaxy. If the planet itself is habitable, then it's given authority over the moons that orbit it. Sin is adamant that the status of a colony be only a temporary measure. However, certain areas are going to be used for specific purposes. Uranus and Neptune have massive training grounds for mechs and aerospace fighters. With a small but constant influx of new soldiers being trained in Earth is relatively sense of safety going on. That is until the word of a new planet in the solar system began to reach the ears of the opportunists. It is not even a year the word is spread about new worlds, and for the mercenaries that begin to be contract carrying out raids on the solar system. At first, the raids come in small doses. The first few are poorly handled from the Green Armies of Earth, but it doesn't take long before workable strategies are in place to counter pirate raids. The new threat is on the horizon.
It has been 9 long years since Earth made peace with the clans, after which time we see a man sitting in a bar inside the inner sphere, drinking his beer, contemplating things. Another man walks up and sits down next to him and orders a fancy drink. The first man is slightly disheveled and hunched over. A visible scar on the man's jaw adds to the sternness of his eyes. The second is dressed far too nice for the establishment. His straight posture and clean-shaven appearance shows he's not used to this place. The sounds of the music and conversation in the background continue as the second man turns to the first and speaks. I have a job for you. The disheveled man says, then you should post the request on MercNet. Second man, because I need to talk to you directly. First man, well, nothing's stopping you, as he takes a quick drink. Second man says, I have an offer that pays extremely well for those that can pull it off. First man, slightly interested. Exactly how extreme are we talking? The second man says, 1.5 billion C-bills. The noise in the bar gets much, much lower for a few seconds and then picks up again. The first man doesn't even look the second one in the eye before saying, paying that much, you must be hitting something really big. What are you going to try to do? Take terror or something? In the middle of his chuckle, the second man simply calmly says, no, Earth. Suddenly, the only thing you can hear in the bar is the music in the background. The first man turns to the well-dressed man and says, you might want to listen up real close. No one here is going to go to Earth at any price. Not unless you got a death wish. The well-dressed man says, I know it will be difficult, but cutting him off, the disheveled man says, difficult? No. Difficult is facing the Davions when you're outnumbered 2-1. Difficult is fighting the Combine when you don't have any ammo. Difficult is surviving the front lines of another succession wars. Going to Earth is a fucking death sentence. He goes to drink his drink again. The fancy man, were you not just there? Putting his drink down. Yeah, me and about 2 other idiots like me who thought they could get their hands on Earth tech and maybe some personnel. Everyone in this room has been to Earth at least once. I've been there 6 times in the past decade. Stopping to drink his drink, the well-dressed man chimes in, that is why I have come to you. You have the most experience dealing with Earth. Putting his drink back down, he says, yeah, that's why I'm telling you to fuck off. Turning emotions. Look around you. These are some of the best mech warriors and aerospace jockeys you will find anywhere. Not a single one of them will go to Earth now. The well-dressed man says, why not? Taking a deep breath, the disheveled man says, you remember that 2,000 that tried to raid Earth a month ago? Yes. Just under 300 of us came back. A single dropship was able to just barely limp back to the rendezvous point for the Trump ship. The well-dressed man, could you tell me what happened? Suddenly, the disheveled man was very, very quiet and finished off his entire drink, put it on the bar, and motioned for a new one. Without looking at the well-dressed man, he says, you need to remember that Earth doesn't follow the same conventions, in particular the Ares Convention, that we do. They will use whatever tactics they can to kill you. He takes another drink from his newly filled glass and continues, when we first jumped in, everything was quiet. At least for the first day of transport from the jump ship to the planet. Then we started getting these small signals that would enter our radar and disappear. We figured now there were scouts or some sort of passive sensor array trying to detect us. It was only on the second day of our trip from the 4th planet of the orbit of Earth. When we got about 6 hours out, all hell broke loose. Their aerospace fighters are designed far greater than ours. I don't even know if those things are designed to enter atmosphere. They tore our fighters up and picked at us as much as they could. One of our dropships was disabled and we lost communications with it less than an hour and a half later. Taking another drink. When we got close to the planet, that's when things got real bad. Not only were their fighters nipping at us, but their battleships began to target us. They got 2 of our ships before we even broke into orbit. As we descended, everyone knew it was going to go bad. One ship broke up, leaving only 3 remaining. We had to hot drop the first wave in an area we like to call Shangri-La. Taking another drink, he continues, when you reach the ground, the people who live there, they live so elemental lives, you would think it'd be safe. You're wrong. The mountains limit our movements, and it seems like everyone there has an elemental suit of some sort. What's worse is they like to get right on top of you. I saw one of my pilots get his cockpit torn open, and he was ripped out of his command couch and thrown down the 60 feet to the ground, impaling himself on whatever the hell was down there. His mech toppled over and ended up killing several of the Earthers, but it didn't even slow them down. If anything, it made them move faster. We tried to get what we went for, but it wasn't long before it was a race for survival. Word came from one of the other dropships that they'd been covered in light mechs and that the main force was marching over the horizon. That was the last I heard of them. Our mechs ran as fast as we could to try to get to the dust-off site, but more than half of us were picked off. He takes another drink and tries to calm himself. As we got there, the wounded were being hurried inside and the engines were starting up, which was dangerous because if the engines start too early, you can cook everybody around you. Myself and 2 others from my group, along with 2 from another group that went in the opposite direction, ran to get our mechs inside. As the doors were closing, I could see at least one more of our men limping his mech towards us. The dropship commander didn't waste time firing up the engines and going full burn off the planet. The 2 dropships remaining lift off, but they didn't even get a kilometer up when one of the engines took a hit. All I could hear from the other dropship was the screaming over the radio as they desperately tried to get control back before crashing back down on the planet. He took another drink. We had to be redlining the engines as we made it into space. That's where they were waiting for us. Those battleships ended up spacing much of our crew as they stripped off the hull on glancing blows as they gave us those hits. Their fighters didn't seem to want to hit us as hard, but when the battleships didn't give any chase, the fighters began to dog us the whole way with hit and run attacks until halfway back to the jump ship. With all the damage the ship had taken, he took a breath and took another drink. We were barely able to dock. Only 2 fighters out of all of them made it back, along with 5 mechs, and they were highly damaged. Our employer ended up losing big from that and tried to blame us. But everyone knows the truth. He reaches over and grabs a fresh drink from the bar and begins to swig it down. The well-dressed man asked, I always heard Earth was an easy target. Putting the drink down, the other man says, at first it was. The first couple times I saw Earth, the raids went off without much trouble at all. After a while, though, they became more and more prepared for us. That's why you will not find a willing mercenary to raid Earth anywhere. The well-dressed man straightened up and asked, who said anything about a raid? Since the last attempted pirate raid, those of Earth and her colonies were not really concerned with what was on the horizon, but more concerned with repair and salvage of what was remaining. The ship that was taken down in space before it even got to Earth was salvageable and was being worked on right now, along with most of those that had landed but were unable to take off again. Only the one that had made the hard landing had to be completely stripped down for parts, as the entire superstructure had been bent to the point where it couldn't be fixed. No one complains about the work, though, because the pirate raid had actually brought more work and wealth to the planet than it had taken away. The only thing the pirates were able to get was old clan communications array. It is the sort of thing easily found on the market and even easier on the black market. Mechs and aerospace fighters are easily salvaged, and it isn't long before the only thing that remains of the raid is the holes where the ships burned in at. The drop that landed in the east had yielded some interesting products for the Japanese. It isn't long before they're bartering with the Confederation for more elemental suits and stronger weapons.
Sin is almost happy to be bartering artillery pieces for salvageable mechs. Still, for the sake of protecting the planet, he allows deals to happen without being interrupted. The US and England also barter with recovered pieces, and this goes along well. Along with the main assault, didn't aim at either of them, they did manage to pick up a few pieces here and there as ships and parts quite literally fell from the sky. The Earth economies are now booming with the influx of clan tourism, if you could say. The economy always has money moving around. One of the clan's favorite spots is to visit the Gettysburg battlefield for some reason. Still, many take the opportunity and rest on one of the beaches. There's other commerce as well. Some of the smaller independent nations around the universe begin to trade with Earth as well. It is rare, but some of the inner sphere jump ships still enter Earth space, though many are put back by having to submit by so many identification markers like fingerprints and a DNA sample before they are allowed to roam free. Some refugees have come to live on Earth as well, even though it is only about 10 a year at most. It isn't until the last raid that several of the larger governments contacted Earth. The Federated Suns, Free Worlds League, the Draconis Combine, Lyran Alliance have all contacted Earth, but Sin is not willing to leave his people. So he sends out an invitation and waits to see who will come to him. It's not long before a representative from the Free Worlds League jumps into Earth space and asks for an audience with Sin himself. He is welcomed down, but is more than a little agitated by the security precautions that the ambassador must go through. The ambassador is talking to a young woman performing the security checks. Why would you treat a diplomat in such a manner, becoming a lowly vendor? The young woman, excuse me, sir, but everyone must go through the same process when they enter and leave Earth. The only exceptions are when we are under attack. The ambassador, do you know who you are speaking to? Sin comes up behind and says, she knows exactly who she's speaking to, and if you want to be welcomed on this planet, you will finish in processing. The ambassador turns and looks at Sin. He's a little older, one or two gray hairs showing, but nothing crazy. His BDOs are worn, but very well kept. His face is stern as he walks up and goes straight to the ambassador. The ambassador, and who might you be to address me in such fashion? Suddenly the woman notices Sin and standing next to the counter. She comes to attention and stands perfectly still. Sin barely turns to her and says, as you were, then turns back to the ambassador. I'm the one you came to see, and sticks out his hand. Welcome to Earth. I'm Commanding General Sin of the Earth Confederation. The ambassador, slightly embarrassed, holds out his hand but does not connect with Sin's. I am Ambassador Ingerston of the Free Worlds League. Sin moves his hand and grabs Ingerston's and shakes it firmly. He says, this is how we greet friends here on Earth. When he doesn't see is one of Sin's subordinates taking down notes and recording the entire thing. I hope you will be patient a little while longer. The process is not a quick one, but we here on Earth are very cautious when it comes to our security. Ingerson replies, it is understandable that a young spacefaring planet like yours will go through such measures. A few seconds later, a card is produced and the doors open, allowing Ingerson to move out of the in-processing booth. Motioning his arm, Sin says, if you would please come this way, we have much to talk about. Ingerson looking around and seeing several dozen clanners, obviously tall and well built. Being a little nervous, he says, indeed we do. Sin and Ingerson move to a military transport. The vehicle is not armored, but it serves its purpose. The engine roars to life, and they make their short trip to the installation about 50 kilometers outside the spaceport. During the drive, Sin tries to carry on small talk, but is constantly interrupted by one thing or another, whether it be a call or a message. It isn't until they're inside the building that Sin finds a moment. He says, I'm sorry about that, but since the last raid, things have been a little busy. Ingerson replies, it is quite all right. By the way, I'm amazed that you can speak our language so well. Sin replies, well, since the arrival of the clans, we've had plenty of practice. All of our military must be able to speak, read, and write your language almost perfectly. Impressive, Ingerson says. And any other languages before we go? Sin says, well, this is the English language. It's very close to yours. Ingerson, perhaps I can get a lesson on it while I'm here. Sin opens the door and motions Ingerson aside. It is the same conference room he holds all his meetings in. Ingerson takes notice of the different chairs placed against the wall of the conference rooms with different markings on them, many of them Clanner. There is already one set next to the table with the symbol of the Free Worlds League on it. Please, have a seat. Can I offer you a refreshment? Ingerson says, thank you. Sin pours them both a glass of water and brings a plate of cookies to the table. Ingerson immediately begins to chow one down. Sin says, so, what brings a representative from the Free Worlds League all the way to our little corner of space? Ingerson says, straight to business. I like that. Well, my superiors and I would like to make sure that there's no confrontations between the Earth Confederation and the League. Sin says, if that's all, then this will be a short visit. You see, the Earth has no interest in reaching beyond its borders of this solar system. Sin punches some buttons on the holo map till the galaxy rises up. You see, we do not stick with only what you call M-class planets like Earth. We have colonized every single planet, moon, and satellite in this galaxy. We have spread out farther in a decade than we have done in centuries. Right now, we have no interest in conquest, only survival. Ingerson says, are you not worried that your people will want to reach beyond the galaxy? It's a possibility, Sin says, but you must understand that if someone from this galaxy wishes to leave, they can just leave. There is no penalty for getting on a jump ship and leaving. Many of our people have decided to join the clans and set out to the stars. On the same token, many clanners have come to live as members of the Earth Confederation. Ingerson says, that is another matter I want to discuss. The fact that you allow free trade with the clans has turned your planet into a non-entry zone. Sin says, I'm not sure I follow your logic. Ingerson says, most people fear the clans, and all those associated with them are considered to be under clan rule. This puts you on the list of restricted areas. Sin says, you have it all wrong. Earth is looked at by the clans as a place of freedom and relaxation. It is the only planet where they do not have to worry about the clan rules. All they have to do is not cause any trouble for the people on this planet, and they can walk around free without having to worry about anything, fighting or otherwise. Many refer to Earth as their promised land, actually. Ingerson says, it is still believed that your planet is staging ground for clan attacks. Sin says, what the clans do outside our galaxy is no business of ours. It may, Ingerson says, if it brings the armies of the Free World League to your front door. Do not threaten me, Ambassador, Sin says. Ingerson continues, it was not meant to be a threat. However, there has been a marked increase in the amount of clan traffic moving through League space. Sin replies, like I said, the clans enjoy themselves here. It is to be expected that they would travel through. True, Ingerson says. Now, since we seem to understand each other on the next order of business, Ingerson pulls out an image. Your galaxy is positioned here, just outside of League territory. Your position as a strong independent has given this area a shield from any incursion. We would like to sign a peace treaty with you, ensuring that we will have no confrontations along this region of space. Sin replies, again, I can sign for those of this galaxy, but I cannot sign for the clans. I don't have that right. Ingerson says, to make this treaty a reality, then the clans would have to be included. Well, Sin says, taking a deep breath, then we have nothing more to talk about. I cannot speak for the clans. However, I do not believe that they would put this planet at risk. We are far, too far, from your territories, or theirs, to be anything other than a depot anyway. Besides, given the choice between you and the Capellans or the Combine, they would fight those guys over you any day. Well put, Ingerson says. Perhaps there is a chance for this treaty to be signed after all. Sin perks up a little. That is very good, since the rest of the council will not be here for an hour or two. Council? Ingerson asked. Yes. You see, you cannot make a government based around one man, or it'd be doomed to fail with that person. We've learned that the hard way many times. So I created the Confederation Council and the Earth Council along with our Milky Way or Soul Sector Council. Working things this way is the only way to ensure stability after I'm long gone. English says, we have a feudal system of government that has remained for hundreds of years. And exactly how many succession wars have you fought so far during that time, Sin asks? Since things are exactly what I'm trying to avoid. Ingerson says, you have a very interesting way of looking at things. A week later, Ingerson got back on his transport with a signed peace treaty in hand. Everyone on the planet knew about this since negotiations were televised. It seemed like the only way to keep suspicions down and to allow other people to breathe just a little easier. It wasn't until 6 months later that Sin received word that a representative from the Draconis Combine would be arriving for peace negotiations. This surprised Sin, since the Draconis Combine was on the other side of the universe, or the inner sphere as it is. It would take about 2 to 3 months of travel that distance at least, even in the latest jump ship. When the representative arrived, Sin was amazed that the slender female didn't make a fuss about the long in-processing. Her eyes seemed to watch everything around her. Her clothes were almost of the ceremonial type. The large red symbol of the dragon makes her stand out even more. She waited until she was given her identification card and exited the booth before approaching. Sin looks and says, Miss Katana, welcome to Earth. He says in actually flawless Japanese. Sin sticks out his hand. The woman seems a little put back by the gesture, then let her hand out as well. She totally missed his hand, so Sin adjusted and took her hand, shook it, and once they let go, he gave a bit of a more traditional bow. To what do I owe the honor of the visit? Kitana replies, I have sent to open a dialogue with your planet. If you will please show me to your leader, General Sin. Some of the subordinates began to chuckle, and then as they realized they need to check that motion and remain very professional at all times. Miss Katana, I'm standing right in front of you. He points to the circled collar with the star in the middle. I am General Sin of the Earth Confederation. If you will please follow me, I will escort you and the rest of to your council. Katana is a little embarrassed by her mistake, but Sin only has his name in English. She follows him, surrounded by guards. She looks at each of them and on the way they act. Each is very well disciplined and are constantly on watch for potential threats. She looks at Sin, the way he walks, and that's someone who has spent his entire life in the military. He is stiff and rigid, even though he is in his mid to late 30s, at least looks that way. Although he looks like he's been through several wars by the way his eyes are. Even so, Katana can't help but check him out as they walk. They make the long drive to the council room where the rest of the council is waiting. Those not present are hooked up on video conference. In truth, the only ones that are present are Sin and Delphine. Katana is shown to her seat at the table, and Sin takes his seat only 3 chairs away. The rounded table has filled most of the room and is surrounded by the seats leaning against the wall of other members. Sin says, welcome everyone. I know it's not the best time for some, so I appreciate you making time. We have an ambassador from the Draconis Combine with us today. He turns to Katana. Please introduce yourself to the council. She stands up and bows and says, I am Mistress Katana, emissary of the Draconis Combine. I have come here seeking relations with the people of this sector. Corrigan chimes in and says, Miss Katana, what is the true motivation behind the Combine's interest in this area? Realizing that she's stuck, Katana says, very well. You see, even though this area is on the opposite side of the inner sphere, we have come to learn that this plays through our many dealings with other governments. Whenever conversations begin about certain places of interest, this one always comes up. It is known to us by several titles, the Clan's Refuge, the Aegean, but most likely it has come under another name, the Mercenaries' Graveyard. Corrigan kind of laughing. I'm assuming that this is from the pirates' attack we had to fend off. Katana said, "Pirates?" Sin retorts, "Yes, our independence has left us open to raids from mercenaries seeking whatever fortune they can grab out of here. Our current system of trade has made us wealthy. They have come attempting to take that." Delphine chimes in, "However, the age of our spacefaring time has led people to believe that we are an easy target." Katana asks, "So, how many pirate raids have you fought off?" Corrigan says, "About 3 to 5 this year. 3 to 5 a year if we're lucky," as he searches through his papers. Katana asks, "That would make your planet's defense rather weak, wouldn't it?" Sin chimes in, "Our planetary defense is of no concern of yours. Now, on to the negotiations." With a firm tone, Katana realizes she just needs to sit down and says, "Yes, my government is very interested in making this planet part of the Combine." There's a clear stirring among everyone involved. You can see it through the screens and also in the room. "Did I say something humorous?" Sin says, "No, it's just that every government in the universe has given us the same pitch you're about to." "Pitch?" she asks. Corrigan comes in. "You're going to offer something in exchange for the planet, like nobility or some such nonsense. When that doesn't work, you'll try to intimidate it. When that doesn't work either." Katana says, "Then perhaps you can enlighten me as to what I should be doing." Sin hands over a stack of papers inside a binder. "Reading and signing this." He pulls out 2 copies of the standard treaty. Each one has been prepared for your arrival. They are standard treaties that each of the governments must sign if they wish to do business on this planet or any of her satellites, moons, or planets within the Sol sector. He hands her the forms, and they all wait patiently until she finishes reading. She places the forms down. "Are all these points non-negotiable?" she asks. Sin replies, "That would depend on what you're referring to," kind of hiding the fact that they are non-negotiable. Katana continues, "It says that only a certain number of jump ships can enter the solar system, and that only a certain amount of drop ships may enter the atmosphere. Along with that, there are only a few areas of the planet where they can drop to." Sin looks confused. "I don't see a problem." Katana asks, "Are all these stipulations truly necessary?" Delphine chimes in with, "These are steps that we take to keep the entire solar system secured. The only reason for any more ships to come our way is invasion." Katana thinks for a moment and then says, "Your point is well seen." She then picks up a pen and signs and hands a copy to Sin. "Perhaps we can discuss future trade over dinner?" Seeing that she looked Sin in the eyes and saying this with a slightly suggestive tone made Delphine's blood boil. Sin responded calmly, "If you wish, I will meet you for dinner. Right now I must discuss things with the rest of the council. My orderlies will show you to your room." Katana is led out, and Delphine is obviously pissed off as they begin to discuss the defense posture. As Katana is ushered to her room, she gets a call, and the orderly listens as they talk about the large clan presence. The Jade Falcon dropship Emerald Fury and the Wolf battleship Silver Fang are sharing the same space. It is enough to make the coldest pilots feel this chill go down their spine. Though they're not allowed to fight in space battles, they make great carriers and make better cargo ships. In space, it seems as though there's an odd ballet of personnel and equipment moving back and forth from the surface. On maximum magnification, they can see the other planets doing the same. Commerce flows well, but on a second look, they can see battle scarring from the planet. Many Earthships have patched holes and laser burns still on them. Fighters are normally a thing to be seen along with medical ships, and of course several small battleships. They all have Earth markings as they move silently past the Draconis ship. Every ship is clearly armed, but the weapon systems are powered down. A quick scan is able to pick up any hostile movement, but none are made. This news scares but also relaxes Katana at the same time. It is not long before she puts it out of her mind and gets ready for her meal. To her surprise, Sin arrives at her room to escort her himself. He is in his dress uniform that is surprisingly toned down. There are many shiny pieces, but none of the large hanging ribbons that Katana is used to seeing on a dress uniform. Sin takes her by the arm, and he takes her to his car. He drives a modest vehicle with only a few bells and whistles, and when they arrive, Sin escorts her in. To Katana's surprise, she can smell homemade Japanese dishes. Sin tells her, at this restaurant, you can have any type of cuisine you wish. Katana orders quickly, and the food arrives in a rather fast fashion. This surprises Katana, but not Sin. His uniform sticks out in the restaurant, as does Katana's clothes. To her amazement, the food is just as good as home. Sin tells her about the Japanese culture on the planet and how it has gone into seclusion from the rest of the planet. Katana is rather insistent on a meeting with the bosses. Sin unfortunately has to say, well, that'll take some time. Katana asks, how long? At least a week or two? If you would like, your crew can start to shuttle down to the surface, though. At least that way they will get some planet-side time without having to stare at every clan ship in orbit. That last line seemed to cut into Katana, but she made the call, and items to trade were loaded onto another dropship, and they made their way to the surface. Katana and Sin talk through their entire meal, and Katana is almost too stuffed to eat dessert, though she does end up eating the cherry cheesecake that was sent to her table, at least a piece of it. Sin looks as she's eating at the waiter and says, we didn't order this. The waiter says, yes, sir, but the young men at the bar sent this for your friend. Sin turns around and sees a group of young soldiers smiling, giving him suggestive nods and hand signals. He waves back but doesn't smile. Katana, between bites, asks, what was that about? Sin replies, just some soldiers having fun. They finished their meal and got ready to leave, but the waiter said that the food was on the house, which agitated Sin. He said, I'm not better than anyone else here. The waiter said, yes, sir, but the boss said, unless you want me to bring him out and tell me himself, ring me up, Sin says aggressively. The waiter hesitantly took the payment, and Sin left. As they walked past the young soldiers, they all jumped to their feet and snapped a salute. Sin responded by snapping one back as they walked by. Katana asks, what was that about? Sin says, respect, and that's for both instances. Katana was so full, so Sin drove her back. As they reached her room, Katana began to hold on to Sin's arm a little more tightly. As he said goodnight, she reached up and gave him a kiss. She said goodnight and closed the door slowly and suggestive, kind of hinting that he should be pushing his way in. Sin is a little confused at the surprisingly quick turn of events. When he gets back to his house, he can see a figure standing in the shadows as he walks in the door. A woman's voice, so, how's the princess? Sin says, sweet, as he clicks on the light, seeing Delphine. I'll bet, she said. Sin replies, you know jealousy does not become you. I'm not jealous, she says. Shh, don't raise your voice. You're going to wake the children. Looking around as he walks by, there's pictures on the wall of Sin and Delphine holding their children. One even of their wedding, although Sin looks a little worse for wear, surprisingly. None of which have large smiles on Sin's face, but he continues by saying, I would not forsake you for them or anything else she has to offer. Delphine smiles, and that is the end of the conversation as they head up to bed. The next morning, Sin receives a shock as he's informed that an ambassador from the inner sphere has just jumped into the solar system. Another one. Where's this one from? Well, it turns out they're from the Federated Suns. As it isn't long before he realizes there is no special treatment for any ambassador in the solar system, it is not until the afternoon that they get clearance to enter. Katana is surprised by the news as well and decides to meet the ambassador. However, she's not given a chance. Sin and his group are waiting for For this, Talia gets off her dropship and brought through the in-processing checkpoint. Talia is tall and with short blonde hair. Her slender body is accentuated by the tight clothes she's wearing. She is definitely not amused at all the security precautions she has to go through, although it's not long before she understands. She is ushered into the conference room where the meeting takes place. Sin says, "Welcome. I'm sure you're tired from your trip, but I believe we would all like to get down to business." Talia says, "Well put. I'm here to set up relations with your planet. It is hope trade can begin across the area of the inner sphere." Sin says, "As I was hoping." He pulls out the 2 standard treaty forms and hands them to Talia. He says, "These are standard forms that everyone trades with us through this entire solar system, and you must sign if you want to continue." Tara didn't give any type of response, as she simply opens and reads them carefully, and Sin sits patiently along with the rest of the council. And without any conversation, Tara simply closes them, sets them down. She says, "There is one matter that has not been discussed in these papers." Sin says, "Let me guess. It's the clan presence." Talia says, "Correct. For the sake of security, we will have to stop giving free passage to clan equipment and personnel through your space. Such action should not be permitted. In the inner sphere, maybe, but not in Soul Sector," Sin replies. "We have our own set of rules." Talia says, "If you wish to be part of the Empire, cut off Sin's, why would we want to do that?" Tia goes pale. "Isn't that why you called for ambassadors to come to your planet?" Sin replies, "No. It is for what's written on those pages," as he points to the notes. Talia says, "We of the Federated Sons have suffered greatly at the hands of the clanners. So have the Free Worlds League, the Lyran Alliance, and even the Draconis Combine, which signed a treaty with us yesterday." Tier's a little put back. "What type of special deal did you make with them?" Sin replies, "It's the same one that's sitting in front of you." Talia pauses and looks at the files in front of you. "You really expect me to believe that the Draconis Combine would sign this?" Sin says, "If you don't believe me, I believe Miss Katana is yourself. You can go talk to her. I'm pretty sure she's still on the planet." "She's here?" Talia requested. "Perhaps I should speak with her first." Sin says, "As you wish. One of my orderlies will escort you." With that, Talia left, and within a half an hour is standing face to face with Katana. This is the first time the two have ever stood face to face. They talk for hours about the situations across the universe, but mainly about the situation on Earth. It is well past dark before Talia returned to the conference room. With a little discussion, she walks in and signed both copies. Sin asks, "If I may ask, what swayed your decision?" Talia responded, "I saw things here that I didn't think possible. There were mixed families of clan and human in every town. Different clans were drinking together and toasting each other and honoring those lost in battle from every side, actually. Even the former warriors of the Federated Sons enjoying a walk down the street, passing Draconis security and not caring one bit that they were there. This planet seems to become a haven from all the problems in the universe." "Looks can be deceiving," Sin replied. "We still have our problems, but the system of government is designed that refined before it was put into place." "But there's no fighting anywhere," Talia says. Sin's expression becomes even more solemn. "If that's what you think, then you are very off. Let me show you something." He punches a few buttons and a picture is displayed. Several pictures, actually. There's a picture of 2 different pirate dropships from the attack previously. These are the remains of the battle we had recently with a group of pirates. As you can see, one of the dropships was shot down as it was lifting off. There were survivors, but the ship was just damaged beyond recognition. We're still cannibalizing this one to give this second one here functional. We should have operational in maybe 3 days to a week. Tara says, "It appears that these 2 dropships cause you a lot of trouble," she says arrogantly. "These are 2 of over 24 dropships that have made landing in the past year. This is from the largest pirate raid on our planet thus far. Tara looks over at the number and says, over 24? Yes, Sin says. You see, our peace and freedom comes with a price. In some cases, a large one. Sin stands up and lifts his shirt up and shows a large set of scars that cover the bottom side of his torso. If not for a clanner medic, I'd be dead right now. In the same battle, I lost my best friend Garan. He's buried with honor with the rest of our heroes. Tiala is almost frightened at the sight of the scar, as something that bad would have most likely been terminal. And all the mentions of death in such a place that is this. Tiala excuses herself and leaves a copy of the treaty along with one in her hand. Sin takes his and goes back to his place, one of the other files of the treaty away, and seems to be happy over the whole thing. A few days later, Katana and Tiala are in a cafe talking about how wonderful it must be to live on a planet when the alarms start going off. There is immediate movement of people around them, running and moving about. As they stood up, they asked what is going on as they see the Khan of Clan Wolf and a Khan of Clan Jade Falcon go running by. Tiala rubs her eyes in disbelief. What did they put in these drinks? One of Tiala's subordinates comes running up screaming, "Ma'am, we have to go. We have to leave now." Katana takes off in her vehicle as well as they begin moving down the street. All the shops are being closed as big metal covers are being brought down. Other people are running out of buildings as though they've been trained for such a movement. A voice suddenly comes over a loud PA system. "Alert, alert. Enemy fleet has just jumped into Sol space. Estimated time of landing, 17 hours. I say again, enemy fleet has entered Sol space. All personnel are to report to their stations immediately." The message repeats the entire drive as the women are brought to their drop ships, which are already in the beginning stages of their preparation to take off. They look around and realize that mechs and aerospace fighters are being armed. And they could only ask the one question, what the hell is going on? As the dignitaries are hurrying themselves off the planet, every ship is being brought up to ready status. Every vehicle, every personnel is getting ready. All non-Earth ships are ordered to get clear of the danger area as soon as possible. Fighter pilots are getting ready and every weapon system is being brought online. Sin is up in his flagship, the Bismarck, as things begin to go down. Senator asks, "Admiral, how are things progressing?" The Admiral responds, "About approximately 65% now, sir, and rising." "How long until your ship is ready for action?" "Another 10 minutes, sir." "Well done. Make sure you double check with everyone and make sure you haven't missed a thing." Sin walks over the radio. "This is Able 6 Actual. What are the conditions on the ground?" A voice responds, 70% and still climbing, sir. We should have everything ready within an hour." Sinner replies, "We might not have that long." The voice responds, "Affirmative, 30 minutes. Sin turns off the radio and turns on to another channel. "Get me the Draconis and all the other Innersphere ships." The operator comes back on a few moments later. "You have them, sir." "This is General Sin. I'm sorry to cut off your holiday short, but circumstances have forced us all to go to work." Teresa says, "Would you mind explaining who and why someone is coming at you with a fleet the size of 2 clans?" Sin responds, "I can't explain who, but I'm pretty sure I can figure out why." Katana says, "Perhaps you could be more specific." "Well, since Earth became known to other governments in the inner sphere, because of our ability to fight the clans and take back our planet without outside help, also that the clans, along with the Free Worlds League, have enjoyed an increasingly increased prosperity due to the appearance others want it for themselves." Teresa asks, "And there is any other reason?" Sin looks at his monitor and says, "Only one. But it is one we would have to discover ourselves." "Which is?" "Changing to wideband frequency so everyone can hear. I was hoping that this would be a broadcast at a more appropriate time. Sin takes a deep breath. It is the fact that we have come from Terra as well. Everyone on the bridge actually stops for a few seconds and looks at him. Have you ever heard of the Battletech 4 disaster? The only jump ship ever to try and jump through a black hole and was never seen again. However, when it jumped into this region of space. We're not sure how, but the extreme gravity of the black hole somehow bent time and landed it in the past. About 600 billion years ago. Or a million years ago. Earth time. Its cargo was not only a bounty of researchers, but criminals being transported to a penal colony. We have excavated the remains of the hull out of the New Mexico desert. It is without a doubt the correct ship, and its survivors are now its planet's inhabitants. Katana says, this is unbelievable. There's more. Because of our exposure to our star, which is far greater than that of Terra, and a gravitation stronger than that of Terra, combined with a mixture of DNA from the indigenous personnel, we have evolved. Though our appearance may not have changed much inside of... That's another story. The Khan of Clan Wolf cuts in. If this is true, then this planet must be protected at all cost. The Clan Jade Falcon Khan comes in. For once, we agree. We have found slight changes in the blood work of the people of this planet, and interbreeding has yielded far greater results than we could have anticipated. The Clan Wolf Khan comes in. This has been whispered throughout the clans, but until now we haven't been able to confirm our findings. The Admiral chimes in. Sir, the clan ships are heading back this way. Turns back towards Sin. Order, sir? Sin looks him dead in the eye. This is your area of expertise, Admiral, not mine. Organize the battle line. Yes, sir, he says, and the Admiral begins moving all the ships along with his own. Teresa, you know the rules, clanners. There was to be no naval battles. The Wolf Khan responds, but there's something here worth protecting, even at the cost of the rules. The clan battleships continue to move in position, with weapons beginning to be primed. Sin says, I thank you for your assistance. He turns to the others. Now, the rest of you will see what the cost is for real freedom. He gives the radio back to the operator. Admiral. Admiral responds, counting clan ships, we have increased our firepower by almost 100%. The voice over the radio. Sir, I have a request by the clans to deploy dropships to the planet. Have we found out who is approaching the planet? Yes, sir. It appears to be the Lyrans and a whole lot of mercenary support. Then Sin says, then tell our allies that we need to clear with the ground for coordinate landings and make sure they all have each other's IFF signals. Voice on the radio, yes, sir. The radio man is frantically trying to coordinate forces coming down, and within a few minutes, every single allied dropship is heading for the surface. The Admiral asks, what about you, sir? Wouldn't you like to head to the planet with your mech? Sin replies, a leader leads from the front, Admiral. If we can't stop him here, I will fight him on the ground. The Admiral says, yes, sir. Their position at the last of the dropship goes out of sight. Now they can visually see the enemy fleet. Space in front of the Earth fleet is seemingly packed with hundreds of ships. Dropships detach in preparation for landing, multiplying their numbers. Fighters are set free to engage, packing ships even more into a seemingly smaller and smaller space. Sin looks at the Admiral. I think now, sir. The Admiral commands out, prepare the main gun. The order is echoed back across the bridge, and the front of the Bismarck seems to open. Power begins to build as the Admiral gives directional orders. Aim for the center of their group. The Bismarck begins to pivot. Open communication to all ships. Standing tall with hate in his eyes. Ready all batteries. Open fire. With that, the universe's largest pulse particle cannon fires directly at the enemy fleet. Along the rest of the fleet, space begins to burn in between the two groups of ships. The main ship itself shakes from the burst, nearly knocking Sin off his feet. It takes a few seconds before the fire reaches the enemy fleet. The fire mixes with the enemy's volleys and thousands of missiles explode, literally burning space. But the Earth has a few tricks up its sleeve more. Many of the nuclear missiles are armored and set specifically to withstand the volley of fire. The PPC detonates and the first dozen ships are either knocked out or totally destroyed. The nukes blow up inside the enemy formation, causing many ships to lose power, drift, and run into each other. Despite this, the enemy continues to advance. The second and third volleys do similar damage, but do not stop the advance, and the enemy fleet continues to spread out to lessen the damage of each hit. By now, they are nearing standard weapons range, and firing gets so thick it's hard to find a target without getting hit. Fighters fill the skies as the ships continue to pummel each other. The Bismarck is far too close to use its main gun now, so it closes the gun ports itself. The auto guns continue to fire, picking off targets. Dropships begin pushing their way through the lines and aiming for the surface, while orbital defense satellites run hot, throwing everything they have at the enemy. The incoming dropships don't even seem to be phased as they continue to push through the surface. The Bismarck is the main target and is continually pounded by enemy fire. It isn't until enemy fleets are at point-blank range that another round of dots enter the radar. An operator yells out, "Sir, we have more incoming. It's..." "Oh my God. It's the colony, sir. Their ships are on the way." The admiral responds, "We'll take all the help we can get. Right now, focus on..." With that, the Bismarck goes adrift. The auto guns are still firing, but aside from that, she is dead in the water. On the planet, the word of the Bismarck being taken out spreads fast, and then fire in the room is covered in gasoline. On the ground, a bunch of light mechs, piloted by citizens in one town just outside of Buffalo. Next to the two mechs are two young children, a boy and a young girl. They hear the word of the Bismarck has been taken out over the radio. Everyone looks at them because they are the children of Delphine and Sim. A girl asks, "Oh shit, Father was on that ship." One of the boys says, Are you two going to be all right?" Looking directly at the girl. "We'll be fine," the older boy says. They hear the radio call of over 50 dropships making their way to the surface. Another young boy says, "How are we supposed to fight that many?" Another girl says, "Without the general and his fighters, we can't fight that much. There's just too many of them." The oldest boy, "We can't go down without fighting. Father would want us to go on, no matter what the odds." He starts running towards his mech and climbing up the side. "Are you with me, or do I fight this battle alone?" With that, they all mount up and are called in to get coordinates to the enemy landing point. As they get close, a girl calls to a friend to the mech next to her. It has the radar dish rotating on top of it. "Can you get a fix on the enemy's location?" The oldest boy says, "Forget the radar, here they come." The enemy mechs begin to cross the bridge. "All right, guys, let them have it." The fight begins as the clan mechs come in running. Now the enemy is getting engaged by two sides. Though a group of Sin's children is only light mechs, the numbers make up the difference. Even the clan commander, commanding a heavy lance, is impressed by the ferocity of the children's fight. The first skirmish does not last long, but that is only one of many. In Confederation territory, every person able and or willing to fight is armed and moving. Battle mechs rush to areas as others are dropped in. Armor and infantry engaged at will, and the sky is filled with aircraft. Cruise missiles slam in the dropships as they try to make it to the surface. In the U.S., the big guns are moved into place, and any enemy heading to the ground is pummeled by ground fire. Once down, the enemy is dialed in and artillery falls on top of them. They may not have many mechs, but they have plenty of standard weapons. In the east, Each mech and dropship has to fight off dozens of fighters in elemental suits. Though they lack the firepower of a mech, they can swarm and tear apart a mech in about a minute. Each section fights differently, and that keeps the enemy guessing. The fighting does not stop. Somewhere on the planet's surface and in space, there is always fighting. Any rest on either side is usually to reload and repair before going out again. Clan warriors are embedded with humans as they scurry around trying to keep pushing the enemy back. This goes on for 3 weeks. Around a campfire, several young children lay, trying to sleep as others stand guard and work on their machines. Clan warriors stood watch as well, but only a few would come down to check on the children. As the young boy came down to stoke the fire, he pulls a blanket higher over the shoulder of a young girl. That's when he hears the voice behind him. A female voice says, "So, how are you holding up?" "I'm fine," he says. "You look like you used some rest, at least." The boy takes a deep breath. "What I could use is a working ER laser and some more missiles." The young woman says, "You could try and look strong all you want, but you need to give your young body time to recover." The boy says, "I know, but I need to get these repairs done before dawn. I don't know what's going to happen, so I have to be ready." The female says, "Admirable. That's why I came to help you." The boy says, "I appreciate it, Robin." She says, "Don't mention it." They work together through the night to get the repairs finished before the morning. The boy is passed out next to the foot of his mech when the small hand shakes him awake. A girl's voice goes, "Nick, Nick, it's time to wake up." Forcing his eyes open, he sees his sister in front of him. "Cindy? What is it? What is it?" "It's time to eat," she says. She hands him a plate that is sparse and has one of her own in her hand. He eats everything down and tries to get moving again. In less than an hour, they're up in their mechs and they're marching on. Most of the group is trying to fight sleep as their mechs limp along. The time fighting has damaged most of their mechs, and without a refit, they have to fight with ammo pods that are nearly empty, and almost half of their energy weapons are malfunctioning or broken. Still, they drive on. Their group of about 20 mechs with a few pieces of armor and supply trucks that are nearby are empty. As they move, they begin to hear a distress call. At first, they listen to find out who it is. Then the children hear something that boosts their spirits. A voice comes over. "This is Able 6 calling any Confederation forces. We've hit the last stronghold on the continent, but we need every available unit to continue the assault. Anyone respond." Robin keys her radio. "This is Battle Group Rho. We will be at your location in approximately 5 minutes. The voice back, "Roger, Battle Group Rho. Be advised, it looks like we've pulled everything into this spot. Expect heavy resistance." "Affirmative, Able 6. They push as fast as their slowest mech can go. It's hard for the children not to push the throttle, but they were taught better. As they approach, they can see pillars of smoke rising as mechs and armor burned. As they cross the final rise, they can see the fight has become almost insane. Friendly and enemy units blasting each other in a complete firestorm. Robin keys the mic. "You know the drill. Line up." With that, the mechs take the center and the armor is on the outside to form a line and begin to check targets in their second. "Ready, first barrage." Each mech and tank locks onto the enemy unit. "Fire!" With that, the first volley is away and a line of enemy units falls. The next volley and third go the same, each one taking an even more larger section out of the enemy. Now they are within enemy weapons range. Hold the line. Fire at will. And the fire becomes intense as ever. The line holds as the enemy tries to reposition. The sudden loss of their flanks make them recall their forces. As the forces withdraw, they come under increasingly heavy fire. Then the children see something that everyone else sees. It's Sin's Direwolf and Delphine's Warhawk right next to it. On either side is Terra's Hatchman and the Wolfcon's Stormcrow. The Falcon Khan's mech and even the Katana is in the fight. Each of them has been damaged, almost to the point of falling over, but they keep up the pressure. The group seem to merge as they push the enemy back towards their final dust-off point. Then, just as things seemed to be about at the end, several other lances join the enemy and they try to push back. In the midst of things, the Warhawk is hit and falls to the ground. A reaction like that could only mean that the pilot is hit. As hot as it is in his mech, Sin, Nick, and Cindy's blood runs cold. Sin screams out, "You motherless fuckers!" Sin uses his Alpha Strike to try and take down the center line, but inadvertently hits the dropship's engines as it's powering up. The resulting explosion tosses a large group and the ship and sends everybody flying. Mechs tumble as the blast wave hits them. Everyone not in an assault mech is pushed back. Gyros whine and scream as they try to keep their balance. Light mechs take one hell of a tumble but are able to get back up. The explosion is so great that the other dropships go offline. Almost all the enemy units are down now, and the rest are easily dispatched. The battle is won. The last of the dropships that are anywhere on the planet take off and try to fight their way off the planet. Fighters and ground fire dog them until they're way out of the atmosphere. Then space fighters are waiting along with several battleships swoop at them and the rest of the way to their jump ships. As the few remaining ships jump away, the battleships watch as the fleet that came thousands leaves with only about 10 ships in total. On the ground and in space, people cheered as the news of the enemy running away. But on the battlefield, a leader is scared to death. Sin runs to the mech, to Delphine's down Warhawk. Nick and Cindy are not far behind. He runs up and rips the hatch open as hard as he can, almost breaking his fingers in the process. It is easy to see that she didn't eject. Cindy and Nick hold the hatch open as Sin goes in to retrieve Delphine. He comes up with her in his arms. He brings her down to the ground and the children join him. Sin is barely able to keep from breaking down at this point. Please don't leave me, as he holds her. You saved me before. Don't leave me now. I need you, Delphine. We need you. He begins holding her close and shaking her back and forth slightly. The children move in close as Delphine tries to open her eyes. She tries to talk but can't get any words out. She barely moves her eyes, begin to shut again. No, stay with me, please. Delphine tries to fight, but her eyes shut, and her body begins to sag. Nick and Cindy turn. Medic! After the battle that left most of the earth in ruins, Nick and Cindy look at their father sitting next to their mother's side. He doesn't move as the machines keep her alive. Robin comes in and tries to comfort the children, but neither of them really want to listen. She says, "You both fought well, valiantly, honorably. I couldn't be more proud if you were my own clansmen. Your mother fought well too. In fact, she took down more of the enemy than anyone else." Comforting the children was clearly not her strong suit, being a clanner and all, but she continued, "It will be all right just to watch. Your planet is renowned for its medical technologies. Now, how about I take you two to lunch?" Finally, she's able to get the two children away, and it's only then that a figure walks into the room. A middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a clean uniform. "Sir," he pauses as he looks at Delphine's silhouette. "Sir, I won't pretend I know what you're going through. I never had a spouse. But the people of this planet need you now than ever. You need to show them that the earth has not been broken by this." Sin calmly says, "You were clan first, correct?" "Yes, sir. Steel Viper before I joined Earth." "Then you're right. You couldn't ever understand this. Not now. As for the people of this planet, you should know by now that they do not give in to despair so easily. You've studied our history, but do you truly understand what's going on right now? What is going through everyone's mind on this planet? Even the one in this room? The man says, It is time for rebuilding, sir? No. It is a time of mourning. Our population was small, and it's a lot smaller now that the attack killed over 50% of our people. I was fortunate enough not to have to bury my family again. Still, once the mourning is over, there's only one thing left for us. Sir, and what would that be, sir? Sin stands up and turns around and looks at him. Revenge. It's about 2 days later that Sin is standing at the podium with the cameras rolling, his face clearly showing his age now, and with the wear and tear his body has gone through over the past few weeks, a bandage still slightly visible at the base of his neck on the right side. People of Earth, we have found out that the Lyran Alliance was responsible for the attack on our solar system. They emptied their coffers to hire the mercenaries from all over the universe to fight for them and to bring their entire fleet along to fight us. Their objective was the complete and total annihilation of Earth and its colonies. Why? Because we stood next to the clans, and they feared having us on one side and clans on the others. However, they lost, but their objective has not changed. They even fired on Intersphere and Draconis ships, along with our Davian and even Capellans that were stationed far outside the battle zone. I have once said that Earth has no desire for conquest, not anymore. However, I did not mention something. We still have a strong desire for revenge. I will put it to the Council to decide on a declaration of war against the Lyrans. There are many screams around the world, heard in homes and buildings, as people scream for blood, drunk on revenge. The vote goes through without hesitation, even without invitation. The U.S. and Japanese Empire give their full support with the additional soldiers and materials. Over the course of the next few months, ships are salvaged and new ones are built. Machinery of all shapes and sizes are produced and soldiers are trained. In the midst of all, the Earth receives a shock. Dozens of clans' dropships begin to arrive to give their support in the coming campaign. This continues to increase the number of soldiers at Sin's command. As the group finishes their preparations to leave, families say goodbye, and the only ones that are left are the young. This includes Sin's children, and a group to teach them and watch over them, as well as a small group for defense. With the new orbital defense grid, even a group as big as the one that came before couldn't get through without taking 90% casualties. The fleet begins to move off Earth, and once again, the Earth is quiet. It will take several jumps to reach into Lyran's borders. The leaders make their final touches on the battle plan as the rest of the fleet drill constantly. As they enter Lyran space, alarm sounds as they pick up not one, but two fleets waiting just outside of weapons range. It isn't until they check the registration that they find out that it's two separate inner sphere fleets, Draconis and Federated Suns. By the last leg of the journey, the battle group has reached almost epic size. But instead of a battle line, they find that the first planet is completely empty, evacuated. There are still fresh burn marks from hasty takeoffs. Most of the equipment and buildings are still standing. Some of the government buildings have been burned, but for the most part, the planet has been left untouched. When the leaders begin to argue over ownership, Sin is quick to interject. You can fight over the spoils later. We have a war to fight. Once they have control of the communications arrays and spaceports, they continue the mission. Strangely enough, it's the same on the next 3 planets. As they look around, it is easy to see that the Lyran Alliance had gone wrong. There are signs of corruption is evident. Many of the government buildings and housing were lavish, yet the general population had to get by with just the bare essentials. This disgusted Sin so bad that he ordered several government buildings to be used as target practice. Needless to say, the other leaders were not happy. Teresa says, I just found out that your fighters turned the planet's palaces into piles of ash. Katana interjects, I have heard the same thing. Explain yourself, General. The Wolf Khan says, control yourselves. This war was started on his planet, and we have all decided to make him our commander until Sin raises his hand to quiet them all. She asked me the question, and I will answer it. Sin pulls up an image of a palace and the city around it. A topographical map. However, it's basically a photo. He asks, tell me what you see here. Teresa says, I see the palace and its gardens in the middle of the city. Is that what you see as well? As he turns to Katana. Yes, it was beautiful, but now it's gone. Sin says, perhaps you should look someplace other than that pretty white building in the center and start looking around. He zooms in. As you can see, only a handful of buildings here are more than 1 story tall. Also, most of them are made of weak and cheap materials. This tells me that they lived in a city that had to live in poverty, while the leaders lived in luxury. This is one of those telltale signs of corruption. It was evident on my planet a long time ago. Sin pauses to look at the two. Any leader that thinks themselves better or more important than their subordinates does not deserve to be a leader. The two women got the idea and stayed silent as they sat back in their chairs. The clan leaders seemed to grin at this because this is a lesson they must learn or die. After a few seconds, the meeting continues. It isn't until they reach the 5th planet that they find people, but none of the leadership is there. When the battle group makes planetfall, all they find is farmers and miners. It's almost disheartening not to fight, but it is an almost ego boost knowing that your enemy is running away from you. A small group is left behind as a communications port, and the rest continue on with the mission. The 6th planet, they find jump ships loading up, but by the time the battle groups gets within lunar orbit, they've already jumped away. This time, there are still soldiers left on the planet. The few that remain are either dispatched quickly or surrender without a fight. Still, it means that the battle group is catching up. As they look around, they find something disturbing. There are mass graves on the outskirts of the city. As they make the call back to the outer planets, they find out that every planet has them. Sin asks, why? It doesn't make sense. The commander from the Japanese Navy says, yes, it does. Just as back in the 40s, Japanese soldiers would rather die than by their own hand than by the enemy. It has been same throughout history, and it looks as though it is still practiced today. All those people, all those innocent destroyed, Sin says. Sir, it is a little late for second thoughts. I didn't know, so you are not to blame. Neither did you know. More like the Lyrans told their people they were coming and had them all commit suicide. The words did not console Sin any as he thinks about his children and his wife. The next jump will take them to the Lyran capital. Everyone is in position as ships prepare to jump. They are ready for the worst. The Lyrans have to throw at them. Everyone is on edge as they continue to jump. As they settle, everyone jumps to their station. Sin is in his direwolf listening to the command net. What is shown to him is a planet loading jump ships and drop ships. It is assumed that they are loading. Several break away. As they see this, the fleet is on the radar. The Admiral calls out, "This is Fleet Admiral Dorsant of the Lyran fleet. You brought war to our planet. Now we bring war to yours." A voice comes out, "This is Captain Doshka of the dropship Karushkin. We are not part of the Lyran fleet. I am contracted to fly civilians away from this planet." The Admiral says, "Don't try to blow smoke up my ass, Captain. We know what you Lyrans do to their civilians if they think they will lose. We found the mass graves of all those Lyran leadership led to slaughter. But we only have civilians on board. Then power down and prepare to be boarded." With that, several dropships began to run for it. The rest power down and stay still. Sin breaks into the net. "This is General Sin, commander of the battle group. If you are only carrying civilians, power down and you will have nothing to fear from us." Silence comes back. "If the so-called royal family is trying to run with their tail between their legs, then I'm assuming that they don't have any balls. And I'm issuing a challenge. If you wanted to kill us, now here's your chance to finish what you started. Turn around and fight me." Several of the ships actually stopped, but about 4 still tried to move away. The Admiral gives the orders to stop them, and fighters fill the skies and rush in. The Lyran fighters appear, but they're severely outnumbered. It is a very quick fight, and soon the jump ships have to power down or risk blowing their reactors. With space at their control, they move forward to secure the jump ships. However, things are never that easy. Fighters begin to rise from the planet as the battle begins. There are 2 frigates that appear from the dark side of the moon and engage the fleet. One shot from the tsunami's main gun takes care of them both. The Lyran's fighters are no match for the combined force, and it is a short fight. Then it is time to move and secure the planet. Sin feels the jolt of his dropship pulls away from the tsunami. He doesn't say a word. He just lets the ship crew do what they're trained to do. He waits for what seems like an eternity until the doors open beneath him. Again, he feels the burst of acceleration as the clamps holding his mech release. Then the boosters kick in, and the impact feels just as bad. Coughing up a little bit of blood. "I'm getting too old for this shit." His mech finally hits the ground before anyone else. He takes down 2 light mechs before anyone else even makes landfall. Pushing a discarded rocket aside, he makes his way to the targeted area. For these missions, the mechs and armor are dropped in formation, and they have to close in on the target. It saves a lot of time, and forces the enemy to spend time regrouping to move in. Fighters fill the skies, and artillery begins to make its appearance. Unfortunately, it's enemy artillery. Fighters take their positions out quickly, but there are still many casualties. The objective, the main palace, is quickly surrounded, and the defense is taken care of. Infantry move in, with mechs covering their advance. The battle inside takes less than 5 minutes. Sin calls a report and finds that all the defenses have been neutralized. With everything quiet, Sin looks around. Though the general populace lives in more modern buildings, it is easy to see that they still live in less than desirable conditions. Many of the buildings have long since gone to ruin. Entire areas of the city look like they've been demolished years ago. This enrages Sin to no end. He calls on the radio. "This is Able 6 to Tango 6. "Go ahead, Able 6. Have your people strip that building for anything that could benefit the battle group. Then bring it to the ground." "With pleasure, sir." Katana's voice suddenly cuts through. "Able 6, this is Dragon Prime. Are you going to destroy another building just for pleasure?" "Not for pleasure, Princess. You shall look around you again and tell me what you see." Katana and her other comrades look around and study the buildings. It's apparent as you can see the civilians huddled in corners, barely alive. Some don't even look like they've eaten, and they all look emaciated in one way, form, or another. The clans even find this disgraceful. The Ghost Bear Khan kicks in on the radio. "Able 6, this is Ice 6. I have bombers on standby. Please allow us the honor of destroying that target." Sin replies, "Ice 6, this is Able 6. Hold your attack. We still have friendlies inside." "Understood. Bomber staying on station." A voice comes over the radio. "Able 6, this is Tango 6. You're gonna want to see this." Sin turns the torso of his mech. "What is it, Tango 6? looks like the entire Lyran battle plan. Everything from the destruction of Earth to their contingency plan if they fail. Looks like the entire Lyran defense network plans. Get everything you can, Tango 6. That information could be vital for our campaign, over. Affirmative, Able 6. We're already retrieving the information. Good work, Tango 6. Able 6 out. He changed his frequencies. Ice 6, this is Able 6. Call off your bombers. Wave off. I say again, abort mission. Abort mission. We are retrieving valuable information from the target building. Voice comes back over. Affirmative. Aborting airstrike. It takes several days to get the information and get the medical attention and food to the general population. They find another mass grave that is yet to be covered up. The smell is so bad that even the Duchess gags from inside her mech. The target building is eventually turned into a pile of rubble, and a small contingent is left behind to keep the planet alive while the main force continues. This time, engineers are left as well to try to make parts of the city livable again. Sin spends much of his next trip reading on the Lyran's battle plans. It looks like they lost more than 70% of their fighting capabilities when they attacked Earth. Because of this, they were pulling the remaining of their forces back to defend their capital world and the Archon. Because of this, they are telling the general population that it's better to commit suicide than to be slaughtered by the approaching force. In their haste to flee, they do not make sure that the entire population is dead, nor do they clear out the computers. Their only necessity seems to be weapons, food, and medical supplies. This leaves each planet with no means of sustaining itself for long. This information infuriates each of the commanders to absolutely no end. They spread this around the fleet, and it doesn't take long before each person has a newfound hate for the Lyrans. With only one last planet to go before they reach the Capellan capital world, the entire fleet is chomping at the bit to take more of them out, and it doesn't take long before they're going to get their wish. As the combined fleet gets ready for the next jump, everyone is brought up to general quarters and brought into their battle stations. On the next jump, as they begin to defold, they meet up with a large group of ships trying to leave the sector. It is clear to the Admiral that most of these ships are setting up a blocking force to allow another small group of dropships to escape to their jump ships. Ships are positioned and fighters are launched in preparation for the assault. The fleet prepares as well, and the Admiral decides to give them one chance. The Admiral calls out, "This is the combined fleet of Earth to all Lyran forces. You are ordered to power down, stand down. We are taking control of this area." There is no response with the Lyran group until, out of nowhere, they begin to fire on the surface of the planet. Almost freaking out, the Admiral orders the fleet in. Sin, unfortunately, has no choice but to sit back and watch on his monitor as the battle begins, since he is strapped into the cockpit of his direwolf. The Tsunami, the ship brought in specifically because it was designed for this purpose alone, long-distance shots with its multiple PPC barrels. Its main guns tear large holes in the enemy lines as the fighters make their way around into position. They have to stay out of line of fire. They risk being hit by their own side. However, this unfortunately just means it slows them down. Though it isn't long, before they're engaging the enemy fighters in a fight for space. The few ships that are trying desperately to leave are getting away until one of them is clipped by one of the Tsunami's shots. The ship is dead in the water as the fleet continues to advance. Once the small ships and the units are out of the way of the main group, or what's left of them, they try to make a run for it. This doesn't last long as the fleet is so close they're able to engage with mid-range weapons. The battle for the space around the planet is over and the fleet moves into orbit, although what they find is far worse than they imagined. There's only been one other force in the universe that has used orbital bombardment on a planet. That was Clan Smoke Jaguar, and it was hunted down and obliterated for the practice. Half a continent had been decimated in barely a minute of firing. Millions of lives have been snuffed out in just a few seconds. The targets were the major cities that are now smoldering craters. It is nearly impossible to stop the remaining Lyran fighters from being executed as everyone reaches the ground. That is until word spread of a disabled Lyran freighter. The young prince of the Lyrans has been captured along with the rest of the crew. The only thing that stopped him from killing himself is the fact that the ship's engines were completely knocked offline by the grazing shot of the tsunami. Even the self-destruct system was non-functional. Sin orders the ship's crew to be processed and the prince brought onto the Bismarck. The prince is dropped at Sin's feet as the rest of the command staff, to include the princesses, duchesses, and even the khans, are present. The prince looks around and stands up and snickers as though ants stood in front of him. Sin asks, "So, you're the so-called prince of the Lyrans?" He replies, "Yes, I am prince, son of... No one cares who your parents are or whose slimy ass you came out of," Sin says. The prince says, "How dare you interrupt me, you peasant?" Katana speaks in, "He is no peasant, and you should learn some respect." "Respect? A barbarian like him? You must be joking. He was born of low class, and will die as such." A couple of the guards in the back chuckle, which catches the prince's attention. "Do not try my patience." The prince tries to intimidate one of the guards, but makes the guard laugh in his face. "You will bow before me," he says. The Sin replies, "He will do no such thing. None of us ever would." The prince turns around and says, "By the way you speak, I would think you are a noble, but I only see two that are here," raising his hand to look at Teresa and Katana. "They are the only ones who have the right to address me. You are too low to..." A strong right hand strikes the man, sending him to the floor. Sin moves to stand over the prince as he gets ready to strike him again. Standing over, Sin says, "A leader that believes himself better than those he leads gives up his right as a leader." The prince, looking up with blood coming from the side of his mouth and tears in his eyes. "You know nothing about me." Sin says, "Well, let's see. Third in line for the throne after your sister Ashi. Would have been fourth, but you killed your older sister when you were young, by accident, I'm sure. You were placed in charge of Boramata City, on a planet we found decimated by your own propaganda, and of course, your own orbital bombardment. You lead with an iron fist, taking 17 wives, killing 6 of them yourself when they got pregnant. Known as the Devil King of Boramata, but one of the worst strategists in the known universe. Your mech of choice is a Ryokan, or also known by the clan as a Stormcrow, and you are one that gave the order to slaughter the people of this planet rather than let them find out we are not here to kill them. Am I close?" The prince has gotten his eyes very wide at the realization. His jaw begins to drop, but checks the motion as his mouth begins to hurt. He looks at Sin and gets to his feet. "You have done your research fairly well for a simpleton. I do not care to know anything about those that are not worth knowing. So you are a mystery. However, I do know much about the others in this room. So I know this alliance will not last. Each of those in this room are only helping you because you want what they have. Their true motives are of greed and conquest. Like you?" Sin asks. "I am nothing like them," he says. Sin replies, "That is the first truth you have said the entire time. We are nothing like you. We," waving his hand, "are equals here. Even though I have been chosen to lead this battle group, it does not change that fact." The prince replies, "To lead an army, you must be of noble birth," which got chuckles from around the room. Sin replies, "To lead, you must first earn the right to do so." The prince, "You are a true fool. Only honorable nobles are capable of leading any force." "What's so honorable about what you've done?" Sin asks. "I am Prince, third in line for the Archon. Everything I do is honorable regardless." Sin lowers his eyes and shakes his head. "I see you remain blind no matter what I say." The prince says, The words of a group of undeserving barbarians like this deserves no respect from me. Katana reaches for her sword, and Teresa pulls her hand to stop her. Sin sees this and figures it's a good time to stop. Since you refuse to see the difference between commanding and demanding respect, then I will make sure you see it before you die. He turns to his guards. Take him to the planet in the part he created, that he sculpted for himself, and let him learn the truth. The prince is dragged out of the room, kicking and screaming, spitting at everyone as he does. He's put on a transport and brought to the center of a bombardment area. The transport itself never actually touches the ground, but terminates at a hover approximately 2 meters from the surface. And then the guards carrying him kicks the princeling out of the transport and lets him fall to the ground. With that, the transport powers up and flies back up into space. As the prince gets to his feet, he curses at the retreating transport, then realizes where he is and curses again. The transport has dropped him off in the middle of one of the decimated zones with nothing alive for almost 1,000 kilometers in any direction. The fleet takes a rest of the ships in orbit and begins to salvage what they can. The majority of the population is undamaged outside those few cities by the bombardment, but the planet will take decades to recover from it. There is little that can be done to the area that's been hit. However, the rest of the planet ends up needing very little help, surprisingly, since it is an agrarian planet. The population is surprised to find that the first ships they see landing are hospital and engineer ships. They think it's an invading army until bridges are being rebuilt and hospitals are being restocked. All the supplies that the Lyran forces tried to take from them is returned in just a few days. It does not take long for the general population to begin to welcome the Earth Force with open arms, but they're still very cautious when they see clanners. Before the jump engines are fully recharged and ready for the next jump, the planet is stabilized and functioning without any interference. This actually makes Sin grin slightly. The contingent of ships that are still needed to repair are set in orbit, while the remainder are ready for the final jump to the Lyran capital. Everyone is in position as the fleet is moved into formation. Sin waits impatiently in the command couch of his direwolf as he listens to the admiral give orders to the fleets. All pilots on standby and crews are at their stations as the countdown is made. 10, 9, 8. Everyone is on edge, mainly because the Lyrans know that they're coming, and it's going to be rough. Because of the massive power drain that the jump makes, there's a few moments where the ships have to recover before they can even fire. The fact that there is only one ship in the entire fleet that can fire as soon as it jumps. The Bismarck's auxiliary engines are working at full capacity as the countdown comes to an end. 2, 1. The jump only takes a second in real time, but the perception of time is lost in a jump. You're only in a type of suspended, unable to move at all animation. The only thing you can do is think, and think very slowly. In what is perceived as minutes ends suddenly, immediate, abruptly, and it's game on, motherfuckers. The battle group heading into Lyran space is led by Earthborn ships by their own request. The Bismarck leads the fleet. However, the Tsunami will be on the opposite ends, as ships can only still come in to the zenith and nadir points of a star. It is good to bring in your biggest guns first to try and clear the way and get out of the way of your other ships. However, the D-fold spreads the ships out over several thousands of kilometers as they come in, yet they still must get away from the area in order to allow other ships to arrive. As they begin to defold, they try to get in formation. Unfortunately, when they do defold into Lyran space, they end up almost on top of the enemy fleet's position. They're so close that even the Tsunami's short-range weapons can be brought to bear against the enemy ships. As the guns and batteries begin to fire, the fighters take to the skies as fast as possible.
There's a few moments where space itself on both sides of this sector begin to burn. Enemy and friendly ships collide as ships scramble to gain position. The ships that are sent adrift slam into others, causing even more chaos. The Admiral is calm as he gives orders to maneuver the fleet. With the autoguns running hot, they begin to push through the enemy lines, and the Bismarck's main turrets swing left, right, center, and up, down, even though there's no such thing as up in space. The turrets, since placed on all four sides, dorsal, ventral, starboard, and port, have complete and total coverage and are able to pierce an enemy ship with a single shot. All Sin can do, unfortunately, is sit in his cockpit and wait. Space combat is not something he's best at. He has to set and listen to the radio as the fight rages on around the ship, and the ship lurching to the side every time it takes a hit. It is an insane 10 minutes as ships are torn apart and fighters dance across the space, and eventually the fleet begins to punch through just as the reinforcements begin to arrive, though the ships end up leaving a trail and destruction in their wake, making the jump tenuous at best. Once the final ship is taken care of, the salvage crews are sent out to take the wounded and salvage what they can from the disabled ships. It will take several hours to complete this, so the mech pilots and crews for the ground invasion are forced to get out of their machines and help out, though they have no issue with this, as they know how difficult it is for space combat. It will take another 22 hours to make to the planet's atmosphere, even once they are finished collecting all the survivors. Soon, everyone has to prepare as best they can for the inevitable battle. This is the last stand of the Lyran government on their homeworld. Though the government itself may stand, the homeworld must fall. There is no doubt in anyone's mind that they will be waiting for them during the invasion. As they near the planet, there is almost no talking, except what is necessary. Sin performs final checks in the buttons of his direwolf again and again. Once inside, sitting alone, all he has is his thoughts. Sin opens up communications with the Admiral just to double check. The Admiral responds, "Yes, sir, is there something wrong?" I was just thinking that if things go wrong, I'll tell them, sir," the Admiral says. "Thank you, Admiral. Sir." When the Admiral puts the mic down, the ensign next to him asks, "Is there something wrong with the commanding general, sir?" The Admiral responds, "No, he's just making sure everything is ready." The ships finally reach the planet around lunar orbit, and the Tsunami's main gun, along with the Bismarck, take out the defense satellites that are in their way without much problem. The Tsunami's main guns can reach farther than anything the Lyrans have, which I'm sure infuriated all of them. Unfortunately, it breaks up through the atmosphere. There is no way to clear a landing area without sending fighters down with their dropships. Once close enough, all the fighters and dropships release from their carriers at the same time and begin their approach. Sin can feel the weightlessness as it comes to the release. Then comes the pull of the planet's gravity well as they begin to enter the atmosphere. Sin leaves the communication channels open and listens to the battle begin around him, first from the fighters on the edge of the atmosphere, then the fighters inside along with the land-based weapons fired at them. Sin never hears the order, but landing boosters are automatically attached to the sides of his mech. Looking around to each mech is getting set up the same way. All mech pilots know what this means. If mechs and elementals have to hot drop, that means the landing area is far too hot for any landing, and will most likely lose its crew and its ship if it tries to land. Once they're close enough, the elementals are dropped first. They have jump jets and are attached to a chute. They can take a far greater fall than any mech can. The doors open and the elementals begin to fall out. Sin watches them disappear out the door, then it's his turn. The mech is moved into position as the floor opens up. He simply says, "I really hate this." The clamps release, and Sin is given a shock hard enough that he coughs up blood again. After a few seconds of free fall, the jets kick in, and the shock of the jets pushing back against his spine are almost as bad. There is less than a minute before Sin makes landfall.
With a loud thump, he lands and the jets remove themselves. And that is one long minute to wait, though. If he looks, he can see other ships dropping their soldiers and accelerating away, desperately trying to get out of the range of enemy fire. Sin can see a group of elementals dropping less than a kilometer away. Their chutes deploy at about 350 meters. This slows them down, but it also makes them a nice, juicy target for the enemy. Sin sees one of them take a direct hit and burn into the ground. When Sin hits the ground and his boosters detach, he sees the first fighting position almost directly in front of him. Without hesitation, he targets and fires, turning the crew into a smoldering hole. Sin begins to move and coordinate the friendly movements in his area. Though they do not go unopposed, it takes a few hours and the landing area is clear. The fighters still tangling for control of the skies due to the fact that the Lyrans have an extremely high amount of them. An introduction of dropship quickly does clear the sky of enemy. The dropships are heavily armed and can take out a squadron of fighters rather quickly. With the dropships down to the planet and the base of operations secured, they refit and begin to march on Lyran capital. The fight takes a week to reach the edge of the city, even though a straight walk would take less than 4 hours. This is due to the fact that, again, the Lyrans can bring unbelievable amounts of hardware to bear. Unlike their predecessors, this city is a major metropolis. It makes Dallas look like a small town, and Sin meets with the War Council to decide how to hit the city. The Jade Falcon Khan says, "Why don't we just charge in and take the city the way the clans take everything else?" Kitana looks, "We could just level the rest of the city. You've already taken down half the royal palace from here." Teresa chimes in, "If we do that, might as well nuke the entire planet while we're at it." The Clan Wolf leader says, "Don't get ahead of yourself, but I do think we should be doing more than just waiting and see what the Lyrans do next." The Ghost Bear Khan chimes in as well. "They do not have the capacity to stop us anyway. I volunteered to lead the assault." Sin says, "You will do nothing until we figure out how to take this city as efficiently as possible." The Wolf Khan chimes in, "We will take casualties any way we go." Sin replies, "You've been at the top too long to ever think of acceptable casualties. There aren't any." Katana chimes in with, again, "There is no way to take this city without risking lives." "I know that," Sin replies, "but we have to figure out a way to minimize our losses without totally annihilating a civilian population." Jade Falcon, "Perhaps you care too much to lead this assault." Sin replies, "Regardless of what plan we use, I will be at the front of this advance. Don't ever assume otherwise." Teresa says, "Perhaps we need time to cool ourselves before we continue." The council is put into a slight recess to have something to eat and drink until later. Sin takes a walk and can see people moving around and scurrying to make ready for the next assault. Teresa walks up next to him and looks across at the landscape. "You know, has only been one other army this large, General Kerensky. Perhaps that's why you've been able to keep such an unlikely alliance together for so long. You're a lot like him." Tara takes another look around before continuing. "Innersphere technicians, clan warriors, Earth ships, Draconis support, you even have a few Free Worlds League have joined. Such an assortment. It is amazing that things have not torn itself apart." She looks at Sin, but he's still looking out at the city skyline. "I'm sure if this was under clan control, there would be just as many injuries from each other and from hostile action. If it were led by Innersphere, or even, I don't know, Draconis or Torian, maybe, they would have to pay for support like this. And there's far too much mistrust between our governments to bring us together like this." The Wolf Khan, walking up, says, "You're right. If it was not for Earth and the government you have designed, then we would still be fighting each other right now. Teresa says, indeed. And then she turns to Sin. Do you know that we have faced each other on the field of battle many times? Yet we both stand, the Wolf Khan said. The two women smile at each other. It is more one out of respect than anything else. Teresa starts with, perhaps when this is all over, we will be at peace again. Without looking over, Sin just says, we have to get through this first. Sin turns around and heads back to the council chamber. He leaves the women looking confused at this sudden change of words. When everyone turns to the room, Sin lays out the groundwork for the assault. It doesn't take more than a day to get all the units in position. Sin tries once more to get the general population out of the city before everything goes bad. Transmitting on every frequency possible, he makes sure everyone can hear what is being said. This is General Sin of the Earth Forces to the remaining Lyran royalty. Surrender yourselves and no harm will come to the general population. If you insist on using them as human shields, then I will have no choice but to ask them to dig you out. I await your response. There's less than a minute of silence over the comms before they get a response. This is Archon Steiner of the Lyran Commonwealth. You have no place to order us to do anything. I'm trying to stop further bloodshed, Sin says. Do you not care for the safety of the people of this planet? The people of the Lyran Alliance know that the royal family is to be protected at all costs. It is not their place to choose. Sin replies, so you're saying that the people of the Lyran Alliance are nothing more than puppets? The Archon replies, you will address me respectfully. Be thankful that I even address a low-class person like yourself. Only those of noble birth should even consider asking such things in the first place. Even those appointed by the Lyran Alliance, by the Archon myself, would even know never to ask that. Sin replies, well, you don't consider yourself superior, huh? Those that have faced us or on the field of battle are more noble than you ever could come close to. I've only placed a single prince on the field of battle since I invaded this planet. At least he earned the respect from everyone over here before he died. The Archon replied, that prince was my son. He went against my wishes, and now there is only one left. Sin replies, then do not waste your bloodline on pride. Also think of the people you govern. Are their lives of any value to you? That last sentence seemed to cut like a knife and cut deeper with every passing second. There was no response. The Archon finally comes back. You insolent, low-class, simple... You shall end up kneeling before me. The comms then shut off. The Jade Falcon Khan simply leans over. I guess that means we go in. Sin replies, not yet. Having his communications officer put him on a broad frequency, he's about to respond. To all those inside the city, if you drop your weapons and come out, you will not be harmed. You may bring whatever items you need, but you will be searched before you are free to leave. Understand that we are only here for the ones that attacked my planet, the planet Earth, along with those who issued the order. All others will not be harmed. You have my word, and the word of the clans. He said this as looking over at the clan Khans, as they all nodded in agreement. You have until dawn tomorrow. After that time, I cannot guarantee your safety anymore. He turns the comm off. From them on, they wait. It isn't until the sun goes down that there begins a very large number of civilians leaving the city. As they reach the lines, they're searched and simply set on their way. Almost no instances at all to even speak of. It is not until almost dawn that the flow begins to even slow down, and there is one report that military personnel are surrendering to any allied forces, although they make it to the point to surrender to those from Earth or Inner Sphere. They're very hesitant to go to the clans, except for a very small few. With the rising of the sun, the battle is ready to begin. The perimeter of the city is hammered for several hours by artillery and airstrikes. Buildings begin to turn into piles of dust as the fire continues. There are counter batteries, but none of them make direct hits. Soon it is time to move the ground forces in. Under the cover of dust and debris and covering fire from every possible gun around, they make it into the city. The fighting inside the city is intense, enough to that almost bog down the advance. The mechs, even though those mech pilots never want to enter a city like this, are roaming the city streets, giving supports to the soldiers going from building to building. The city is pretty much taken in one day. As the sun goes down, the fighting continues. Mechs and vehicles make rounds to rearm and reload as they go back and continue the push. While doing so, they bring the injured out and reinforcements in. Sin stays at the front. Even once his missile pods are dry, his machine guns have gone black. Still, if a vehicle does not come up to him to rearm him, he still does not stop pushing forward. As the next morning comes, the sound of battle soon stop. On the movement, he finds one of the Draconis soldiers trying to take liberties with a couple of the civilians. Sin turns on his PA system from his direwolf and says, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" The soldiers just look at him and seem to smile, almost giving him a thumbs up. Without hesitation, Sin fires a shot less than 2 meters away from the soldiers. It definitely gets their attention. They let the civilians go and hold up their hands. The Draconis commander, who saw the whole thing, strides in on a medium mech and takes control of the soldiers. Sin looks at him and says, "If I see any of your soldiers try that again, I will make sure the council revokes all Draconis privileges on Earth." Sin turns and continues on his way. What he doesn't see is the commander disciplining his soldiers with a pair of 50 caliber machine guns. Eventually, they make their way to the palace in the center of the city. The perimeter has been beaten down by long-range airstrikes and also artillery, and the artillery has been taking some major damage. However, the palace is still well defended, and it will be very difficult, if not impossible, to get the rats out of their nest. Sin tries one last time to get the Lyrans to surrender. To the Archon and the rest of the Lyran leadership, I am General Sin, commander of the forces that have invaded your planet. There is no cause for further loss of life. Surrender quietly, and your soldiers will be allowed to live. A voice comes on, a very, very soft and seemingly young voice. This is Princess Amani of the Lyran Alliance. You have invaded our world and slaughtered our people. What makes you so arrogant as to demand our surrender? Princess, please hear me out. As a member of the royal family, I had to say whether or not you attacked Earth. The fact that you failed is a side note. Your people fired upon all the ships and buildings, to include hospitals, schools, and even foreign dignitaries. This is what you brought on yourself. But there is no reason for an entire population to pay the price for a few people's mistakes. You know nothing about us. My people would gladly lay down their lives to protect me. Do not put pride above the welfare of your people, Princess. The people exist to serve us. You have no right to say anything else. I guess you are a lost cause, just like your mother. Any leader that thinks of themselves as invaluable to their people is no longer a leader and just a tyrant. I say this to all Lyrans still taking refuge inside the palace. You have until dawn tomorrow to leave the palace, because with the rising of the sun, the palace will be razed to the ground. Your leadership is already planning on escaping through the catacombs beneath the palace. Unfortunately for them, we have already secured the exits and will fire on anything executing them. Do not throw your lives away for someone else, especially one that cares nothing for you. This is your time to choose. Now choose carefully. During the night, the lights are kept on in the palace as people trickle out. The lights are to keep any snipers from taking out the refugees, although one tries and gets evaporated by a few energy weapons for his efforts. As dawn approaches, only a few more people make a run for the lines. As the first glimmer of sun hits the highest point of the palace, artillery begins to beat the hell out of the palace. Even a few of the old MLRS are tracked on it and fired. The palace begins the day at about 2 kilometers square. The well-chiseled minarets and moldings are given no special treatment as hell rained down upon it. One can only imagine what was going on inside as the walls begin to buckle and fall. There is only a few counter batteries as they begin to fire. At noon, at least the last effort to get the royal family out began. Dozens of suborbital pods are launched towards the outskirts of the city. Those actually made it through, the fire quickly captured. It is a total victory, but no cheers or celebration. This was not a battle. This was a fucking slaughter. By the next morning, the palace is a simple parking lot. The order to hold fire is given. This time, there is no recovery effort. One of Sin's subordinates is heard over the radio as he looks across the smoking ruins of the Lyrans. "I guess we win," Sin says. "Yeah, I guess so." It takes over 2 weeks to conduct all the salvage operations, recovery efforts, and to supply those on the planet with what they require. Many people throughout the capital world are now homeless and require a lot of logistic support for housing, food, medical supplies, and so on. Thankfully, everyone within the entire Allied fleet has taken up Sin's leadership and has followed his guidance by bringing many temporary facilities online so that the planet can stabilize itself. It takes until the 17th day after the fall of the palace for Sin to make an announcement. Everyone is listening close as he begins his talk. "There's an old Earth saying, 'He who shed his blood with me shall be my brother.' We have all shed our blood together, buried our friends. We are more of a family now than there has ever been in the entire history of the inner sphere and periphery combined. But now is the time. It is time for us from Earth to go home. We've had our revenge." There is a sudden gasp from everyone in attendance as they begin to take in the consequences of his words. People are still listening closely as Teresa and Katana are running towards him. Teresa says, "Are you serious? You're going to just leave after all your people have gone through?" Katana responds, "She is right. You cannot just leave and destabilize everything." Sin says, "If things destabilize, it's of your doing. We will not be part of the equation." Sin steps closer as he sees the other leaders coming towards him. He continues to speak, but louder so they can all hear him. "You have all felt the power of working together. It took a common enemy, but it can be done. If my people and I are not here, then we are not responsible for what happens in our absence. You all must choose whether or not to work together or to simply separate. Maybe even leave the alliance alone and let the new leadership come in. I cannot make the decision for you. It's not my place." One of the Khans yells out, "But you are our most trusted leader. You are the one that brought us together." Sin says, "You all chose to fight alongside each other. That was your choice, not mine. We did not order a single person to come along, even my own soldiers," motioning to them. Whether they wanted to join was their choice for this mission. "Please understand, my soldiers are tired. Those that have survived just want to go home and see their families again." He reaches out and places his hand on the shoulders of one of the Khans and the Free Worlds League. "You must choose what is best for your people
because that is the right thing to do. He looks out across the group of leaders and continues, all of you, remember you decided. You all have a seat at my table. He leaves it at that as he walks away and eventually climbs up the ladder to his direwolf. He climbs in and begins to start it up. It hesitates a little from all the battle damage, but then begins to move. Everyone out there listened to the conversation as he had with the leadership, so there's almost no orders given. By the time Sin reaches his dropship, it is almost ready for takeoff, which doesn't surprise him as slow as that assault mech moves. By the time he reaches the bridge, the engines are already starting. When he reaches the bridge of the Bismarck, the last of the dropships are reaching their assigned vessels. Less than an hour later, everything is going through final checks. Sin looks over towards the captain's chair and says, Admiral. The Admiral turns to address him and stands. Yes, sir. Sin simply says, let's go home. Yes, sir, the Admiral says. With a few commands, the first jump is made, the first of many. It still takes several weeks of jumps and recharges for them to get back to Earth. On the way back, they declare the planets taken as free worlds and remove any Earth-born humans and equipment from them, with one exception. A young soldier who decided to stay as he had begun a relationship with one of the locals. Sin didn't even attempt to force him onto a dropship. He simply walked up to the soldier, double-checked his Earth ID card, and wished him well. Before the final jump, everyone is anxious to get back. Sin seems as calm as ever as the days pass, as he doesn't talk to anyone except for official meetings. No one ever can tell how much he really wants to get back. When the time approaches, everyone is on edge. The Admiral gives the final word, and the battle group makes the jump. As they come out, Sin gets on the speaker. Everyone, we have just arrived in the Sol sector. Even through the bulkheads, he can hear the cheering of everyone elated to be back. It will still take 2 days for them to reach lunar orbit, but that doesn't stop the celebration. When not on duty, the crew and passengers are simply living it up. Sin just seems to smile a little at the sight of Earth getting closer and closer to him. With messages coming in, the party just gets even bigger. Once the battle group reaches stationary orbit, people are immediately shuttled to the surface. Ground crews are actually having trouble keeping people in the lines as they try to rush to the dropships as they begin to come down. Sin himself is on the very last group to come down. When asked why he wasn't on the very first dropship, he responded, I know my soldiers and will always place their needs above my own. Many people did not know this, as it was the old NCO creed that he had to learn a long, long time ago. That was all anyone ever heard from him. Still, there was a very large group waiting for him. Civilians, soldiers, reporters, and 2 young children that had to be physically restrained as the ship engines begin to power down. Sin walks out to cheers as they begin almost deafening to him. The 2 children are able to break free and run to him, screaming for their father. Sin kneels down as they crash into him, and he holds them as tight as he can, almost enough where he's feeling a bit crushed. Then he hears a voice he didn't think he'd hear again. So you gave up the spoils of war. Sin's eyes widen as he begins to think. The voice continues, there will always be things about you I do not understand. Sin looks up to see Delphine standing in front of him. But that's one of the reasons I love you so much. Sin doesn't say anything. He, Delphine, and the children embrace each other. For the first time in decades, that a tear begins to slide down his cheek. Sin laughs in joy at the fact that his wife and children are still alive, and they are grateful that he has come back to them. On the tarmac, the reporters watch. They do not even try to ask Sin any question as he holds his family. It becomes an immortal picture of the soldiers coming home. Hello everybody, this is the author Syntext. I am the one who actually wrote this story based on my limited knowledge back in the day of Battletech. I do appreciate you listening to it all the way through, and I believe you would like just a few more details of why the story was made the way it was. First off, the story was actually completed in 2008. My knowledge of Battletech was limited at the time, and also the third portion there, instead of the Lyrans, it was originally the Capellans. However, I didn't believe that they would be able to hold up nearly as well as the Lyrans, considering the location of where Earth would be in comparison to the Inner Sphere. This is, as you know, just a little bit of artistic license. I would also like to say that I am not getting paid at all for any Battletech technology that's being referenced here. It is just a story for fun. So anyone who claims, oh, I'm going to copyright this or whatever, no. I actually will tell them to remove this from my channel before they monetize anything. That being said, I again thank you for actually finishing my story. And perhaps I will continue on this at a later date. There is an extension to this, which is actually generational. It does not follow the commanding general at all. It actually follows their children. However, it has been a long time and I'm not even sure where I left that file. So as it stands now, unless further notice, this will be the end of it. It has been my pleasure to be your host throughout this story. This is Syntech, punching out.